Good evening, everybody, and welcome to tonight's It's in the Ballot show. So these candidates here are vying for your first preference vote in this upcoming Tauranga City Council's local body elections. But with every election, there's one thing standing in all candidates' ways, and that's your vote. Okay, good evening. We seem to be having a lot of fun there where our main camera feed has suddenly just disappeared, which is a lot of fun on there. Has camera one ended up coming back on the feed again? Yeah. Oh, I'm on feed. Oh, the camera's come back again. Okay, well, that was meant to be a new opening shot that does the whole audience, but it's kind of just went completely wrong. But hey, you know, that's the joys of live broadcasting, to suddenly going there. Now, let's get ready, and we'll start getting with the camera back onto the audience. And we got one candidate who's dropped his poster, so can it please go back up so we can do the big reveal? Okay, so let's go from my end. We'll start off one by one, drop off the candidate and say who you are. Let's kick off. You need your mic, otherwise those at home can't hear.
Josh Nagels.
Yep, that's it. Yep.
Hi everybody, Shelley Archibald.
Hi everyone, Kev Schuler.
Kia ora, Bevan Rakoya.
Good evening, I'm Darren Gilchrist.
Kia ora everyone, I am Charlene Apapa.
Good evening, I'm Jerry Hodgson.
Good evening, I'm John Robson.
Okay, thank you for that, candidates, on getting our reveal of scenes there. And we do also have apologies. Now, where is it? On there. It was Felicity. How do we say Felicity's last name? Yeah, she had to give her apologies that she couldn't make it for tonight's show. Why have I completely lost all the graphics? Oh, they've come back. Okay, so let's kick off with Charlene, your opening statement of why the Bethlehem voters should give you their first preference vote.
Kia ora tātou Bethlehem Tauranga residents tonight. I'm excited to stand here before you as a candidate for the role of councillor in Tauranga. Born and raised in Tauranga, soon to be admitted as a lawyer, I will be your checks and balances in council. Additionally, I'm seeking arbitration and mediation accreditation, therefore solidifying my abilities to negotiate. When operating with others, I operate in a way in which I keep my mana and I keep your mana so that we can get to the specific tasks of keeping and pushing forward to address the issues in our city. I believe that effective governance is about making informed decisions that benefit the community because they are for the community. In these final weeks, I'll be walking door to door, asking you, are you enrolled? If not, how can I help you and what would you like for your town, for our town. My website is charleneapapa.co.nz. I'm also on TikTok. Furthermore to my campaign, it's called Unapologetic. I'm unapologetic to speak on the facts. My website has been called Hard Hitting. It's not personal. I'm here to inform Tauranga and Bethlehem why we need fresh faces. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Shelley. 1 minute opening statement. You do need your mic.
Growing and changing rapidly, Tauranga is a nationally important metro city which has a significant port, and it also has increasing diversity and growing culturally. So I think we can all agree on that. Since I care really deeply about our city, I truly believe that all residents, no matter who you are, where you're from, what you do, or where you live, you deserve a high-performing council that can be trusted to exercise good governance, to address our current issues, and for future generations be future-ready. And our councillors need to be principled, they need to be smart, and they need to be team players, prepared to work really, really hard to achieving the wider vision for our community and our environment. Because that's how stuff gets done. And that is why I'm seeking this role, essentially, to do the people's work. We all deserve a city that we can be proud to call home. And because I'm just a tiny bit competitive, it would be pretty cool if we were the envy for the rest of the country as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And next up, Darren.
Good evening, I'm Darren Gilchrist, and I'm standing for council because I believe in Tauranga. Tauranga is an amazing place to live. I love living here, and I can't actually imagine living anywhere else. And we deserve better. We deserve a better council. We deserve better mayor. We deserve better councillors. We deserve better decisions. I'm standing on 3 principles: prudent spending. This current commissioners, they have spent too much money, they've committed to too much money. Some of the decisions have been absolutely shocking, and we need to restore democracy to Tauranga. I'm also standing for solutions. We need to be solutions focused. We need to have a group of people in council who are willing to work together for the best for Tauranga. And lastly, I'm standing for investment in core infrastructure. We need to focus on, the city is growing, and we need to focus on doing what is right to make sure that Tauranga is ready for the continuing influx of the people who start to realise that Tauranga is the best place to live in New Zealand.
Next up, Jerry.
Good evening, Jerry Hodson. I'm an architect and an urban planner and a conservationist. I've already served 2 terms on Tauranga City Council, each of 3 years. I enjoyed the work. I was a good councillor. I achieved several major initiatives. I'm experienced. I ran a successful business here in Tauranga for many years, and now I'm retired. I have technical knowledge, and I have the time, and I have the energy. I got on well with council staff and will do so again. I want to be part of a successful, energetic council and to cooperate with technical staff to achieve success.
Okay, next up now, I just want to get it correct. It's Joss? Joss, yeah.
Joss Nagels. Yep. I've been resident here in Tauranga for the last 45 years. I worked for many years in the civil engineering department of the councils and ministry works and consultancies, so I'm very familiar with infrastructure. My thing is not repeatership, leadership, not repeatership. What we're doing now is we're just repeating what's been going for the last 70 years, and it's not working. We're just setting ourselves up to be in a trap like Auckland has got, and we need to act now to change the way we think. And one of the main things is climate change, which is going to affect all of us. And we have to make the city resilient and also adaptable for future generations. Now, one of Tauranga's greatest emissions, 80%, is transport, and that really does need a review. Housing is also a big part of it, so we have to think of cities that are world-class examples and make Tauranga to lead a leading to follow.
Thank you. Next up, Bevan.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Bevan Rukoya. I'm from the Cook Islands, but born in Tauranga. Grew up just down the road at Juliet. Went to Mother College, showed my intermediate, and went on a bit of a career international. So, look, I think in the few not too long ago anyway. So, you know, I think the city's just, it's amazing. And I love Tauranga. I mean, I take the kids to hockey, you know, take them to school, take them just, and off to sort of Rotary and doing some other public events. But it's, you know, I do understand the issues that we have in our city, transportation, and especially through having a small business like that our family does. It's been really hard, and I think we will find a way to get through and mobilise the city. So thank you.
Okay, next up, John.
Hi, I'm a bit worried. I think I've come to the wrong meeting because I haven't heard anyone mention the ward of Bethlehem at all. And I understand this meeting is about the Bethlehem ward. For the Bethlehem ward, I've lived here for just over 20 years. I'm worried about Bethlehem for some of the same reasons I'm worried about Tauranga, but specifically Bethlehem. What's going to happen with Mauao Farms over the next few years? What's going to happen with Ferncliff down the end of Cambridge Road? What's happening in Smiths? What's going to happen to the traffic on Moffat Road going past Bethlehem College? Why doesn't the Bethlehem ward have the share of amenities that wards like Papamoa have? As a Bethlehem ward representative, I will advocate for Bethlehem. Thank you.
Okay, and Kevin.
Kia ora, everyone. Good evening. My name is Kevin Schuler. I have lived here in Bethlehem for just over 20 years, raised 5 kids here with my wife, Michelle, and yeah, really love this place. I love being in Bethlehem and the greater city. I am here standing. I'm going to ask for your vote tonight. I really want to see Tauranga go forward. I'm a big believer in Tauranga progressing, Tauranga becoming one of the best small cities in the country, if not the best. And we need a new group, I believe, of people to take us forward. So I'm talking about 3 things from how I will talk to you. The first thing is about teamwork. I think the council needs to be a group of people that can work together, can collaborate, and can make decisions together for the best interests of Bethlehem and for Tauranga. I think that's critical. That hasn't been done in the past, and it's a critical step. The second thing is around trust, to make sure that we manage the growth of the city properly. I've been in business for 20 years, in a... I have to finish. I'm going to have to talk to you later about what I'm going to offer you, but thank you for your time.
I love that where we get to sit there and do it. Okay, now let's get around, and I want the camera on me. If that, you can get that on there with the camera on the TV screen. The questions we think you'll be asking after watching tonight's show, let's bring them up on screen. Will we see a 4-lane car park in the place of a 4-lane motorway with a narrow 2-lane bridge at the end of it before leaving Tauranga? And will the Bethlehem suburb ever be a sister city with the actual Bethlehem where Jesus was born? And how many viewers will learn for the first time that Bethlehem is a suburb in Aotearoa, New Zealand? Because I do believe many people in our crew have actually learned that. So let's bring in Nick, who is going to be coming in tonight as our question host. And thank you so much for playing musical chairs on the job role.
Not a problem, Sam.
And I mean, looking forward to at some point soon, you're going to be sitting in this seat.
Well, with any luck, I'll be right there.
Sorry, things that happen when you're live on TV. Yeah, coughs happen. Okay, so here's this round here is where the candidates get to pick up box by box of what questions they want to do. Now, each candidate gets 1 minute to answer the questions, and for those who have been previous viewers of our show, each candidate gets 2 button questions. So if a candidate wants to issue a button question, they put their button card out, wait for the original candidate to finish their question, and then they also get 1 minute to do it. Limit to 2 buttons per question, otherwise we'll be here all night long. Going on that one. And also, if there is a very difficult question, there is a defer card, and they can defer it to another candidate that they may want to answer that question rather than them themselves, and they can sit there and do that. So so that's explaining for the general gist of how it's in the ballot works. So Nick, are all the question boxes sealed?
Yes, they are, Sam.
Okay, and we've got a random list order generator here, thanks to random.org to sit there and do it. Now, if you have any interesting questions, and notice the Been Here logo in the background and see if it's in the ballot, should we just sit there and say, we've lost the It's in the Ballot cards, but as the owner of Been Here Limited, we had some. So, you know, I think it's quite a good one considering it's paying the bills. So let's sit there and kick off. Jerry, you get to go first. What box number?
I would like box number 5.
X-ray.
Do you support ratepayers paying for growth infrastructure?
Can you tell me what question number that is?
X.
X-ray.
We're talking about infrastructure, and it depends. Water is in short supply in Tauranga. I believe it's always been a fail that Tauranga City Council has not been able to supply enough water each summer. So I think that some autonomous supply is warranted. In this case, we should be collecting rainwater from the roof of all houses where we can afford it if you have a garden that you need to water. The same with grey water. Grey water, it just goes to waste, but in fact it's absolutely chock full of nutrients. And if anyone knows about permaculture, they will know that grey water will be absorbed in the residential back garden. And the same with solar power. We don't seem to realise the value that the sun is offering us, so that water, drainage and electric power are resources that we could use and don't.
We have button from John. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, the short answer is no. The current residential ratepayers shouldn't pay for growth infrastructure. It's one of the major problems the city's faced for years. Growth infrastructure has been paid for by the current residents instead of by the people that should be paying for it, primarily the property developers. And the way the funding of growth infrastructure has been happening over Tauranga for the last 20 years, the developers have probably benefited to the tune of something like $200 million that the residential ratepayers have been shortchanged over the last 20 years. So the short answer is no. Growth should pay for growth. The developers should pay for the growth infrastructure and keep their hands out of the residential ratepayers' pockets. Thank you.
Okay, another button. God, heck, you're going to be standing up very soon anyway.
Ratepayers would be happy to pay for growth infrastructure if we enabled residents to thrive on their own land. 160,000 people in Tauranga with 57,000 homes. They deserve the right to grow and expand and to thrive unto themselves. So if ratepayers were assured that, they would have no problem paying for growth infrastructure within and external to their own properties.
Nice, short, sharp and sweet. And Charlene, what box number? Oh, I know. You can thank Packaging Products in Lower Hutt for that, along with the boxes.
D. The most vibrant and successful cities on earth have grown societally and economically in part through abandoning concepts of homogenous societies and embracing the diversity of our populations. Aotearoa, New Zealand has a population represented by over 1,500 ethnicities, cultures, and social identities. How would you grow Tauranga through actively celebrating all peoples, who call our city home?
D. D for Delta.
Supportive, active participation and self-education. Self-education will let you know that 74% are European. We've got about 21% who are Māori, Pacific Islanders 4%, Asian about 3.5, just below that. We have Middle Eastern, Latin American, African communities in New Zealand, and I had the pleasure of being brought up next to Zimbabwean families. We can't resonate with their diversity and their extremities of their life, but we can talk to our communities and get involved, and that's how we actively celebrate others.
Okay. Next up, Kevin. What box number?
Box number 24, please.
So box 24.
Send it to the back.
And microphone.
AB, Alpha Bravo. What is your position on fluoridating Tauranga's water supply?
Personally, I think that we should do it. There's a lot of people in the community that dental health is a critical part of our overall well-being. And so if there are people out there that are not getting the dental health and the dental care that they need from an early stage,
Right.
having fluoridated water will at least give that chance for good teeth and a good opportunity for health for those people. I know there's medical studies, a lot of work would need to be done to understand it exactly, but my basic position, if we could fluoridate the water, we will be helping the health of our communities, and I think that's important.
Okay. Next up, John. What box number?
L for Lima. What is your strategic vision for Tauranga City? What will the city look like in 10 to 15 years' time?
Tauranga is growing at, I don't know, 1.5% a year, maybe a little bit more. So in 10 to 15 years' time, it's not going to look that much different to how it looks now. It's going to be a similar size, perhaps, to where Hamilton is, or a little bit bigger than where Hamilton is now. Personally, I quite like the Mount Maunganui candidate, Garth Matheson's view of Tauranga, which is of a city of interconnected villages, joined up villages. I think that's a far more forward-looking vision than the vision of some people who want to build some sort of 1960s version of a city, looking backwards instead of forwards, where you have a big CBD full of tall buildings, often owned by finance companies and insurance companies and banks, and then a decay curve out to barren suburbs. So interconnected villages, not much different to how it looks now, but affordable, environmentally and economically sustainable. Affordable being critical. Thank you.
And we've got a button from Jerry.
John,
Microphone.
for a vision of Tauranga. And my vision for Tauranga, say in 15 years' time, that we would be living in a better, a denser, a leafier, a beautifully designed city. This means replacing a lot of the existing stock that is ending its physical life, but the development of existing empty land within the city boundary, empty sections, paddocks, and even farms, into medium density, medium rise, good looking residential, often housing commercial, professional, and small retail activities. There will be less cars, there'll be more buses, and there'll be more bikes, and there'll be better tree planting as well. That's my vision.
Okay. Next up, Darren. What box number?
Eeny, meeny, 7.
Oh, another prime number.
V for Victor. Do you support Tauranga City Council funding our economic development agency at a cost of around 2 million plus per year going forward?
Look, I'm really not sure about how that economic development agency actually supports Tauranga, and I'm really not sure that $2 million spent is a wise and prudent investment in that agency. So I would really struggle to justify that cost unless I could definitely see the benefits and how that is actually contributing to the growth and to the community of Tauranga.
Okay. Jules, what box number? God, we definitely got an eager one for answers.
U for Unicorn. Do you support the planned 164% increase in rates over the next 10 years?
No, I don't support that huge increase. Increases will be necessary, but what the money is spent on has got to be long-term and benefit all the community, for everybody, not just the rich or the famous or the people who've got the big downtown $330 million spend up there. It's got to benefit everybody, and that will be in infrastructure, in housing densification, and it's got to be made affordable and doable. And it's been done in the past. We can do it again, and it's the future for the young people in Tauranga that we have to be concerned about, because well, it's the future of everybody really, and it's got to be done in a sustainable way. There's many ideas I've got, which I haven't got time to explain at this short time, but I've got a whole plan mapped out, and also all the ideas how to fix things. It's the way of the future. I'm in touch with some of the world-renowned planners, so it's not pie in the sky ideas. These are real ideas which are improved.
Okay, Bevan, oh, we've got a button from, yeah, that's fine, Shelley. Trying to remember the names. It's all right, I'm still going to be a blur at the end of it.
So I just have a slightly different view of the rates increases. And the reason I say that is because the 164%, they're scary numbers by any means, but it is accumulative over the 10-year period. And so just for example, to make it really, really simple, because numbers can be scary and very confusing and overwhelm people, you really need not the number, you need the content, you need the context as well. So for example, to make it simple, I took my rates bill and said, what if we do 10% in the next 12 months? What that extrapolated out to is 96 cents a day or a cup of coffee a week. What if it was 20%? Well, that's $13 a week. And what if it was 30, and so on? But at the same time, life's going on, like central government may be looking at supermarkets and actually trying to put some pressure on to say, get those costs down, because it's 4 years after COVID. Or putting pressure on the petrol companies to say, you put the rates up really high on gas, but you don't take them down just as quick. So there's lots of things going on in our lives that actually to that, and those rebates to help out if you're really struggling.
And thanks for actually pointing that bit out. I remember asking, because I'm from Wellington City Councillors, half of them didn't know the rates rebate existed, which was quite disappointing considering if you lived in Levin, it was the talk of the town. Okay, Bevan, we finally got to you.
All good. Let's go number 70.
Oh, another prime number. You can tell numbers are one of my fortes. It's all right. My accountant does like me. I sit there and make things very easy on the books.
W.
So W for whiskey.
Do you support funding the Civic Centre by the way of ratepayer levies and the sale of assets?
The Civic Centre. I think look, I think I've just got to put my Pacifica and migrant lens on this question. So just recently we've been very engaged with the Pacifica communities and trying to uplift them through language and culture and art and all this. And how do we celebrate that? Now, at the moment we're using these facilities like the Bethlehem Hall, like these the church venues, but the communities are growing so much that they need extra space. So I think community facilities is such a strong thing that we need to sort of focus on to uplift these communities to be able to share their families and their celebrations, their faith-based services here. So I think with these facilities that we have already, yeah, I mean, I'd like to sort of see that poured into the community facilities spaces, and maybe look at sort of other areas of what we can do in the civic to celebrate those communities when they come together. But yes, I think they need to contribute in some ways to support that. But how else can we uplift the commercial spaces to help sort of fund those areas large stuff?
Okay, Shelley, what box number?
Right here.
We cannot guarantee that. I mean, Nick doesn't know what's in those boxes. I don't. I shouldn't. That's a conflict of interest.
O for Oscar.
Sorry, you'll get better at the phonetic alphabet.
I'll get there. What will you do to improve the relationship between the police and the young people in our community?
So I think any relationships have to be looked at in a few ways. And one of them is that if there are issues within that relationship, it's actually not a police problem. It's not a youth problem. It's an us problem, because we're all responsible in Tauranga for law and order. We need to actually all step up and do something to assist. So the other thing I want to say is that for most youth, we need to have a better understanding. The frontal lobe isn't mature until 30. I know a few 80-year-olds or 60-year-olds who haven't grown up yet either. So we need to give them a little bit of break and space around understanding all of the things that contribute to why they do what they do to begin with. And we need to support our police as well. And we also could use community amenities and facilities better. We could hold a lot more like experts and have workshops. So it's about all of us contributing. We need to not just be concerned, we actually need to care, all of us together, and that's how we'll get some things, but it's going to take time.
And thank you, candidates. So we've got through our first round of questions. So new order list. This time, Darren, you get to go up first. What box number?
We'll go for 8.
F for Foxtrot. Do you wish to promote or delay public transport measures for Tauranga?
I'm originally from Wellington. Wellington has an excellent public transport system, and the reason why is that it is fit for purpose. There are trains, there are ride and goes, you can park your car, and everything is centred around the CBD. Tauranga needs a better public transport system. It is not fit for purpose. I don't know what would be fit for purpose, to be quite honest, but I know that what we have now isn't working. You see buses with 1, maybe 2 passengers, sometimes no passengers driving around, and you've got to get, it's not an easy to use system. It needs to be convenient. If we want people to use public transport, it needs to be convenient. And at the moment, it doesn't tick the boxes, so we need to do something better for Tauranga.
And we have a button from Joss, and followed by Shelley.
Yes, well, Tauranga, the transport system here is based on 1960s ideas. I worked in the motorways investigations unit many years ago, and looked at all these proposals for the motorways and that. And on the interchange on the wall was a big photo of the Los Angeles interchange. And I said to the boss at the time, I said, we don't need a monstrosity like that here in New Zealand. You need to double track the railway from Auckland to Wellington. Well, of course, it went down like a lead balloon, but the reality is they do need to do it. And we need to update our transport systems here in Tauranga to properly to a 21st century technology, electrified thing. It's possible. Tauranga is perfectly suited for light rail, buses, trains, and we should be taking advantage of that. It's amazing that we've just spending $1 billion on the Northern Interchange, and they've got $3 million budgeted for other transport needs, but not one mention of a train. And yet they're saying we've got the roads, they're going to planning years of start.
And while we're continuing on the buttons, Shelley.
Oh,
I'm very intrigued by this. I'm also a rail fan, so yeah, we're speaking the same language. As long as you can, if one of you has promised to reinvent the trolley buses working with the regional council, you will be my best friend, considering we know what Wellington did with theirs.
So I'm not here to disagree with anything that's been said. All I would like to add to that is we've got to look at our environment, because we need to have green spaces. And I think when I go and see my son in Melbourne, and it's so easy to use their public transport. And also you can go and have drinks and so on and not worry about having to drive home. But I just think we need to think about attracting visitors here as well and make this such a vibrant city that people want to come and hang out here and be in the CBD as well. And to do that, I think that's where public transport would be really cool.
Okay, next up, down to the other end of the table, John.
14. Thank you.
And I just realised I forgot to buy my lotto tickets. That was something we were talking about earlier. I was thinking, I should buy lotto tickets. 14 would be a good number to come out. Oh no, it's bad luck that we've just gone through.
T for Tango. What will you do to help homeless youth in our community?
I think the first thing I'd do if I was mayor is probably phone central government and ask them what they're doing to help homeless youth in our community. Because I think one of the things we often see when we talk about councillors, we see scope creep and we see councils stepping in where central government has failed. And it's actually not our role to address that. But what we can do to help is reduce the cost of infrastructure or get more funding for infrastructure to reduce the cost of building in the city. But we have a situation already in New Zealand where Kāinga Ora, who are charged with providing social housing, can't afford to deliver social housing here in Tauranga. This is a central government issue. There's not much council can really do. And I tire of people taking on board issues that should be the responsibility of central government and loading them on local ratepayers who are struggling to live day to day. We've got to get the balance right here, and the balance is wrong. And that question reflects a lack of understanding. Thank you.
And I think there was a great part mentioned about what is known as unfunded mandates. As you know, many of the questions that seem to have popped through there. Joz, you get to go up next. What box number?
19.
19. Is that another prime number? I think it is.
G for golf. Are you prepared to support unpopular but necessary levels of rate increases in order to ensure the financial viability of the council, instead of voting for lower rates increases in the interest of your own re-election prospects at the expense of future councils being able to fund infrastructure maintenance and upgrades?
Yes, so I would be prepared to support what now appears unpopular, but in years to come, people will say, why did we wait so long? And the thing about funding those things is It's not a question of money, it's a question of accountability. The people who make the decisions should be accountable for the decisions they make that benefit the greater people, because we see so much waste going on in council funding and council policies and that. So, and again, I just draw it back to transport. That's one of the major factors that a growing city has, and it's also homeless. Homes are also a thing. So you've got to create accessibility and affordability for job opportunities, for employment opportunities, and for the greater, better future of the younger generation, because they are going to inherit a city and they don't want a city that's unsustainable and polluted and noisy and even dangerous with Thank you.
And we've got a button from, the name will get back to me soon. Kevin, sorry. Let's try to remember all the names.
Yeah, look, I would support unpopular decisions as a council. If we have worked together collaboratively as a group and we're trying to grow our city, like I think we need to, and growing does come at a cost, but the growth is also designed to help people come here, bring in more ratepayers, and spread that load. We want to make the city, I want to see the city centre to be vibrant, to be humming, and we've got a whole lot of plans in place around the civic centre and improving our downtown to make the heart of the city beat, and there will be a cost to that, and sometimes we'll have to work together as a group to make those decisions that in the future we know we'll all benefit from and have an awesome city. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Bevan.
Let's go to the one next to John. What's that, 25?
AA. With a CBD that needs revitalizing and a housing crisis, supply and affordability wise, how are cost savings and rate changes going to contribute to this?
I think it's quite a tough one to answer this in a minute. You know, I think we all go through this with housing, and it's and the type of housing that's there, and how does that suit our retirees? How does it suit our labour mobility, our seasonal workers that come here? You know, how does it support the students? So it just needs a bit more sort of explanation from my point of view. So I'll be happy to sit down with any of you and share my experience about housing crisis. Thank you.
Okay, Charlene, what box number?
24.
E for echo. International studies have shown that an active appreciation of a society's diversity boosts both positive well-being and economic growth. Some might argue Tauranga City has in the past overly represented a specific demographic. How would you ensure Tauranga City Council actively reflects our whole society?
By participating in local government elections.
God, that's short, sharp and sweet. Jerry, what box number? Yep.
Number 13, available.
Enough a prime number.
C for Charlie. In recent years, violence directed towards Aotearoa, and in this case, Tauranga LGBTQAI community has increased.
Sure. Which candidate would you like to land that question on? Because that's your job.
You get to choose.
Just also let you know that was the way how the question was submitted by the member of the public. So who's
Okay, all right.
getting that question?
Is you? Yeah, C for Charlie. Okay. In recent years, I'll start again. In recent years, violence directed towards Aotearoa, and in this case, Tauranga LGBTQAI community has increased, most notably with the destruction of our community's Rainbow Youth Facility in an attack. How would you create a Tauranga that most actively promotes an appreciation of our diverse communities?
Like, I implore everyone to actively check on their own bias. I think bias is a natural thing for all of us, but I think it comes to a point where you come across situations in which you need to engage with other communities that are outside yourself. And I think if you've got that ability to do that, then we can embrace all diverse communities in Tauranga. Thank you.
Shelley. The expected number of questions candidates are going to answer tonight. If you think about 8 times 3. I wonder what you did to the TV. There we are.
We have B for Bravo. Aotearoa, New Zealand has a population represented by over 1,500 ethnicities, cultures, and social identities. Studies have shown that diverse and inclusive societies both increase well-being and economic growth. How would you actively improve Tauranga's sense and celebration of its diverse society?
And just to let you know, that has been a double up, as Stacey has just mentioned to me, but let's see what the answer is. It's appeared twice in the show. Yeah, you go ahead and answer it, but yeah, just to let you know that question has already been asked, just so if people say, shall we choose another box? Let's choose another box. Yeah. Yeah. No, I just heard in my ear going, I think that question's been asked.
Careful, button.
That's not your fault. I think you and I are going to have to start looking at these question sheets when we get home.
I for Indigo. How will you ensure that public spaces and facilities are accessible to everyone, including people with disabilities?
I personally can't do anything about that at the moment, not unless you with me. So I've had some experience in the with disability sector. I have a son who has a learning condition and he's 39, and so for 34 years it's been a real struggle. And like you mentioned too, we've got to get out of ourselves and think of our community as bigger than us. And otherness is being educated about what's important to people, and that's through community engagement. But our community has to have the willingness to actually embrace everyone, because people with disabilities are very special people. They are the people, we're human, and we need to get back in touch with that again. So there are a lot of things with public transport. If we had super cool public transport, that's also got to accommodate people who are in wheelchairs. We've got an ageing population here, and not all of them can run around Daisy Hardwick. So we really do need to think about everyone in the community all the time.
Use a button.
I don't know whether it's a button, but it's definitely just an add-on from what Shelley was saying. You know, when you work with young people with disabilities, or you have members of your family that have disabilities, please don't park in the parking spaces.
Oh,
you know,
that's a pet peeve of mine.
It's a pet peeve of mine as well. I mean, it takes, depending on how many young people with disabilities are in your vehicle, if you've got 5 people, like I've experienced in a workplace in Wellington, where they've got 4 seatbelts on the bottom, 1 on their body, that's 5 seatbelts. It takes about 15 minutes to get in and out. So look, if you want to ensure public spaces for disabled people, just ensure that those spaces are free for those whānau to use.
Yeah, just before you, oh, another button.
Yeah, so personal experience, and again, just an add-on. You don't create a disability park by taking a standard park and putting a yellow painting of a wheelchair symbol on it. I have a van at my house that has a lift designed to lift my son into the van. It extends out the side of the van 1.5 meters, and I need another 1.5 meters to get the wheelchair lined up to get on the lift and inside. So yes, if we're going to do disabled parking, can we design it so it can be used by people who have vehicles that are designed for disabled people? Because at the moment, we don't. Thank you.
Now, I just want to ask this here before we proceed. The current fine for parking the disabled car park is $150. It's been like that for a number of years. If elected to council, please raise your hand if you'd sit there and lobby central government to change the law to drastically jack up that fine to send a message. It is not appropriate to park in a disabled car park. Can we get a bunch of hands up, please? Candidates? Oh yes, police is one thing, but fine, so it's attractive to police as well. Because that's the other thing is, yeah, $150 is worth sending a parking warden, but if it was, say, $450, that's a bit bigger money coming in the pool for councils. Little crafty ways to bring in other revenue from rule breakers. I encourage that on bus lanes as well. Okay, Kevin, what box number?
Number 15 by the looks.
You're doing well. No one's actually guessed a number that's not been there. And considering I could barely, yeah, I can't read them from here. And I've got, what do you call it? Clear for driving trucks without glasses.
Okay. N. Do you support the
And
revitalized?
it's N for November, just for those who are wondering.
Sorry, forgot the phonetic.
That's all right. Oh, and it can get mixed up with the M for Mike.
Do you support the revitalization of our city centre or CBD?
Yes, I do. Just finding my notes. Right.
It's all right, time hasn't started yet.
Oh, now it starts? Good, thank you. I think I mentioned it before. I think a city needs a heart to beat. I think our central city has gone neglected for far too long, and there are some great initiatives in place now to improve and revitalise and make our heart of our city a destination where people want to go. And you make it a destination where people want to go. You bring activities, you bring events, and you bring energy into the city. I think it's a great thing. You'll also, with some of the plans of revitalisation of the city centre, to bring up some more intensive housing there, to bring more people, so there's less time in your cars to actually be there and enjoy that part of the city. I think it's a really, really good idea, and it can become a real thriving part of this awesome city. We've got some great suburbs which we want to keep and want them to grow as well, but a heart of a city is really important. I'd love to see the central CBD of Tauranga as good as anywhere in the country.
And we have a button for Joss.
Kevin's right, the CBD should be revitalised, but not by putting $305 communist monoliths there. It really should be the centre of activity and people coming in from everywhere. And the way to do it, and to have the most busy and useful building in the city, would be to have a railway station with active railway working and light rail coming up Cameron Road. It would be a marvel. It would transform Tauranga. It would take Tauranga into the 20th century, 21st century. We can do it but we're prioritising funds on outmoded 1960s roads and highways, which will eventually bankrupt communities. We've got to think differently, and to the future, and to the future generations of the city who are going to be using these facilities. So first things first, access to the city, central city, and then you can have all your stadiums and everything, because people will be able to get there. At the moment, we've got bus congestion in the city with buses just clogging up the central city. It's just...
Okay, we've got 5 minutes to a mid-time break, but I think we need another round of questions. So can we make these quick, fiery ones? Okay, Joz, you get to go up first. What box number?
12, is 12 still there? Doesn't.
No, still got the minute, but be quick and snappy. No filibustering.
S for September?
Yeah, that works.
Let's go with that. Sierra, thank you. How will you restore confidence with the ratepayers of this city?
First thing we've got to do, any council has got to be unified and have a direction in which to go, and furthermore, be accountable for decisions and the money that they spend. So far, I mean, we look at Cameron Road, $110 million, not a heck of a lot of change, not a whole lot of new lights, new asphalt, and new paths, and a cycle lane sort of thrown in as a compensatory measure. But most people I talk to, they can't see any difference. They could have said, we could have left it very much as low and perhaps put a new pipes in. And now council are going to do a $200 million extension out on Cameron Road out past Greerton. And I think money is better spent in other things. $200 million on Cameron Road, it's okay how it is at the moment, and you've got to think of something better that's futuristic. Putting light rail up Cameron Road, that would go a long way, or even electrifying the route up there. We've got to think in those.
Okay, next up. Go ahead. It makes sense.
30 seconds, I hope. I think the ratepayers will accept change and will accept growth and will accept increased rates. But I think the key thing is a performing council that works well together. We're collaborative. We work as a team of 10. We bring all our diverse ideas to the table and we make the best decisions for the city. I think it's that simple. So rates are part of the equation, but a strongly functioning a council that's serving your interests is the way to go.
Okay, Jerry, what box number?
22.
Oh, that's a good date. My birthday lands on that day. No, but it's good. It was the first thing that came to my mind.
H for hotel. Do you support the proposed CBD stadium?
What number? Card number?
H for hotel.
H for hotel.
I used to live in this area. No, I do not support a new stadium at this time. It would be too small. We're a growing city. We're a burgeoning city. We're going to be a huge city once. I would prefer, as an alternative, that we should look at Bay Park to improve that, to rebuild it, not to ignore it. I would like to see Bay Park. It's a pretty plain-looking building at the moment, but if its architecture could be improved, its facilities improved, its weatherproofing improved, it would be a far better option. The parking's there and the access to intercity is very good. Tauranga, Rotorua, Wakatani, and so on.
Okay, Bevan, what box number?
Kevel Bev.
Bev.
16, please.
I really like it how no one's picked a box number that's not there. I think this is a record.
P for Panda. Shortly, Tauranga City Councillors will be asked to approve a proposal for the installation of Rainbow Street art in the CBD. The aim for the project is to celebrate our rainbow community, acknowledge our wider diversity, and improve the vibrancy of our CBD. Would you vote in favor for the proposal, and if not, why not?
Okay. I think there might be a better way of celebrating the rainbow community. You know, and I don't know if it's enough of sort of putting sort of rainbow colours on the street, but I certainly believe that if they had safer community facilities, that they are able to thrive as community leaders, and they can lead their communities. I think it's if we can find these safeguards for them to be able to enjoy that, then yes, I think we can celebrate it in many ways. And if it's a meaning of celebrating an arts sort of rainbow event in the CBD, then yeah, sure, I'd love to see them celebrate that. And it's probably a good thing for all of us to be able to go down there and engage with these communities and find out who their families are and what else and other needs do they have, and how can we support them, and what are those community facilities looking like.
Next up, John. What box number? 27.
Z for zebra. Are you able to pronounce Tauranga correctly? And are you familiar with the local iwi and hapu in our city?
Right. I'll give Tauranga a shot, and I just have. With regard to being familiar with local iwi and hapu in our city, not all of them, and not personally, but I'm aware that we have 17 iwi and hapu in Tauranga. I'm aware that we have 11 marae. And look, I'm going to open the question up because I've got an opportunity. It's my last chance. I'm actually against Māori wards because the diversity within the Māori community, I don't think can be represented by one person, one ward in a city this size. I'm in favour of going to what we used to have, was using the rangipu, getting all the representatives from all the hapu in a room and listening to it so you hear all the voices. I just sort of add that in. There's a bonus answer for you. Thank you.
I love that answer. Okay, Kevin.
21. Please.
The day that you find out the news.
J for Jaguar.
Yeah, that works.
All right. Given the well-established evidence globally and within New Zealand that congestion is increased when more and bigger roads are built, and also that congestion is bad for the economy, including wages, what policies would you support to improve the mobility of residents around Tauranga City?
I think there already are some initiatives in place in the plan moving forward to increase intensity in certain areas. Some I agree with, some I don't, but in general, the more intensive housing you have in an area, the less travelling there is in and around with full services and amenities for those. So that's one part of the answer. I think every city is very, very unique in its own areas, and Tauranga has its own geography that makes it quite unique in terms of our long isthmuses and long distance over to the mount. And so we need our roads to be functioning, we need our roads to work, and we'll have to make sure that the people can get to and from all those great areas of our city. So it's a combination, it's a multifaceted approach. I think we do need to work on intensification in the right areas. But remember, there are roads in our town that have got potholes that haven't been looked after. So we have to make sure we go about fixing up what we've got, as well as improving the opportunities for transport right throughout the region.
Okay. Are you trying to use a button card? I don't know. Have you used two? Oh, well, then you can't. Okay, Charlene. What box number?
28.
A for Alpha. What political party are you linked to?
I'm not linked to a political party at the moment, but I'm absolutely 100% here for Māori wards, and I absolutely fully support them. What I heard over here was I don't know local hapu and I don't know local iwi, and I don't support Māori at the decision-making table. For the last 200 years, that's all we've had, is one ethnicity at the decision-making table. We've got here questions about diversity. I'm absolutely in support of that, and that's my answer.
Okay, Darren, what box number? I don't think the tape was so strong after all. It might be easy to get it from the bottom. the Lee Tower boxes.
Yes. M for Mike. Do you support a museum for Tauranga City?
Museums are great places. I love museums. When I have travelled, I've always tried to go into at least one museum in any of the cities that I've been in. They're amazing. However, they're also expensive. And while I support a museum for Tauranga, absolutely, it would be great to have one. Now is not the time. We don't have the money, and we need to focus on prudent spending, at least for the next 5 to 10 years, before we start thinking about an extravagance of having a museum here.
And Shelley, what box number? At least it saves calling out a number that's not in there.
Q for Quebec. What qualifications do you hold that would qualify you for councillor, and what skills have you got that ensure you will perform well as a councillor?
Okay.
Thank you.
That is a good point, but what technically qualifies you is 2 nominators and $200. That's all that qualifies you legally. Yeah.
That's your answer. R for Romeo. Do you support the debt increase of around 1 billion today to 3 billion in the next 10 years?
So I'm just going to repeat, in my professional life, I worked for multi-billion-dollar companies, and I know, again, and I've said it before, these numbers sound really, really scary, but that's actually what it's going to take to build a vibrant city that's economically strong, where the housing's good and our roads are good, and we've got a beautiful, vibrant city centre as well. It costs money, and there's no other way around it. At the same time, we've got to protect and enhance the environment. So all of these things come at a cost, and you get what you pay for. So my thing is, I think we need to invest, because there's been several years where there was underinvestment, and look where that got us. Because in the end, underinvestment costs us a lot more, but not for us, for our mokpuna. And we need to seriously think about that.
Thank you, candidates, for doing that, and thank you for getting through. Oh, we've got another button before. I wanted to call a break.
Yeah, I just want to have a word about that increase in debt. Now, debt has to be paid for. It's going to be paid for in higher rates. It's going to have to pay for the interest, and that is a massive increase in debt over a very short period of time. So we need to exhaust as many other avenues by prudent spending, focusing on what is core infrastructure and essential services, and leaving some of these vanity projects to the future. So we need to be careful how we spend our money, and I think that's what the people of Tauranga want. They want prudent spending, they want responsible council decisions.
Thank you for that. Okay, we will take a break now to give these candidates a bit of a rest, and we'll come back soon for hard-hitting questions. Okay, good evening everybody, and welcome back to It's in the Ballot. We had some very constructive conversations amongst everyone in the room, and I'm very pleased with it. So let's kick on for hard-hitting questions. Okay, so hard-hitting questions are those questions that we get every candidate to answer. You cannot use your button cards, you cannot use your deferred cards because everyone's expected to sit there and answer it. And each candidate gets 1 minute to answer the question. So let's kick off with hard-hitting question number 1. Do you support the Tauranga City Council's long-term plan 2024 to 2034? And let's kick off with John, because you get to go first this time round, according to the random order sheet.
No, I don't. And when my website's launched next week, you'll see that the landing page starts with, I don't support this plan. Right. The Local Government Act is pretty simple. It's designed to allow democratic decision-making by the local community. Yeah. Our long-term plan, as gifted to us by this commission, right, does not have smart spending, it does not have fair funding, and it is not driven by democratic decision-making. It's a fail in all 3 of those respects. We're looking at the rates increases, that's already been discussed. We're looking at debt going from 1 billion just north of to 3 billion over 10 years. It is not sustainable. If we don't change it, people will be rated out of their homes. It must be paused. We must have a long-term plan amendment in, and we must have a council that's prepared to do that. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Bevan.
Look, I think it's I'm a first-time councillor, so but my sort of lens that I put on through my community services and just my career background that I have is that, I mean, it is an enormous vehicle to be able to sit in this room and sort of figure out how do we move forward, how do we mobilise ourselves, right? So I think with the long-term plan, 2024, 2034, I'd like to sit right next to it for the rest of the 4 years and just monitor the effects and the decisions that are made in this chamber that will have long downstream effects that could affect vulnerable communities. So that's my position in this. It's quite a bigger thing, but I do want to be able to engage with the Bethlehem ward at first and come in and sort of talk and discuss and be open, transparent and accountable for the decisions that we make.
Okay, Kevin.
Firstly, I suppose I'd say that the commission didn't ask to come here, and they were appointed, and they inherited, some real challenges. And so the long-term plan, they've made decisions, and they've made some hard decisions, and some that aren't popular. But what they've done is they've given us a roadmap, and they've set some momentum in place for Tauranga to change and transform and grow. And you're going to see that in the city centre. You're seeing that with cranes in the city centre to revitalise. So not everything that's in there we will all agree with, but there's been a path set, which I think is a good thing that the Commission has been able to do. It's a living document and a roadmap, and then we'll have the chance as a council, as we work through and consult with our community and find out what's best and deliver value for money to make the changes that we need to make Tauranga a better place. So maybe not perfect, but it's a start, and it's a good start, and I think we should follow it to get where we need to. We've got to address how we unlock land and housing to sort out 5,000 houses. We've got to get better amenities for our people. We've got to bring life back to the city centre, and I've got to sit down because my time's up.
Okay, next up, Shelley.
So I too actually agree with the long-term plan, because part of the long-term plan, well, first of all, there was extensive community consultation, so people had their voices heard. Second, I believe that the city strategic direction, which is part of the long-term plan, that's got 5 priorities that really float my boat. Enabling housing delivery, addressing transport issues, investing in a vibrant city centre, which we've talked about those things already, improving community facilities and amenities and how we use them going forward for our diverse, increasingly diverse cultures, and protecting, really important, protecting and enhancing our environment. Limited resource, and we've got to be wise when we use it. And there's 3 ways to do that: appropriate investment, fully committed council, and council working as a team with council staff, strategic partners, regional and central government. That's how stuff gets done.
Okay, next up, Charlene.
By John's words, the long-term plan is a gift from the Commission. So for Te Ao Māori, that is a treasure. So a treasure does change hands, and that means it can evolve. So for the long-term plan, I've had a look at it. The only discrepancy that I can see so far is the additional rates paid for new communities to enhance their surroundings, i.e. their harakeke. I want to see sunset clause on that. A sunset clause that says we won't pay too much rates all the time for additional support in its surrounding, surrounding flora and fauna kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm conscious of that.
Okay, Jerry.
Yes, I do support the 10-year plan. I've actually read it. It's 400 pages long. It's detailed. It's beautifully structured. It's amazing. Every project that they've anticipated has been analysed and costed, and funding plans are put in place. It's too detailed, I think, but it is, I agree, a good roadmap. And the fundamental thing about it is, first of all, it's required by the government for every territorial authority to have a 10-year plan. But secondly, this has been subject to wide public consultation, and a lot of the public thoughts and opinions have been built into it, and I understand it's just been released again with all those modifications in. Of course, plans can change.
Your time has been used up.
Beg pardon?
You've used up your time. We've got a point of order from John.
Yeah, I raised this with Sam in a pre-meet, that if someone says something that isn't actually correct, we should have the right to call it out. The funding required by this long-term plan is not in place. There are 3 issues raised by the Audit Office, 3 significant risks with regard to funding in this long-term plan. The funding is not in place. Everyone needs to understand that. The funding isn't there. It's not in place. Thank you.
Okay, let's go on to Darren. And thanks for that, John, as from your experience as a former councillor.
I've written a heap of consultation papers and I've written a heap of submissions. And quite often when some party consults, they don't actually consult genuinely. And I think that's what's happened here with the long-term plan. It is not actually resulting from the submissions that were raised. It is not in the best interests of Tauranga City ratepayers and the community. This is a path to debt. It is a path to increased costs. It is a path to increased rates. It is not going to be a good outcome for our community if we go through this long-term plan. There are some good components, so targeted rates on those who benefit most, that's a good idea, but selling assets, so there's got to be a really good reason to sell assets. Are you going to get a better return from the investment that you make from the sales of those assets? And even the simple things like charging for the use of sports fields. What do we want our children and our youth to do? Let's get them out involved.
And Joss.
In its present form, I don't support the long-term plan because it misses out a whole lot of things. It's actually, in most of its concepts, it's already out of date when you compare it to trends that should be happening in New Zealand, and they're not. I've been to 3 or 4 regional transport meetings right back from 2018, and it's really just like being in the 1960s. They're not progressive at all. They just repeat what's been done in the past. I've put submissions, 3 or 4 submissions into the long-term plan. It didn't change anything. It didn't even get a mention of what the long-term plan is almost corporately predetermined to benefit the big multinationals. And it's not there. It's 400 pages. It should be about 4 pages of bullet points, and then the detail comes after that. Yes, the long-term plan is, I agree with what John said, and it doesn't really specify where the funding is coming from to even support it. So it's a bit of a guess.
Okay, now let's get on to hard-hitting questions. Number 2. Yes or no, do you support the establishment of Māori wards, and why? Let's kick off with Charlene.
Aye. Why? Ake. Look, I support Māori in decision-making tables. It's simple.
Joss. You're up next.
Maori wards, it's quite a new thing, so we have to see how it goes, because the way it may happen, it may benefit, or there may, and as it's been said, there's 17 different hapu here, and they're not all going to agree. So we have to give it a go, but if it doesn't work out, then we have to go to plan B, which something will work out. It's quite new, so it's important to take notice of it, but it's got to be subject to the best fit in the community and the future of Tauranga, how things are going to work out for everybody, because we're all human beings, we're sharing this planet, we're all in this together.
Okay. Darren.
I support Māori being involved in consultation and decision-making. If that's through a Māori ward and that's the best way of doing it, then by all means. I have no objection whatsoever to Māori wards. However, is that the best way of getting full community consultation and involvement from Māori? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe there is a better way. Maybe there is some way of actually working with all the hapu in the region, as opposed to just one representative who's been elected under the Māori ward.
John.
Oh, it's nice to get a second bite of this one. I think that's exactly where I sit. I think there is a better way of doing it than a single Māori ward. I come back to it. When I was first on council, 2013, I sat in a committee called the TCC-TWC, so the Tangata Whenua Collective and TCC. There were 6 councillors and 6 representatives of Tangata Whenua. We had good discussions, right? But what there was a diversity of opinion, and if you know the history of this city and you know the 3 primary iwi of this city, you will know they don't always agree. Ngāti Ranganui, Ngaitarangi, Ngāti Pūkenga, they're not always in the same place. You need to listen to all 3, and if you've only got one person representing Maori ward, I don't think you've got the necessary diversity of voices from the Te Ao Māori. Yeah, so there's a better way. Māori ward isn't it.
Shelley.
So I support the Māori ward because I think we've still got a long way to go, and I think this is sort of part of that journey. So for me, just on the legal side, Māori wards are one avenue through which councils can uphold their responsibilities, statutory obligations under Te Tiriti o Waitangi to include Māori in decision making. But what I do have an issue with is people talking about Māori, about what Māori want or how Māori decide or how Māori can't agree. And I actually have an issue with that, because if we get out there and engage, I think the question is, what do you think about this? What do you want? That's really the voice at the table, not just having a seat at a table.
Okay, Kevin. Yes. No, that's the next one.
Look, I'm not Māori, and you know, for me, I'm not sure what right I have to say what is of significance to Māori or what isn't. And really, I'd like to consult and ask and find out from the Māori, the iwi, the hapu of this area, how they think the Te Awanui ward is going to benefit them and their people and their voice. I think that's an important question to ask. But I will say we've got a unique situation in Tauranga over the next 4 years because we have the Te Awanui ward as part of the council. And so we all need to get to work together. We need to debate, share ideas, and that's natural as part of democracy, that we have opposing views and that we respect each other's views and we work again for the best interests of the city. And so we have a unique situation, and I hope we take it by the horns and do the best we have with it, and we get the best results as a group of 10 for the community.
Okay, Bevan.
Look, I think it's an important seat to have, right? I mean, it's an important lens to have a clear understanding of this land that we borrow from our children, right? We have the capacity to be able to go out and fish, with the capacity to be able to go to schools, go to these sports and shared facilities, but let's put a cultural lens on that, and like, what can we do in our designs for community facilities, or what can we do in our language, and how do we get from Bethlehem to the Mount Maunganui? If we want to be able to engage internationally and to be able to share sort of Māori views of what we stand as New Zealand, and if we can support the Māori youth and try and enable them to know how to use these facilities, to know how to share their language, yeah, I mean, absolutely, it'll be a nice lens to have. I mean, I support John's idea about trying to uplift the youth in our communities. I mean, it's fantastic. It's a nice way to be innovative, be entrepreneur, look at what we can utilize on the land to drive economy. I'll speak more to it later. Thank you.
Okay, and Jerry.
I personally do not support the establishment of Maori wards. Most of the issues are about planning or finance and so on, but that's a personal view. What I would support would be, I think, a referendum to settle that matter. That's all I need to say.
Okay, thank you for that. Now let's get on to hard-hitting question number 3. How will you ensure the voices of young people who often are at work or school during public meetings have their voices heard in local government decisions? I haven't quite, I'll just refresh the list. John, you get to go up first.
I think this question was answered quite well by Greg Brownless at a meeting we had, might have been at Welcome Bay Community Centre. I think a youth council is a good idea. And we used to have one, and now we don't have it anymore, and I don't know why that is. I don't know why the Commission didn't support a youth council. Perhaps someone could ask Anne, or maybe she's already in Sussex looking after her cottage. Well, maybe someone needs to email her. That's certainly one way of doing it. I think you've got to avoid being patronising. The other thing I think we need to do is we need to get into civics in schools. We need to start taking civics education to schools, because in my experience, most people don't understand the relationship that they have with local government, with regional government, and with central government. And because they don't understand that, some of them have expectations that are not met, they get disenchanted, and that's one of the reasons we have the voting turnout we have. We're going to struggle to get 50% in this election. And that's an indictment on everybody responsible for civics, from central government right down to local government. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Kevin.
I suppose if I'm involved in the council, really we are here for the future, for the young people of Tauranga. What we do over the next 4-10 years is going to set up better lives for our kids. So that's a really important thing. I think for young children to be involved, I think education through school and getting them more interested in their local body politics and their environment and their community, ways that they can serve, and generally raising that awareness amongst younger people will help them want to be involved. And I think that's a big part of it. A lot of children, younger people, are at a different stage and age of their life. And so ways we can enable that. I think using the digital media and using other avenues as well to connect and give them opportunities if they're at work or at school, to connect to the meetings, to listen, to be part of it if they're interested, to help them choose the path of community service earlier and be part of the future of the city. Thank you.
Jules.
Young people, they are at a stage of life where they're busy in a different sphere of their thinking. They're getting on with life, they're wondering what to do, and they're aware of things that are happening in the community, but it's not their prime focus. But one thing that's they're very focused on and they're very worried about is how the future of the world and the livability of the world is going to affect the sustainability and the climate. I went on the big march, climate change march in 2019, when they went through the central city in CBD and that, and they had a big rally, and I gave quite an address to them. So they are aware in that respect, and they expect us older people or seniors, senior to them, to think of them in our actions and decisions that cater for the future, because we were once young, and our people in front of us, they were wanting the world to be a better place for us, and now it's our turn. It's everybody's turn, everybody's responsibility to ensure that our future is sustainable.
Jerry.
I have been campaigning by doing a lot of door knocking, and so I've spoken to a lot of young people, and the impression I'm getting from those people that they're interested, they're aware, they want to vote, they're asking good questions. I'm not sure what the answer to this question is. People need to understand that young people are interested in local affairs as much as anyone. How will we ensure that the voices of young people have their voices heard? I think they're quite capable of earning that themselves.
Okay, Charlene.
One day we're going to have young people come into local government between the ages of 18 and above, and when they do, we support them and we wrap around them and we say thank you for participating. But that is going to happen, and I'm really glad that John said something that we agree on. I'm fully supportive for a youth committee at Tauranga City Council.
Okay, Darren.
Yeah, I agree with John and Charlene. I think we need more youth representation and some kind of avenue for youth to be able to actually communicate better with council. I've got 3 young adults, and one of them is actually interested vaguely in politics, and 2 couldn't care less. So we've got these young adults that are the youth of today. They're the adults. They're the future of our city. They're the future of our country. And we need to ensure that they have a vibrant, affordable, sustainable society, and we need to consider how what we do now is going to actually benefit them for the long term.
Okay, Shelley.
So it's kind of interesting because we go about youth, so they're a group over there, but we've actually got 6 generations now in our increasingly diverse society. We've now got Gen Alpha, who are probably about maybe 10 years old right now. So we all live in families, and some families actually have all 6 generations. The thing that's the through line in terms of all of the generations, they do want a deeper relationship with council. So how do you do that? the through line again is technology. So meeting each of those groups where they're at and whatever is comfortable for them. So most of the generations want something simple and easy, because I don't think any generation has actually said, yeah, give me the hardest way to contact you and I'll run with that. So every generation wants simple and easy engagement and ways to connect. And the other issue that I feel is if councillors could maybe do some mentoring program, because our council should represent how our society looks, and it would be great to have some younger people on council.
And Bevan.
Thank you. Look, I'm a sports manager of a hockey team. So I pick them up from school and take them from Bethlehem to Blake Park. We got to mentor the captains. So there's an idea out there of how can we enable captains, first captains, second captains, or even sports captains to be able to stand up in a camera setting like this, or be able to share their view of the game, to be able to speak on as a captain on behalf of a team, right? So how can we enable those type of opportunities for them? If the Rainbow community can be able to share that, to be able to understand it with their communities. I mean, I'd like to see us sort of find ways of enabling training and governance. How can we get more voices to be able to understand what it means to be a board member or a president, or a secretary? So how can we establish that so they can learn? The volunteer sector is such a significant space. It's always difficult to try and find a succession plan and find leaders to come and step into that. So, I mean, youth can start in that position. So.
Thank you for that, and I certainly can definitely relate to that. As my first time voting in 2010, I knew the voting system STV, but I had no clue who the hell was the positions below the mayor. So I know exactly what it is about civics. We need to teach people more, and ironically, I'm now running a show that literally helps provide that information out there, including, how to do STV for voting. That's something I've been doing was at least 12 years now. So it's for me, it's second nature, but I do know different areas have different things going on there. So now let's get time for closing statements. Candidates get 1 minute for that. Charlene, you get to be first on that list.
Papa, not Zeta Papa. Anyway, that's all good. Vote for me, Bethlehem, because I've knocked on your door, because I've dropped off a pamphlet, and because you know what I'm about. It's a beautiful thing to actually sit here amongst people that love Bethlehem as much as I do. And I don't have to be at their back doorstep to actually love Bethlehem. We are an awesome place. And, vote for me, number one. Come.
Okay, Bevan.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming. It's a bit cold in here, but I think we had sort of greater facilities that we're always invested in, so we can do opportunities like that and share spaces like this together. I think we can do that more, whether it's through a cultural lens, or whether it's through a sports club, or whether it's just for faith, to celebrate this hall as a church service. I mean, it's all great. So can we have more spaces like Bethlehem Hall that we can integrate into our schools? Can we integrate into the CBD experience? Can we integrate into other wards? Yeah, sure. I'd love to invite other wards to come and share this facility, and I think that's good. That's good for us. So we can share ideas, we can be innovative, we can talk about our issues, and then we can solve these long-term planning for our children together.
Shelley. Yeah, I know. It gets around here quite quick tonight. Microphone.
My professional life has been long and varied. For most of my career, I was a senior executive for multi-billion-dollar companies, and one role had a portfolio of $500 million to manage. When I left corporate, so what does that mean? It means leadership and financial acumen. When I left corporate, I went back to university. I did a Bachelor of Social Science, and then I started a Master's. While I was there, I actually ended up tutoring, as well as was the first person appointed to do Māori student development. What does that mean? Well, it means that I can think. I've been a business owner. What does that mean? It means I get the challenges for business. And in the last 2 years, I did census field testing, managed teams for Census Live. I did the general elections out at Te Puna, and I also then decided to go and do secondary school supervision. So none of those roles I'd ever done before, so I'm up for the challenge of a new role. And probably because I'm going to be running out of time, I just wanted to say I've had a lot of awards, but that simply means I've had the intellect and the capacity to do the councillor role to a high standard, and you deserve nothing less.
Okay, next up, Jos.
I've been a civil engineer for quite a lot of my career, but I was brought up on a farm, so I've got a broad spectrum of how society works in the country, in the cities, and in urban areas, suburban areas, and that. And with that experience, it gives you a very good basis of making judgments. And of course, life experiences count for a lot of that. One thing we've got to realise in Tauranga, one of the most expensive forms of human habitation is urban sprawl, and that is one thing we've got to fix. In a growing city, accommodation, housing and transportation are vital elements to make a city run smoothly and be attractive for people coming to the city. I have a vision, and it's not outrageous, it's been done in other places of the world which we can copy. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's perfectly possible. We can do it. We must.
Okay, next up, Darren.
We've had the commissioners in charge for too long. We have the opportunity now to restore democracy to Tauranga and make a new start. We need a council that is solutions focused, that is willing to work together for the best outcomes for Tauranga. Please make sure you vote. Please make sure you vote wisely. Please use your 1, 2, 3, 4 ranking system for your single transferable vote. Just go out and vote. Vote for me. Vote 1 for me, vote 2 for me, vote 3 for me. I actually don't care, but please vote. And if you can vote for me, that would be just great. But I am solutions focused. I am committed to prudent financial management, and I am committed to making infrastructure a positive outcome for Tauranga. A vote for me is a vote for positive change, a vote for a vibrant, affordable and sustainable city.
Jerry.
I thought there would be better questions tonight. I'm sorry. Questions about the 10,000 shortfall in the housing stock. Questions about the cost of compliance. Some compliance costs are very high. About pollution. And my solution of pollution is to plant 100,000 trees as carbon capture. About sea level change, about climate change. Nevertheless, I have enjoyed the session. Thanks very much. It's in the ballot. I congratulate you. Thanks very much. But I have enjoyed it. Civic matters to me are enjoyable. That is why I want to join this council. I want to be on this council. I enjoy it.
Okay, Kevin.
Firstly, like I said at the start, I've raised 5 children here with my wife Michelle, and we love the city. I really want to be part of shaping Tauranga's future. I want to be part of making this a city that my children want to come back to and live. And I'm a bit selfish. I don't want to go too far to raise my grandchildren. I want them to be here. I want this to be an awesome city that we're all really, really proud of. It's good. We can get better. My background, my life's been in sport, high performance sport. I want to contribute to a really functional, collaborative team environment that makes decisions and for the best of the city. We can't be plagued by the past. We can't have this indecisive group of people. We have to be a unified group. So the teamwork side for me is really, really critical. And I want to work my butt off for the people of Bethlehem, the people of Tauranga, to make this city better. It's really simple. And I want to use my business, my background in farming and business to really make sure that the decisions we do make are well considered and they make sense for us to grow this community smartly and in the right frame with the right use of our money. Thank you.
And John.
Yeah, thanks, Herb. I nearly got a full range of zeros. You're the only person that actually mentioned Bethlehem, just. I'm standing here to be a ward councillor for Bethlehem. So what I will do is I will advocate for Bethlehem. I've raised the issues already. We have issues about what's happening with intensification here. We have 3 significant blocks of land that plans are being made to put housing on, but I don't see commensurate investment being promised to the Bethlehem ward with regard to our roading systems. And I do think there's a legitimate question for the people of Bethlehem to ask council with regard to the level of, or the lack of amenity that there is here in Bethlehem. The first and foremost role we have as advocates, as Bethlehem ward councillors, is to advocate for our ward. Above that, we have an obligation to make decisions in the best interest of the city, now and into the future. What I bring is experience and a skill set and a commitment to Bethlehem and our city. Thank you.
And just for those out there, STV is the single transferable vote. In order to be the final top winner on the last iteration, that candidate has to have at least 50% of the vote plus 1. Your second and third and fourth and fifth preferences are very important when it comes to voting, because that will shape who ends up becoming the top candidate. And that's the joys about single wards. Who's in the top role will have on the last iteration at least 50% of the vote plus 1. So thank you that, and thank you for all the candidates here tonight for being the first Tauranga City Councils It's in the Ballot show. It's quite a brave thing to sit there and do, and as I can see here, there are other candidates sitting in the audience, and I can tell you only 2 candidates who are standing in this local bodies have actually been on It's in the Ballot, so it's, you know, it's really good actually having that. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Can I also sit there and thank Ian, Ray, Nick, and Stacey for making the show happen both here in studio and remotely from Wellington. It's not easy doing that. And can I thank the audience for being a part of the show tonight, for being here. Thank you for giving us a full room. Feels like a full room, and met some brilliant people here. So it's definitely on that. We will be having, we've got 3 shows tomorrow, so this is going to be quite intriguing. We've got all at the Mauao Community Centre. At 1 p.m. we'll have the Arataki Ward. At 4 p.m. Now, I stand to be corrected, as Mauao, Mount Maunganui Ward. I might have that wrong, just because the first section I'm not exactly sure how it's meant to be said. And then for the third show at 7 p.m. we've got the Mauao Award, so it's going to be a interesting set of day going out tomorrow, but it'll be the first time we've done 3 shows in one day and trialing out the approach, but it's definitely worth it. And yes, if you want to sit there and do it. Now, just a little bit of a note, It's in the Ballot Productions is a unincorporated non-profit, so every small dollar donation goes a long way. You can donate on our, you can join our Patreon on there. I think, Stacey, you can also flash up our bank account number down on the screen there if you want to sit there and donate there. There's also on Eventbrite, you can do the donation tickets. They can sit there and go for there. And for those who are in here, yeah, cash, or we do have the FOSS machine from being here as well here tonight, since I've got 2 of them. So one's come up on the road with me while the other one's back in Wellington trying to sit there and bring me in some sales. So thank you for that. And we will see everyone back here at 1 p.m. Well, not here, at Mauao Community Centre at 1 p.m. And anyone who's here, well, come along and join in. It's a very good time being here, and I very much appreciated everyone coming here tonight. So thanks for watching for those who are online and those here in studio. You have a good evening.
All right. You're back with Nick. I'd just like to introduce our question host tonight. We have Brody across the room here. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thank you, Nick. Kia ora koutou, ko Brody tōku ingoa. Brody is my name. No kōtirana o Kutupuna. My ancestors hail from Scotland. However, I'm born and raised in the beautiful Tauranga Moana. pleasure to be with you this evening once I figure out which camera to look into. Here we are. Thank you, Nick.
You're welcome. All right, we have 4 lovely candidates in studio with us tonight. Would you please be able to introduce yourself, starting with closest to me?
Kia ora, I'm Heidi Hughes and I'm running in the Mount ward.
Kia ora, I'm Jen Schooler, Jen for Mount.
Greetings, Michael O'Neill. A vote for me is a vote for change, the voice you deserve.
Kia ora, Garth Matheson.
All right. Well, let's get on to the questions. Nope. I'm sorry. This is my first time doing it. You will have to bear with me, and please, a little tenderness.
How long do we have for stage?
You have 1 minute. All right. So opening statements. Again, we'll start closest to me and work our way down.
Hi, I'm Heidi. I'm a mother of 2. My kids have grown up in the Mount. I love this place. I love Tauranga. I'm really interested in the way that we can build an inclusive city that is that has good multimodal transport and that has really good communities for our future kids.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Kia ora, I'm Jen Schooler. I grew up in Tauranga and I live in the Mount currently. I've had 35 years of commercial experience across horticulture and banking and diplomacy. I want to bring those capabilities to the council table in Tauranga. I love the city. I want Tauranga to be the best place to live and work and learn and play. But we've got some challenges amongst the wonderful opportunities. So I think strong engagements and really good relationships are really important. We want diversity of thinking and person. And I believe that I can bring real capability to the board table for the council, great financial skills, and I'm seeking your vote. Vote Jen Schooler for the Mount.
Thank you,
Kia
Jen.
ora, Michael O'Neill, a long-term Mount resident. At the heart of my campaign are 3 principles for good governance: inclusiveness, engaging with your community and taking them with you; social cohesion, embracing diversity; and simple common sense. I bring to the role extensive leadership experience from professional and voluntary basis, positions held at national, regional and local levels, significantly 12 years of elected representation as a community board chair and councillor. Still active, I'm currently president of the Mount Maunganui Ratepayers Association. I chair a regional statutory committee. I'm a Justice of the Peace and I continue a lifelong commitment to surf lifesaving. A vote for me is a vote for change, the voice you deserve.
Excellent. Michael.
Garth Matheson. I'm a lawyer, a naval officer and a community activist. Now I'm running to save Tauranga for ratepayers and community organisations. Between 2003 and 2009, I was the chairman of the Tauranga Millennium Track Trust that raised the finance and built the world-class athletic track that the commissioners want to demolish. And this is how I got involved in local body politics. And of course, I've grown as time has gone on. The commissioners have been an absolute disaster. They've wasted or proposed to waste over $1 billion on an infrastructure program in the Te Papa ward. Now, the CBD failed there not because there was not enough money invested in it. That's absolute nonsense. It was failed because there was no demand for it anymore. Technology and shopping centres made the CBD redundant. It's going to be a financial bottomless pit if the long-term plan is not stopped. And that, to me, is the key issue. Do you support the long-term plan or not?
Thank you for that. Now, I need to add there are 2 candidates who were not able to make it today, and we're not entirely sure why. That is, they were meant to remotely come in. That is Teresa Nichols and Jacqueline Poynton. All right. Next, we have questions you think you might ask after tonight's show. Number 1. Will the shopping mall hours of trade be soon brought to the freestanding street across cafes of Mount Maunganui. How many extra cameras will it take to make Mount Maunganui ward in the ballot show work? And third, will voters be able to distinguish between Mount Maunganui and Matua Otamutai wards, even when Google Maps? Thank you very much there, Sam. All right. Now, let's get on to the questions. I have a random list here. So let us start with Heidi. Would you like to choose a box number?
3.
Ka pai, te pātau tuatahi mō koutou. The first question for you all, letter R, reads, what qualifications do you hold that would qualify you for councillor, and what skills have you got that ensure you will perform well as a councillor? Thank you, candidates.
Kia ora, I have a degree in Parks and Recreation Management, and I have a postgrad in Sustainable Practice. And I also have experience in local government, and I understand the local government system very well. I'm on 2 charitable trust boards and have participated in a lot of different advocacy groups over the years in the issues of pollution in our local community, in the issues around multimodal transport and trying to get better outcomes, and I do a lot of environment work. Kia ora.
Thank you. Garth.
Okay, well, I have a 38 years experience as a lawyer, 31 in my own practice.
Garth, would you like to choose a box number?
Oh, I've got to choose a box number, sorry.
Yes.
All right. Choose box number, say 10.
We have the reference on to the sheet.
Yes.
What can I provide, sir?
The number on the card, which you've already been filling.
Ka pai. So our second question for you, the card number is M, and the question reads, what is your strategic vision for Tauranga City? i.e., what will the city look like in 10 to 15 years' time?
Okay, my strategic vision for the city is completely different from that from the commissioners. My strategic vision for the city is it is an interlocking community of villages. Just look at the geography, harbours, peninsulas, the main parts of the city, i.e. the Tauranga Te Papa Ward and Mount Maunganui. They have 3 sides have got water around them. It's impossible to create New York City in either of those. There'll never be an underground railway. What we have to do is recognise that. I see the main road coming through from State Highway 29, along Takitumu Drive, across the bridge, along Hewlett's Road and Totara Street, and out to the south to the expressway. And all else is just interconnecting villages off that. Always we've got to remember that Aotearoa New Zealand is the quarter-acre, half-gallon pavlova paradise. We don't want to be putting people, jamming people. You can cross your head as much as you like, mate, putting them in apartments. Okay? We want people having the quarter-acre, half-gallon pavlova paradise. That's my vision for the city.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Jen.
I'll have number 6, please.
Kia ora, Jen. Your partai reads, letter B, your partai reads, Aotearoa New Zealand has a population represented by over 1,500 ethnicities, cultures and social identities. Studies have shown that diverse and inclusive societies both increase well-being and economic growth. How would you actively improve Tauranga Moana's sense and celebration of its diverse society? Thank you, Jen.
A diverse community is really important, and I think it's a challenge that it's not just Tauranga that has this challenge. If you look up what other cities and councils have done, We need to engage better with our minorities. We need to recognise those different cultures because they bring so much life to a city. We actively, as part of the Local Government Act, we do need to support a social environment, a positive social environment for a community, and that's about diversity and understanding what other people are feeling. I think we need to get out of in the community more and really look at those, at how we can celebrate different music, food, ethnic cultures in festivals, but also around the board, around the council table. So it's really important that we do recognise. I'm not sure how many of the 1,500 that we actually have in Tauranga, but I'm strongly supportive of being open, because diverse views are actually increase the conversation and improve the conversation. in my view.
Thank you very much. And Michael.
17.
Kia ora Michael, tēnei tō pātai. This is your question, letter S. As a retiree, it would be nice to be able to visit. This is not speaking in the first person here. As a retiree, it would be nice to be able to visit a local cafe later than 1 p.m. if I want food, or 2 p.m. in general when they all seem to close for the day. What initiatives would you offer and implement to encourage cafes in the Mount area to stay open later? And if they require additional funding, how would you fund them?
In my view, this is actually beyond the role of local government. It's more about private enterprise, and I suppose at the end of the day, council's job is to encourage private enterprise to be innovative and to get out there and market themselves. It's a funny question, I think, for this particular ballot. As I say, it's about private industry, private enterprise, and them making their go at things.
Thank you. All right, next random order. We're starting with Michael.
A random order?
Yep, I've randomized it again.
Another one. Let's go with 7.
Thank you, Michael. Your question reads, letter Q. Shortly, Tauranga City Councillors will be asked to approve a proposal for the installation of rainbow street art in the CBD. The aim of the project is to celebrate our rainbow community, acknowledge our wider diversity, and improve the vibrancy of our CBD. Would you vote?
What question is that one?
Letter Q.
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 Yep.
Ka pai. Shortly, Tauranga City Councillors will be asked to approve a proposal for the installation of rainbow street art in the CBD. The aim of the project is to celebrate our rainbow community, acknowledge our wider diversity, and improve the vibrancy of our CBD. Would you vote in favour of the proposal, and if not, why not?
Actually, I'm quite pleased you asked this question. I've got a prepared answer, but I'll speak off the cuff. I have a background with the NZTA as their behaviour change analyst and safety coordinator, and it's a lot of research points to the fact that if you normalise road signs and normalise the expectations drivers have on the road, then you get the best outcomes for safety. In this instance, what they're asking us to do is something that's a bit abnormal. Put a crossing in that people won't recognise as a crossing. Therefore, I don't deem it to be a safe initiative. I think personally that there are better ways for them to celebrate their diversity. I encourage diversity, but when it comes down to road safety, I draw a line, and that's mainly because of my background with the NZTA agency and my experience in road safety initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Garth. Oh, Garth. Yes, you're up.
25.
25.
What leader?
Letter Y for you, Garth. Being on council requires reading, comprehending and analysing complex information, including financial, statistical and regulatory information. What background and skills will you bring to the reading and numbers requirements?
Button card.
I've been a lawyer for 38 years, 31 of those on my own account. I've had 2 staff members who've been with me for decades, so They're pretty pleased with the way I treat them. I work well with other people. I was the officer in charge of the Naval Reserve Unit here until recently. I've done 2 military overseas deployments, plus multiple military and military exercises, both domestic and international. And then, of course, I was the chairman of the Tauranga Millennium Track Trust. That was a voluntary group that built the athletic track at the Domain. We raised $1.7 million over 6 years, constructed it, world-class athletic track. So I work well with people, no problem, but I've also got the initiative and the background to be able to deal with complex problems, understand accounts, and et cetera, et cetera. Cheers.
Thank you. Heidi?
Sorry, I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yes, go right ahead.
Can we have the right question up, please? We've still got the rain.
Oh, so, all right, and this was question number, letter? Y for Yankee, thank you.
Right, okay. So I'm a fellow chartered accountant. I have been reading numbers for a long time. I like numbers. I do believe we've got rates of about 263 million that come in each year. We've got assets of about 7.6 billion, and around the council table, they need to be discussed. I know that I've got really good experience. I was, as treasurer of Zespri, I had to do a $250 million loan every year, and dealt with 600 million of foreign exchange each year. And I believe that's really important to be able to make sure that the council is providing the councillors and the mayor with the right numbers for us to make governance decisions.
Thank you. All right. Heidi?
8.
Question 8 is letter O for Oscar. Heidi, do you support the revitalisation of our city centre / CBD?
Yes, I do. I do support the revitalisation of a CBD. I believe that we're investing for future generations, and I think that museums and libraries are incredibly important spaces, not only for recording our past, but also for there being places for people to go and families to go. I have incredibly fond memories of my kids being able to spend time in libraries and in museums when I lived in Auckland with them when they were very, very little. And they're hugely important spaces, and I'm really excited about the opportunity we have to revitalise our CBD.
Thank you, Heidi. Next, Jen.
1.
Lucky number 1.
Kia ora, Jen. Letter P for Te Papa. If you are elected into council, will you support the Tauranga Commissioner's strategy, direction and long-term plan? Yes or no?
I will support the long-term plan. I don't believe it's the Commissioner's plan because a lot of engagement went into it. A lot of work goes into it from the council. But it's a plan, so it's active, it's live. We have to stay solvent as a city. We have to be able to make sure that we can deliver projects. So we do have to, a new council will have to understand priorities. There's new feedback from their own communities that need to come in. I 100% believe the city needs a 10-year plan, but it is a plan. We need to review it. We need to look at the numbers, and we need to make sure we deliver. But we also need to say, let's think about what makes Tauranga a city we want to live in, because we want people to want to live here, to want to work here, and to want to play here.
We have a button.
Yep.
First, two buttons. Garth.
Okay, no, I oppose the long-term plan, and I want it repealed and replaced. The citizens of this city cannot afford a 164% rate increase over the next 10 years, nor can they afford the public debt be increased from 1 billion to 3 billion after the commissioners have already doubled it from 550 million to 1 billion. So I totally oppose it. And John Robson and I are running public meetings about this next week as to why the long-term plan must be repealed and replaced, and we welcome you all to come to them.
Yeah, so my answer is, look, I don't agree with the LTP as it stands. It does need amending. Love or hate what the commissioners have achieved, it's actually now time to move forward. take the lessons of what has transpired, build a new momentum to continue growing our city, aligned with agreed local opinions and expectations. Balancing these is the challenge for the future governors.
Thank you very much. All right, next random order, Jen.
21.
Thank you, Jen. Easy one right out front. J for Juliet is our question. Are you prepared to support unpopular but necessary levels of rates increases in order to ensure the financial viability of the council, instead of voting for lower rates increases in the interest of your own re-election prospects at the expense of future councils being able to fund infrastructure, maintenance and upgrades?
There has been significant lack of investment in Tauranga for a long time. We do need to invest in the city. We've had amazing growth, but we do need to make sure that that growth is sustainable. We need to invest in the infrastructure, in the transport, in the housing, and the water. We need to make sure we're sustainable economically, environmentally, and socially. So I believe we do need to make sure we're investing, and yes, that may well be a rate increase, and that has been forecast in the long-term plan. But we also need to look at it and say, are we getting value out of what the council itself is delivering? 1,200 people in that council, are they delivering value for your rate to the ratepayers? And we need to make sure that we are balancing to make sure we're getting delivery, but we've got a great city to live in going forward.
Thank you very much. Michael.
Is 14 available? I've got a different alignment of questions, the same questions, but
box numbers have nothing to do with what's on the sheets.
no, I know that, but my numbers are different, and my alphabet letters are different.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I've got for your
Good shuffling.
for your number 14 question F. Yes or no? Do you support the establishment of Māori wards? Do you support the Treaty of Waitangi? Why? That's the question as written.
To all of those things, yes, I do support the Treaty of Waitangi. I have a number of academic qualifications understanding the issues that Māoris face in studies that I've done at academic levels. But as far as a Māori ward, I just see that as just another ward. By my choice of where I live determines how I can vote in the electric ward that I vote in. So effectively, by choosing where I live determines whom I can vote for. Māori choose to go on the electoral roll, so they choose to elect a representative from that role, from that ward. Simple. I don't see any difference to what they choose to what I choose.
Thank you very much. Garth.
Can I have box number 28?
Question 28 for you, Garth. Letter X. The previous council was not functional. What qualifications and what approach do you bring as a team player? Ideally, not your capabilities as a leader, emphasizing your qualities as a team player more than a leader.
Well, I had a similar question before. My qualities as a team player, I think that I do have good relationships with people, as I said before. I've had my two secretaries for decades, and we all get along well together. In respect of my career, both in the Navy and also as in community organisations such as the Tauranga Millennium Track Trust, I've always had good relationships with people, and we've always been very productive in what we've achieved.
Thank you very much. Heidi, your choice.
Number 11.
Number 11 is question A. What political party are you linked to?
I don't have any affiliations with a political party for this candidate role.
Nice and easy.
I feel like local government needs to work with all parties, to be honest, and I think it's important that we're prepared to work with everybody.
All right. Next order, we have Garth.
27.
Question 27, Garth, letter K. In regards to the Plan 33 change for residential density around the city, where do you stand on the changes?
I'm totally opposed to the changes. I've had experience as a lawyer, of course, when one of the big developments was done. It must have been done about 10, 15 years ago. They put an apartment building up along Maunganui Road. Clients go in there, and of course, the basement, they dug into the sand, and the basement floor lifted 2 centimetres in a couple of weeks, and concrete blocks had to be put down on it. Building on sand is very difficult. Not only that, we don't have the infrastructure there to be able to cope with the type of buildings that be built there, and that includes the stormwater as well as the roading, obviously. And the other important factor with this is that people at the Mount don't want it. It's going to ruin the character of the Mount. So I totally oppose that.
Thank you. Heidi.
Oh, we're back. That was quick.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Well, it is very quick when there are 4 of you.
Yeah. 15.
Question letter L. Do you support the proposed CBD stadium?
No, I don't support the CBD stadium. I think that there has been a significant investment already into the CBD. I think that we've got so many priorities that we need to do in this city, and a lot of them are functional priorities around water, transport, and housing. And I think that at this time and potentially into the future, it creates a lot of traffic, and a lot of people need to come into a very constrained area. So I'm not even sure whether that's the right location for it.
We have a
yes, I absolutely support the stadium. I was one of the leaders of the opposition and the protest movement in respect of the stadium, and a speaker at both the protest and the public meeting. Now, the stadium started in 2015 as a proposal by business people for $25 million. The cost of it now is $280 million. We'll also run it at a loss of $15 million a year for a couple of rugby games and 2 concerts. Absolutely, I absolutely oppose it, and I think any sensible person would. There's no parking for 15,000 people. I pointed that out to Ann Tolley, and she told me people were going to come on buses.
Thank you. Michael.
30.
Oh, ready to go.
Go to the top. Is there 30?
28.
Huh?
28.
We don't have a number 20.
Oh, okay.
Next at 28.
That'll do.
No, I did that one.
I did you?
26 is our highest remaining.
That'll do.
Number 26 now, letter U. Are you able to pronounce Tauranga correctly, and are you familiar with the local iwi and hapu in our city?
Tauranga, as in Tauranga. Yes, I can pronounce most Māori pronunciations appropriately and properly. The second part was, am I familiar with the local iwi? I'm very familiar with. In fact, I've done a lot of work around marae on this side of the city, not so much over on the Bethlehem side. I ran a program taking murals into the wharekai of all the Western Bay murals, marae on this side around Te Puke and around that area. Have a long history of an association with them. Understand their needs and their drivers. So confident that, yes, I do appreciate and understand where Māori are coming from and what they want. I have a son-in-law who's also very strong in his Māori heritage. My daughter works for the Māori Affairs Department in Wellington, so quite up to date with those things, as obviously they're conversations we have at home a lot.
Now, just quickly, I'd like to go off script, and I'd like to take whack at the first part of that question. Tauranga.
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 Yeah.
All right.
As
I
in,
learned. Yeah.
How you think you toe?
Excellent. All right.
Kia ora, I'll just speak in with a slight correction there for the record, if I may. If we look at the phonetics there, we have, and if there are others in the room with the Mātauranga, then I invite you to speak up. But my understanding is that the full name of Tauranga is Te Tauranga Ngā Waka, meaning the safe anchoring place of waka, given that we have our beautiful harbour Te Awanui. So in this case, the correct pronunciation is Tauranga, and Tauranga is halfway there. Kia ora koutou.
Thank you for that. Always good to learn something new. All right, Jen.
Number 2. Kia pai, Jen, your partai reads, your question is letter I. Do you wish to promote or delay public transport measures for Tauranga?
I absolutely support public transport in Tauranga. I believe as a growing city, we need to offer public transport. It is not good enough yet. I think we need to absolutely look at why we've got the regional council and the city council, one owning the infrastructure and one managing the public transport. I believe public transport should be an alternative method, but I think we also should be promoting cycling, ferries, walking, and those three things, and public transport. And I think we've been talking about improving these great big yellow buses going past with no people. We really need to improve that. I also know from talking to people that use the buses that they don't get asked when the routes change, and they need to get asked because they're the ones that are impacted. So we need to make sure we've got public transport on the routes that people will use them.
Heidi, you have a button.
I have a button. I also agree that we need public transport and all forms of multimodal transport to make our transport system work for us and for our city. I'm a big fan of using our harbour. We've got a beautiful harbour. It's an amazing way to travel. It's really, there's lots of opportunity there to get ferries going. I'd love to see small flexible bus services to work for. We've got a very complex array of roading and isthmuses around our community. Be really nice to see a small flexible bus service work, and I'd really love to see intercity rail to Auckland. I think there's lots of opportunity for us to really advocate for that. It would connect us to Hamilton and to Auckland and make a big difference.
Thank you. I know that our usual host, Sam, would agree with you completely. He is a man who loves his rail. All right.
Train spotter.
That is. Okay, next order, we have Michael.
I'm going to go for number 13.
Ooh, lucky number. We'll find out.
Thank you, Michael. This is question T. Given the overwhelming empirical evidence showing that sprawl costs the public purse, ratepayers, way more than intensive urban development, for example, the OECD show it triples the cost of public services, will you agree to contain the city boundaries as they are to encourage the city to go up instead of out?
See, I don't have that question.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what happened there. Do you want to give it a go off the cuff?
This is probably too important to go off the cuff.
All right, well, you can defer if you like. Even to someone who's not here.
It's question. Hang on a minute.
Or maybe it's yes.
Okay, yeah. No, essentially this denies choice. I do adhere to the mantra that growth has to pay for growth, and it must not be at a ratepayer's cost. I can see the attraction to the developer with intensive urban development. If we take them out, though, with limited and extremely expensive land options, how will intensification improve the well-being of the residents, given the ingress and egress problem is already at maximum capacity, and there are no plans to improve? Indeed, quite the opposite, given the commissioners have removed Tortura Street, Hewlett's Road remediation from the LTP. On top of that, they're pushing for intensification of the mount with high-rise, more people, more cars, more vehicles, more need to come in and out. Just not going to happen.
Was there a button from Heidi?
Yes, I will butt in on that one. I believe that we do need to think really carefully about intensification. I've spent a lot of time studying what urban development, good urban design looks like. I've lived in cities overseas which function beautifully, even small towns. One of my favorite cities is a city the size of Tauranga, but you can walk 45 minutes from one side to the other, and it's vibrant and it's lively and it's full of life. So I think if we can get really good design principles and bring the community along, then we can do good design so that we can intensify our city in a way that brings the community with us. Currently, we've had incredibly bad examples of high-rise buildings in the past that have that don't give us good outcomes. So we really need to ensure that we work together with the community and with good design principles to get the best outcomes.
Thank you. All right. Next up is Garth.
Okay, let's try 25.
24 is currently
24?
Question 24, letter W. What is your plan to reduce congestion and vehicle emissions?
Okay, my plan for that, as I said before, is interlocking villages. Because if people are in their villages and not having all to rush over to the CBD, which I also said was redundant, we don't need, then you're going to have less people travelling around in cars than otherwise would be the case.
Thank you very much. All right. Heidi.
18? No, I think I might have said that already. 18, it's there. Brilliant. Might be a hit.
18 for you, Heidi, letter C. In recent years, violence directed toward Aotearoa, and in this case, Tauranga Moana's LGBTQIA community, has increased, most notably with the destruction of our community's Rainbow Youth Facility in an attack. How would you create a Tauranga Moana that actively promotes an appreciation of our diverse communities?
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important that we build a community that can that has tolerance and acceptance of all sorts of people. I think as a council, some of the best things we can do is create really beautiful and amazing bumping spaces like community centres, make them affordable so that places that people can meet. I think that we can also enable things like festivals and street art in ways that people can express what differences and commonalities they have between each other. I think there's lots of opportunity, but I'd really say that one of the biggest things is engagement and asking that of the community. What can we do for you, and what would you like to see, and see where we go from there.
Thank you. All right, Jen.
5.
Question number 5, letter M. Do you support a museum for Tauranga City?
I definitely support a museum for Tauranga City. I think one of my colleagues talked about revitalising the city centre. At the moment, the museum is planned for the city centre. We're a city. We can be easily. We should be able to talk about our history. We should have somewhere that we can see our history. It's a museum is a celebration of what has gone on in Tauranga. That can be a celebration of the diversity of what's happened in Tauranga or is happening in Tauranga. But on the other side of it, we also need to make sure that it's feasible within our sustainable financial management plan, and we need to make sure that we are having a museum that is attracting people to come to it, because we don't want to just build a museum that people don't come to.
Go ahead.
It's actually important to factor into this debate that currently our historic treasures are costing the city $1 million to keep in storage, and yet we don't get to see them. The lessons of history are important to our future. I've been on public record already as supporting this space, but not necessarily a massive museum like perhaps some are envisaging, more a space with revolving displays where treasures can be revolved and shown in different aspects and at different times. It's not to say that I support a big museum. I support a space where we can, a standalone space where we can actively present displays of the treasures that we've got locked away at the moment.
All right. Michael.
22.
Question 22 for you, Michael. Letter D. D. The most vibrant and successful cities on earth have grown societally and economically in part through abandoning concepts of homogenous societies and embracing the diversity of our populations. Aotearoa New Zealand has a population represented by over 1,500 ethnicities, cultures and social identities. How would you grow Tauranga Moana through actively celebrating all peoples who call our city home?
As I mentioned in my start, the cornerstone of my campaign calls for inclusiveness and social cohesion, enabling opportunities for connectivity, embracing diversity, and enabling all sectors of our community the opportunity to be listened to, heard. In recent years, a small handful have had the ears of the governors. We need to support and empower self-identifying communities to be genuine representatives of their place, provide capacity building and support for capacity development through appropriate policy, facilitating local place wellbeing and planning to enable these groups to spell out their needs and priorities. And in that way, people will feel that they're part of the city, they'll feel ownership over their city, and they'll feel included.
Thank you. Jen, we have a button.
A button, I just want to acknowledge that we have to recognise that diversity is great and theory of diversity is great, but we actually don't practice it that well across local councils in New Zealand. I would look at diversity in terms of the number of women that stand at elections and get in elections. And I think what I'd like to add, and I 100% agree with you, Michael, but I think we have to add, we all have to work harder at actually recognising that we probably do have some discriminatory thoughts, and we need to be better at making sure our policies are in place to make sure we are more open-minded than we currently are, because we're not all that open right now, in my view.
Nice.
Thank you. All right, Garth, you're up.
Okay, I'll have, well, you just pick a box. I don't care.
16.
That'll do.
Oh, 2 letters for this one. This is question AA. What alternative revenue streams can you suggest that the council explore to avoid raising rates by an even higher amount?
Well, the commissioners have tried to come up with ways of getting other money, and really they failed. Rates, it always falls back to the ratepayer. They're looking at selling assets, and one stage they're even going to sell the Gretton car park, and that's why we've got to change the long-term plan. There simply aren't other revenue streams you can get. There's a fantasy called the IFF, which is an Infrastructure Funding and Finance Act, which really is to get debt off the council books. But when you look at it, it's just a fraud, because in fact, while the ratepayers are the borrowers, in fact, the council get the money and then they get the money back off the ratepayers to pay. So it's really part of the debt. There really is no other way other than the ratepayers.
Thank you, Garth. Heidi.
Number 4.
Oh, you're getting through these fast.
No, it just really gets well.
Tēnei tōpasa I Heidi. H for Heidi, there you go. Do you support greater levels of intensification and the loosening of height restrictions in central areas, like that recently seen in the amended Wellington District Plan?
Yeah, this is a really I mean, obviously very topical question right now. I think that there's a lot of challenges that we have in Mount Maunganui for a start, because this is the area that we're talking about. Mount North, there's floodplains and inundation zones down there that could have future climate risks that we need to be really careful of. There's also currently, as Michael alluded to, big challenges in terms of transporting in and out of our area, and there's also massive issues with pollution from the Mount Industrial area. And currently, we've got a health report out that says, you know, we've got 13 premature deaths per year based on our health pollution. So at this stage, I would say we've got a lot of work to do to make our area safe for higher density, but also there's a lot of community engagement to do first too. And as I said before, we've really got to find out what the Mount vibe is, not just by a few certain people, but also try and get a whole lot of people in the room and really understand it.
Thank you, Heidi. All right. Looks like we have 5 left. Jen, would you like to choose?
I'll have the one closest to you.
Ngā mihi, Jen. Your question is not as easy to grab as I thought. Letter A, B. If you are elected as a councillor, will you decelerate council spending on unwanted grand projects and concentrate on vital necessary infrastructure needs, such as roading?
I think it's a loaded question because I'm not sure there is an official description of unwanted grand projects. Absolutely, I think we've all talked about the fact that we do need a plan that is financially sustainable. We also need to make sure that we're investing in our city to make Tauranga a great place to work and live and learn and play in. And I think there are certainly public amenities which I support that we have, and we've talked about a number of those. So for me, we really need to make sure that we are building the public amenities that are priority to the people of Tauranga, and for now and for the future.
Thank you, Jen. Michael.
Number 9. Thank you.
Kia ora, Michael. Your question is number G, letter G rather. Given the well-established evidence globally and within New Zealand that congestion is increased when more and bigger roads are built, and also that congestion is bad for the economy, including wages, what policies would you support to improve the mobility of residents around Tauranga City?
Gosh, this one fits really neatly because, as I mentioned, I have a background working in the planning and funding team with NZTA and was responsible for sustainable and safe travel. This is not an easy fix. Locally and indeed nationally, it's more about a cultural shift and behaviour change, which can take a generation or two to manage. Unfortunately, and in real terms, public transport in Tauranga is very new and is struggling to gain traction due to a number of mitigating factors. Poor bus infrastructure, a poorly perceived bus culture, and issues around dependability. The change will come, I believe, through global technological change, self-driven vehicles, for example. I perceive a not too distant future where we may not own our own vehicles, but use public vehicles as we do the many green scooters littered around our streets.
All right, Garth.
Okay, just pick the next box, whatever it is.
Partai E, question E for you. International studies have shown that an active appreciation of a society's diversity boosts both positive well-being and economic growth. Some might argue Tauranga City has in the past overly represented a specific demographic. How would you ensure Tauranga City Council actively reflects our whole society?
By holding a democratic election. Now, the most successful societies in the history of the world have been Western democracies, and that's because they've been based on democracy and giving everybody a vote. Now, I believe that the homeless person living at the Domain has an equal right to vote as well as me. And Western democracies have been the most successful societies politically, economically, and socially.
Thank you. Heidi.
Oh, I have to guess that one. 21? Oh my gosh, I did get, no, it wasn't 10.
23.
Oh, take 23. Yeah, I was like, wow.
So our question is letter V for you, Heidi. With a CBD that needs revitalising and a housing crisis, supply and affordability wise, how are cost savings and rate changes going to contribute to this?
It's a CBD that needs revitalising, tick, and a housing crisis, tick. Supply and affordability wise, how are cost savings and rate changes going to contribute to this? What is that?
How's it gonna solve it? I think I read it.
Right. How are cost savings rate changes going to help solve this? How cost savings and rate changes going to help solve this? I think that this is really complex. Housing supply is incredibly complex. It's going to take mass collaboration across not only Tauranga City Council, but government and developers and Kāinga Ora and a lot of different, and Māori. There's a lot of opportunity in terms of how we can create housing supply within the context of what we're dealing with at the moment. I think one of the biggest issues too is housing choice. We need a lot bigger variety of the kind of housing that we're supplying. Currently, we've got an oversupply of 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 2-garage family homes, and we don't have many small apartments, and we don't have many extended family homes. So there's a lot of work to do.
Thank you, Heidi. Now, the last box, you are going to love me. Heidi.
Yay. Yes.
Oh, me?
Oh, yeah, it's you.
Again?
It's you.
All right.
again.
I'll take it.
And I am actually randomizing it.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
Can I have a drum roll, please, from our audience for our
Last question.
Tēnei te pātau whakamutunga mo tēnei po. Our last question for the evening, letter Z. Many candidates have predetermined absolute positions on some issues. How willing are you to be persuaded how willing are you to be persuaded to take a different approach by evidence or public feedback?
Yeah, 100%. I think I must say that I was on the last council, and this is one of the biggest things that we can do is to not sit in prescribed positions, because once you get on to council, you've got so much more information that you need to work with that when you thought you knew what you knew before you came on can be a lot different when you've actually got all the information in front of you. So you need to be really prepared to back changing your position, to work with the community around you. You've got 11 people at the table who represent all of the community as well. And we've also got 160,000 people. And in my view, together we know more. So the more that we are prepared to listen and adjust our views based on evidence and based on engagement, the better we will do, and the more that we'll be able to have an inclusive and functional council team.
Thank you for that, Heidi. All right. We have finished the first part of our show. The boxes are empty. And we're going to take a... Oh, sorry, Ray. Yep. So we're going to take a short 10-minute break, and we'll come back with hard-hitting questions. Welcome back to It's in the Ballot. Now it's time for hard-hitting questions, but before that, I just need to make an apology to Jacqueline Pointer. She wanted to be on the show, but due to some technical problems, we were not able to accommodate that. So, Jacqueline, I'm very sorry. All right, let's get on with the hard-hitting questions. All right. We're back. Now, let's start off with hard-hitting question number one.
You can press it on the phone on there.
Yes. First, I'm generating the random list for our candidates.
Sorry, me micromanaging.
Yep. Okay. So, our first hard-hitting question. Do you support the Tauranga City Council's long-term plan, 2024 to 34? And first up, you're never going to guess, it's Heidi.
I do support the fact that the long-term plan, because the long-term plan gets revised every 3 years. It also gets updated every year. So if we set the long-term plan this year is also part of the last kind of 10 years of planning going forward. So it just, do I need my, I haven't got my, I'm gonna do this. Sorry about that. Can people would have heard it? Shall I start again? Okay. I do support the long-term plan because a long-term plan just doesn't come out of the blue. It's based on planning that happens over 10 years, and it also is kind of a progression through the next 10 years. So it's based on a lot of work that goes on before it. And I think we need to be really careful that if we suddenly flipped out of that and tried to do something completely different, it would, one, cost a lot of money, but it would also just create a lot of complexities. We need to work with the plan that we have when we come in as a team. We need to adjust it as we go to reflect the democracy that's in the room, but also the engagement that we get every time we have an annual plan. And then in 3 years' time, we will have a much better opportunity once we're really on board and we really understand where things are at, to redress the long-term plan in a way that then suits the environment that we see ourselves in at that time.
Perfect timing. All right. Michael.
Oh, great. Yeah, look, I certainly support strategic and long-term planning. It's essential for a city and it's essential for business. However, I seriously doubt that mainstream ratepayers can condone a plan that raises rates by what has been talked about, 140 to 160% increases and debt levels to $3 billion, with all capital expenditure for the next 10 years centred on one ward, Te Papa, and the CBD. This is quite significant for Mount Maunganui ratepayers because of the high value of the properties over that way, where we have a lot of asset-rich but cash-poor retirees. And their rates are subjected to significant dollar increases on top of, obviously, by the percentage increase that's proposed. So we need to talk in terms of dollars, not necessarily percentages. And certainly for our Mount ratepayers, what they're going to be pay is disproportionate into a lot of other ratepayers in the city.
Thank you. Jen.
I do support the Tauranga long-term plan.
Microphone.
I do support the Tauranga City Council long-term plan, but on the basis that it is a plan, it's live, it's active. As Heidi said, there is a 3-year review cycle, but also an annual review cycle, and we need to make sure that the new council needs to come up with they will have different priorities than have been there before, and they need to be taken into account. But the city council plan also has to deliver value, and it has to deliver value that enables the council and Tauranga to stay solvent. So there's lots of things that need to be taken into account, and the new council will need to look at all of those things.
Thank you. Garth, go ahead.
I absolutely oppose the long-term plan, and I want it repealed and replaced as soon as possible with something that is sensible and affordable and has the mandate of the people, because the current plan was put through by people who have no mandate, and we're being taxed without representation. So 164% rates increase and a $3 billion debt is frankly unaffordable.
Thank you. All right. Hard-hitting question number 2. How do you plan to address climate change and environmental issues at the local level? And first up this time, Heidi, go right ahead. It likes you.
So climate change, there's two parts of that we need to look at. We need to look at our risk profile and what our risks are for our city over time due to the impacts of climate change. We also need to look at climate change mitigation and what we can do to bring our carbon emissions down. Ultimately our biggest carbon emissions slice of the pie comes from transport. So there's a myriad of things that we can do about that, encouraging active travel. We can encourage multimodal transport, and we can also look at our charging infrastructure and work collaboratively to ensure that we've got opportunities for transitioning to a low carbon transport system.
Thank you very much. Garth.
Okay, in respect of climate change, as I said, if we have blocking villages, people aren't going to be driving their cars all around us because they won't need to go to the CBD. Now, in respect of environmental issues, well, one of the environmental issues we need to have is green spaces in the Tauranga Te Papa area. So we don't need Waikato University building a huge marine park on one of the only green spaces there, nor do we need a 15,000 seat stadium there. Now, clean air, of course, is a big issue at the mountain. We all live there and we all know the dust, the black dust you get coming over from the port and things like that. And I think it's incumbent on the people coming into the council to work on that problem and to get these businesses under control a bit and cut down on the amount of sulfur dioxide and nitrogen dioxide coming through out from the port in the industrial area.
Thank you, Garth. Michael.
Let's talk about the Mount Maunganui and something that isn't public yet, but I have been representing the community on a flood mitigation workshop program over the last 3 months. We've had 4 workshops so far. What is not known, and this is also a reason why Plan 33 is stupid for the Mount, is that global warming is impacting quite significantly on the Mount area, in the sense that we know that the underground water has risen in about 8 centimetres. So water table is rising. The tidal area is becoming of concern to the beaches. We also know there are major heavy global rain events that are likely to create flooding and significant flooding. We also know that the topography of the Mount is basically sand. We know that the land dips from about Zespri and then goes into a loop and then starts climbing back up the mountain. So the Mount is set for significant flooding problems, and we have to mitigate against those. And those are driven by climate events, global warming, all those issues. And we are currently formulating a plan to hopefully start some mitigation processes to save them out. Because at the end of the day, we are subjected to tsunamis, we are subjected to flooding, we're subjected to ingress from the harbour, and a lot of the old historic waterways that used to get water out of the Mount are currently underground. So that's an issue that the Mount faces and do other areas of the city. Matua, Welcome Bay.
Thank you. All right. Next up, Jen.
I think my 3 colleagues have all talked about the impacts of climate change, and particularly for the Mount. We have got a tsunami risk, we have got flooding. We've also got a real issue with air quality, and that's something that we do want the port to be there. It's our biggest economic funder in the region, but there's some businesses there we need to say, are they doing well enough with air quality? I certainly don't like the black soot that I get all over my house in the Mount. And I think just with transport, I 100% agree we actually need to get better ourselves at biking, walking and using public transport to get a few of the cars off the road, because we are at the Mount, we are pretty heavy on using our cars. So we also have to take a little bit of that ourselves to be able to do something ourselves rather than expect the council to do it.
Thank you very much. Hard-hitting question number 3. In your view, has Tauranga become a better place since the commissioners were appointed by the Minister of Local Government? And first up on our list, Michael.
Look, Tauranga is a great place to live regardless of who's governing. The Mount has two great new assets, the Coastal Pathway, and a lot of that is thanks to actually a lot of input that I put into ensuring that that council didn't do a stupid thing and take 250 car parks along the main beach road and stop people being able to bring their toys and their picnics to the beach. And a presentation I put to council saw the Coastal Pathway go up onto the dunes. So that's been one of the most wonderful assets that the Mount's had in a long, long time. And that was thanks to local ingenuity. And of course, we've got the new skate park as well. And we've got the traffic slowing mitigation along Maunganui Road with the median strip and lovely trees being planted on there. Love or hate the commissioners, it's time to move forward, grow the city for future generations and make the best of what we've got.
Jen.
If we look at the global the global environment, we've had COVID, we've had there's a couple of wars going on. So I think we have to recognise that we are all impacted by what's going on outside Tauranga as well. But I 100% agree with Michael. I think that the Mount Path is phenomenal. It's wonderful to see. I think it's taken 31 years to get there, but great, good on you if you were part of that. The skate park is really well, is being really well used. And I think we are seeing, I like some of the cycle paths going in. So I think we have to acknowledge that, yes, we have made some progress, but let's take that progress and move it on in a more democratic way.
Thank you, Jen. Heidi.
Yes, there have been some amazing things. The other thing that I'd like to say is that the Mauao interpretive signage and the sculptures, etc., up there has just been beautiful. It's really stunning, and that has been a wonderful collaboration with Mana Whenua there. So just to add to all those other wonderful things, I absolutely love the Coastal Pathway. The skate park is absolutely rammed with kids, which is just epic, and they are just feeding back. They're just absolutely loving it. So looking forward to getting those safe routes across the road, though, because it's a pretty challenging environment down there. So yes, in my view, I'd just also like to say that there's a lot going on in the world, and there's a lot of challenges for people with the state of the cost of living crisis. For some people, their mortgages are really high, and the cost of food, etc., is really making a lot of people struggle. So we just need to keep in mind that it's very different wherever you are along the income and equity stream. So we've got a lot of work to do.
Thank you. All right.
No, I disagree with all that, actually. I think the commissioners have been a disaster, as I've said. I got involved because they wanted to demolish and duplicate sporting venues all over the city at the cost of hundreds of millions of dollars. And you've got to remember that people involved in that actually paid for all those things, and then we're going to get the ratepayers to replace the ones they're going to duplicate. Fortunately, the Speedway's been taken out, so that's $300 million you don't have to pay. Then they've got far too many projects going on. They're poor managers. They were dogmatic to deal with. I really had no experience of project management. None of them had any financial management experience. We've got, for example, Cameron Road was to cost 40 million, and it's now 110. Cameron Road Stage 2 was costing 40 million as well, 220. You should be frightened as to what that civic centre is going to cost when they're the ones that are behind it. 306 million, it'll be hundreds of millions of dollars more. Now, they've been a disaster. There's no way about it. And in fact, we've got a boardwalk at the Mount, doesn't make up for the lack of maintenance work done down at Main Street. Talk to Main Street people and ask them what they think of the commissioners. No, I don't agree with that at all. I think they've been a disaster, and I don't mind saying that publicly, and I am saying it publicly. And also told them to their face, I objected to them cancelling the 2022 election behind the backs of the people on behalf of a handful of business elites in the city. And we're talking about more of that on my meetings coming up. Cheers.
Thank you, Garth. All right. Now it's come to the time for closing statements, and we are going to start with Garth.
Closing statement? Right. Okay, yeah. Okay, people, microphone, please, sorry. Okay, I'm for democracy, developing Tauranga's interconnecting villages, developments that pay for themselves. It's time to stop subsidising developers' payments and developments in the city for hundreds of millions of dollars. That's got to be stopped. Supporting and focusing on essential projects. Supporting community organisations. Liberating Links Avenue. Clean air. Using some of our rates on Mount Maunganui instead of all going into Te Papa. Repealing and replacing the LTP. Funding priority one for over $2 million a year. That's a business advocacy group. It should be funded by business, not by the ratepayers. Just another example of the subsidies we give business in the city. That's got to stop. Increasing rates, as I've said, 164% to subsidise other people's developments and pay for the civic centre, the planned increase in building heights and the stadium. So those are my for and against. You can take I've got them sitting over there on a little pamphlet if you want to take them. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Next up, Heidi.
I think that our main focus getting into council this time should be to build a really collaborative team environment and to make Tauranga proud of the governance that they have in this city. I think that we need to really work on our engagement and our trust with our community, and I think that's going to be a journey that I think all of the councillors would like to see. I'm really excited about the return of democracy. I'm excited by the candidates and the standard that's out there, and I really hope that everyone gets out there and votes, because that's the way that we can show our representation.
Thank you, Heidi. Michael.
Yeah, I believe that what sets me apart from my fellow candidates is the fact that for the past 5 years, I've been walking the talk. I've been attending all locally sponsored council workshops, representing the ratepayers, flood mitigation, coastal pathway, Hewlett's Road workshops, etc. I've been a strong voice, both public and within my community, advocating for the Mount. I've achieved some outcomes that I'm pretty proud of. Specifically, as I already mentioned, the coastal pathway, getting council to agree that the plan that they had was not common sense. Throughout my working life, I've been acknowledged as a forward-thinking strategist, someone who can see the bigger picture and approach issues with realistic and common sense outcomes. A vote for me is the change you need, the voice you deserve. Thank you. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much. All right, Jen.
Hello, I'm Jen Schooler and I'm seeking your vote for the Mauao Mount Maunganui ward. I bring a commercial head and a community heart. I've had lots of experience that I would bring to a council table. I've navigated some difficult situations. I've looked at how to deliver value. I've also looked at how to understand and govern growth and the risk that's involved in growth. I am a second generation person in Tauranga. I've lived here a long time. I've seen the changes. I want Tauranga to be more livable again. I want to attract great people, because businesses need great people to want to live and work and play in Tauranga. I'm proud to be the patron of the Mount Surf Club. I'm proud of my community efforts in the hockey club and through Chamber of Commerce in my earlier days. So I'm asking for your vote for Jen Schooler, for capability, for a commercial head and a community heart.
Thank you very much. Now, I can see we've got Sam standing over there.
Yeah.
So I think he'd like to say something.
Yes.
Sam, I'll pass it over to you, shall I?
Okay, I'm just wondering which camera is going to end up on me. Okay, I've got one now. So how do you think you go, Nick? First time in the driver's seat.
I take the fifth.
Okay, so for those who are watching, we've got the Papamo Award Show here at 7 p.m. tonight. So if you want to sit there and watch it online or in here in studio, feel free to do so. But that's about the quick little pump I wanted to do.
All right, nice and simple. All right.
Now we just need a camera back onto Nick.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's on me.
Yep. I'd like to thank our candidates for coming, our audience. Okay, well, then I think you just have the voice. Our audience for coming, and our crew here and in Wellington. So thank you all very much for taking the time to be here. And we hope to see you again, hopefully in positions in the council? All right.
Mauao, Mount Maunganui, thank you for being here tonight. I'm Jacqueline Whatmatawanu Poynton and I'm honoured to be a candidate for the Mount Maunganui ward. Mount Maunganui thrives as a community, but as we grow, we face new challenges that require long-term and outcomes-focused leadership. Let's work together to shape the future of our community. I'm committed to sustainable development, preserving our environment and ensuring our infrastructure meets your evolving needs. Our beaches, parks and public spaces are central to our lifestyle, and I'll advocate to protect and enhance them. I'll champion policies for local business growth, support community groups and sports clubs with essential resources, and ensure all voices are heard in our decision-making. Let's transform Mount Maunganui into a community that's connected, healthy and livable. Vote for Jacqueline Poynton. Thank you. Thank you for the question. I fully support the long-term plan, which balances addressing our city's key issues with sustainable growth and fairness. This plan prioritises essential infrastructure projects and ensures equitable distribution of financial responsibilities. Key projects for Mount Maunganui include funding for the Mount Maunganui College Pool, Mount Sports Club development, and the Bay Oval Trust. The plan also allocates significant funds for the Mount Papamoa Multimodal Package, Granada Street Cycleway, and Hewlett's Road improvements to enhance transport and connectivity. By focusing on these initiatives, I believe that we can secure a sustainable future for Tauranga. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Addressing climate change and environmental issues is a priority for our community. Guided by the Council's Climate Action and Investment Plan, I'll focus on several key initiatives. First, I'll advocate to reduce our carbon footprint by expanding cycleways and walkways and electrifying our bus fleet, making low-emission transport options more accessible. Second, I would advocate to protect our natural environment through dune restoration and coastal defence projects in Mount Maunganui. Third, community engagement is important. I'll support local low-carbon initiatives and education programs, and I'll support the enhancement of urban green spaces, plant more trees, and protect wetlands. Together, we can create a sustainable future for Mount Maunganui. Thank you. In my view, the appointment of commissioners has brought both positive changes and challenges to Tauranga. One of the primary reasons for appointing commissioners was to address the governance issues and dysfunction within the Tauranga City Council. We've seen improved governance and decision-making. The commissioners have provided stability and professionalism, leading to more strategic and efficient planning. Our infrastructure has significantly improved with better roads, enhanced public transport and urban planning. However, there are concerns. Public engagement and representation have been lacking, as commissioners are not directly accountable to residents. Transparency in decision-making needs improvement to maintain public trust. Now, while Tauranga has benefited from these improvements, it's important to address these challenges to ensure the community feels represented and involved in our city's development. Thank you for the question. To actively celebrate the diversity of Tauranga Moana, I'll focus on key initiatives. First, expanding cultural festivals and events to showcase our community's unique traditions, and this will foster unity and respect. Second, supporting local businesses and initiatives led by diverse groups will help enhance economic opportunities for everyone. Third, promoting sustainability and inclusivity through community engagement and education will help ensure accessible spaces for all. And last, encouraging diverse participation in local government decisions through initiatives such as the Rainbow Communities Forum will help make our governance more representative. Together, we can build a vibrant and cohesive Tauranga Moana. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Yes, I fully support the establishment of Māori wards and to uphold the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Tauranga City Council is committed to incorporating key Māori concepts such as manaakitanga, rangatiratanga and kaitiakitanga into its work to ensure tangata whenua are recognised as true partners. Supporting Māori wards ensures fair and effective representation, reinforcing the partnership between the council, tangata whenua and the community. This is important for restoring trust, protecting taonga and celebrating our shared heritage. Together, we can create a tauranga that truly reflects our diverse and vibrant community. Thank you. Thank you for the question. To improve mobility and reduce congestion in Tauranga City, including Maunganui, I support investing in comprehensive public transport, cycling infrastructure and pedestrian-friendly urban designs. This includes expanding bus services, building dedicated bike lanes and creating safe walking paths. I'd also promote mixed use and transit-oriented policy developments to help minimise long commutes and car dependency. Also, implementing congestion pricing and smart traffic management systems can alleviate traffic and fund transport improvements. Thank you. Thank you for the question. I support greater levels of intensification and the loosening of height restrictions in central areas to address housing shortages and support sustainable urban growth. Increasing building heights can make better use of our limited land, reduce urban sprawl, and create vibrant and walkable communities. And this needs to be balanced with careful urban planning. Engaging with the community is important to achieving a balanced outcome that benefits all residents. Thank you. Thank you, and yes to this question. The financial strategy clearly indicates that Tauranga faces significant challenges due to historical underinvestment and the rapid growth of our population. we are looking at a capital investment program of $5 billion or so over the next 10 years, which is important to address infrastructure deficits, support new growth areas, and improve community facilities. Rates increases, though unpopular, are necessary to finance essential services and infrastructure projects, including transportation and community amenities. Without these increases, future councils would struggle to maintain and upgrade infrastructure, leading to more severe financial and service delivery issues down the line. It's about making tough decisions for the long-term benefit of our community, rather than opting for short-term popularity at the expense of future financial stability. Thank you. Thank you for the question. I support Plan Change 33 to the Tauranga City Plan, an intensification planning instrument under the Resource Management Act. These changes are important for several reasons. First, the PC33 aligns with the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, ensuring we create a well-functioning urban environment. This plan change is also important to address our growing population, housing shortages, and the need for efficient land use. By increasing building heights, we can add more housing units without expanding the city's footprint, making land use more efficient and reducing urban sprawl. This approach also supports better infrastructure and services, enhances urban revitalisation, and improves housing affordability over the long term. In Mount Maunganui North, for example, it will create an urban area that preserves essential view shafts and coastal values. While it may be contentious, these changes are necessary for Tauranga's sustainable growth. Thank you. Thank you for the question. The evidence shows that urban sprawl significantly increases costs for public services, often tripling them compared to more compact urban development. This is supported by different studies, including those from the OECD and research focused on the US and global cities. I fully support containing our city boundaries to encourage upward rather than outward growth. This aligns with the Tauranga Urban Strategy 2050, which advocates for a compact urban form to promote sustainable living, efficient land use, reduced environmental impact, and vibrant communities. This approach not only reduces public service costs, but also promotes housing affordability in the longer term. Compact, mixed-use developments can provide many benefits that align with smart growth policies that will not only reduce costs, but also improve our public transport systems, create walkable neighbourhoods, and protect our natural environment. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Revitalising our CBD and addressing the housing crisis are critical priorities. Cost savings and rate adjustments will play a significant role. By forming public to private partnerships, we can attract investments to fund key projects without heavily relying on rate increases. Implementing targeted user fees ensures those who benefit from specific services contribute fairly. Development contributions from new housing projects can help fund necessary infrastructure. Seeking central government grants and responsibly selling underutilised assets will provide further financial flexibility. These strategies, combined with strategic planning, will help drive the CBD revitalisation and improve housing affordability while managing costs effectively in the longer term. Thank you. Thank you for the question. To reduce congestion and vehicle emissions in Tauranga, we need to adopt an integrated approach focused on sustainable transport and alternative transport modes. First, I would advocate to invest in expanding our public transport network, making it more reliable and efficient to encourage people to shift from cars to buses, cycling and walking. For example, implementing dedicated bus lanes on congested roads would significantly improve travel times. Secondly, I would advocate for the enhancement of cycling and walking infrastructure, ensuring safe and attractive routes for short trips. Programs to promote carpooling and the use of electric vehicles will help reduce single-user car dependency. Lastly, public awareness campaigns highlighting the benefits of alternative transport modes will play an important role in changing travel habits. and together these measures will help us build a sustainable, less congested Mount Maunganui and Tauranga. Thank you. Mauao, Mount Maunganui. Tonight, I'm not just asking for your vote. I'm offering a commitment to each and every one of you. I understand our shared challenges and aspirations for this ward. To our young families, I'll promote family-friendly activations, cultural enrichment, and parks where your children can thrive. To our senior citizens, I'll advocate for community policies and programs that promote your well-being and safety. I'll support our sports codes and active recreation opportunities for people of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities. Mount Maunganui values its people, and I'll advocate for each and every one of you, creating a community of respect and social connectedness. We can tackle long-standing challenges together. Make your voice heard on Election Day. When you vote for Jacqueline Poynton, you are voting for a vision of impactful leadership, progress, and unity. Thank you.
Ballot. This is our 5th episode, and we are in the Tauriko ward. I hope I got that correct. I had a little bit of coaching at the beginning. We are here to provide the voters with a better quality way to know their candidates, as real people. Now, I would like our candidates to introduce themselves. Oh, I'm sorry. This is my second time doing this, and my heart is still in my chest, but I'm still learning. Opening credits. I have randomly Oh, to introduce themselves first. How about that? Posters up. Posters up. All right, starting from closest to me. Poster down.
My name's Murray Guy. Any more revealing?
Not tonight, but thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephen Wheeler.
Good afternoon, Tauriko. My name is Martin Rosebean.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is a very recent photo of myself. Nice to be with you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to start off with opening statements. I have randomly chosen a list here. So up first, you have 1 minute. Larry.
Hi, everyone. Why I'm standing again for the Tauriko seats, after having been on council off and on for quite a few years, is because I really want to see our city keep moving forward. You'll see my sign up the back, and this is a flyer that I'll be sending out to you. It was the sign I used in 2019, moving forward. And then, of course, we had the debacle and the commissioners appointed. I want to say we need to keep moving forward. It's the most important thing. We cannot go backwards. We can't go back and try and overturn everything that's happened. Our city needs good people that will keep things moving forward. On the back of my flyer, you'll see all the things that I have been contributing to over the time I've been on council to get the facilities, the roads, everything, the housing that we need for our city. So please consider giving me your vote again. I can provide experience to a new council to keep us all working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. All right, next up, Murray.
I was going to stand, but look, thanks very much. I'm Murray Guy. I was born and raised in Tauranga. My background is in the coach industry and the house and land development industry. So my psyche is about taking care of people. It's about asking you what you want to do, where you want to go. And my job is to provide you with the information, the background, and the options to bring about your goals. As far as the city goes in the past, my focus, I guess, is more about today. And it's about taking care of business for today. I have my grandchildren living with me, but my real focus is ensuring that whatever issues you have in Tauriko, or for that matter, the balance of Tauranga City, that's going to be my focus. I'm not about putting in infrastructure specifically for the benefit of those that are to come, I guess mainly because I believe they should be paying for it, and that probably should be their decision. So I'm about representing you, the resident, the ratepayer, predominantly for today. Common sense. Vote Murray Guy, Tauriko.
Thank you, Murray. Next up, Stephen.
Hi, I'm Stephen Wheeler. I'm standing for council. I've lived in Tauranga for 30 years and Tauriko for the last 5. I believe that council needs, I'm a self-employed accountant. I believe that the complex nature of council requires someone with more technical abilities than in the past, because understanding how the rates work and how council operates is one of the essential keys for understanding what you need. The city does need to go forward, but it doesn't need the growth at such a rate that it's so unaffordable to everybody. The vision, we have a clear vision now from the commissioners, but it's actually quite unaffordable. So therefore we need to be careful what we do, work out what of the 900 million projects sitting there need to go forward and what needs to be held in advance. But I am available till I will listen to you and I will talk to you and I will do what you ask me to do and I will represent you wisely. So vote for me, because I think it's time for change on the council.
Thank you, Stephen. Lucky last, Murray.
That's Martin.
Sorry, Martin.
Good afternoon, Tauriko. My name is Martin Rosebean and I'm standing in the Tauriko ward this current election. I was asked to stand, I was approached to stand, and I've accepted the challenge of running to serve you in the upcoming council election. This next election is very important. It is longer than the usual term, 4 years and 3 months. The incoming council has a lot to do. to grow this city. I think the current focus is more focused around centre of town as opposed to the growth of the city and solving our housing and infrastructure issues. I have a background in engineering as a farmer, and if successful in this election, I'll work tirelessly to serve both the Tauriko ward and the Tauranga greater area of Tauranga, and I look forward to the opportunity of representing you on the council. So Tauranga and the Tauriko ward, vote 1 for Martin Roseman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, up next, we have our question, box questions. Again, I have randomly made a list of the names, and this time it is Murray. If you'd like to choose a box.
Number 1, mate.
Number 1, wonderful.
But in card.
Question J, Juliet. Do you, Martin, support the proposed CBD stadium?
I totally reject the proposal for a new stadium on the domain. It's actually my vision, hopefully one day, when it might come to pass, that we actually develop the domain more as a green space. I know when my wife and I travel, one of the things we make a little beeline for is, for example, the Christchurch Gardens or the Hamilton Gardens, or be they further afield. So the benefit I see with gardens is that they certainly have a significant environmental benefit, don't they? But they also provide a service to the community 365 days a year. So we don't have suddenly 20,000 vehicles trying to find a park, but we do have every day it might be 5,000 or 1,000. So no, I don't see it also as being particularly logical. Our city is growing to the east and to the west. I think we have got opportunities to put a new stadium. So I'm not saying we shouldn't have one, but where logistically they are better placed.
Thank you very much. All right, Martin. Good choice.
Very good, sir. Yeah, well, I appreciate the attention. For those at home, main camera 1, obviously address the room. No worries. G for Gordon. Yeah, I'm supposed to know this one. Given the well-established evidence globally and within New Zealand that congestion is increased when more and bigger roads are built, and also that congestion is bad for the economy, including wages, what policies would you support to improve the mobility of residents around Tauranga City?
Well, the first part, I've got my doubts. I'm not entirely convinced that the established evidence suggests that congestion does. The biggest issue Tauranga has is a lot of its infrastructure is behind the 8 ball. We are too slow in developing for the growth the city needs. We should have been building some of these roads 10 and 15 years ago. And while I agree that a lot of the current infrastructure spending has actually shifted the car park further down the road, we need to move faster to get this congestion problem solved. So the current infrastructure, like the Northern Link, I agree that I would put forward that's about 10 years too late. It will help move traffic faster towards Te Puna and Mauao. The upcoming expansion at the Tauriko will help move traffic quicker in and out of proposed residential developments. So I'm not entirely in favour or agreeing with that statement. It's just that we're doing everything too late. We're playing catch up, really.
Good answer, good answer. All right, Larry, you're up.
15, thank you.
Question X. X-ray.
X.
How do you plan to
We're back with It's in the Ballot. Sorry about that. We had some technical difficulties. That spiraled out of control. So anyway, let's not waste any more time. We are back with the question.
Larry.
Yep.
That brilliant speech again.
Larry, your question was, How do you plan to address climate change and environmental issues at the local level?
Well, the first level is our homes, ourselves, and how we behave. And 5-6 years ago, I bought a plug-in hybrid. A lot of people thought I was a taxi driver then, but I got a lot of friends on the side of the road. We now have a fully electric car. I put solar panels on the roof. I believe the government should be helping more people to do that, because that is one thing we can do locally. We need to do better with our public transport. I think the new trial for the on-demand buses is an excellent initiative, because the big buses running around are just using up too much and spewing out too much, not just carbon, but pollution out of the back. We've got to fix our roads so we don't have the congestion, which is leading to the poor air quality we have in the city. We have all of the trucks going to our port, spewing out diesel pollution. Those are things that I think are very important for us to address in our city.
Thank you very much. Stephen.
We might as well go 15.
Roger, box 15. Oh, that was box 15, so 20.
Yeah.
Question, echo. International studies have shown that an active appreciation of a society's diversity boosts both positive well-being and economic growth. Some might argue Tauranga City has in the past overly represented a specific demographic. How would you ensure Tauranga City Council actively reflects our whole society?
Right. Tauranga City does, I believe, actively reflect our society. It encourages both ethnic groups and non-ethnic groups to have their own festivities. It goes out of its way to actually encourage them and just to make facilities available. The use of events where people participate and where we have what I believe is the events every Sunday night at the different parks around Tauranga, where the different ethnic groups come and provide all the different food so people can try something new. I believe we are actually quite advanced in this area. We don't actually pick on any one group. I believe we're actually very fair across the whole of the city.
Thank you very much. All right, Larry, your choice.
Number 3, have we had that one?
Kia ora, Larry, 3 is available.
Good.
Question Alpha Bravo. How will you make sure that the needs and concerns of young people are a priority in your policy making?
It's a very challenging one, that, because over the years that I've been on council, we've tried to have youth councils and find out ways to connect with young people and hear from them. And I think all those things are things we need to work on. But you have to have young people that are prepared to step up and get involved as well. And in this city, many young people go through high school, then go off to university. Fortunately, we have a university here now, so some of them are staying. But really, it's up to young people to get involved in voting too. In this election, if they want to be recognised and heard, there are some very good young candidates that are standing. And I think if they don't vote, they won't have people there that live in their world and can represent them. That is the most important thing about who's sitting around the table that has connections to youth that can represent their viewpoint, as it is to many other sectors of society. So my encouragement is young people, get out and vote this time.
Couldn't agree with you more there. Stephen.
Number 2.
Box number 2, which I already opened accidentally. Question U for uniform. Do you support funding the Civic Centre? Do you support funding the Civic Centre by the way of ratepayer levies and the sale of assets?
The Civic Centre is going to be a very expensive item, and the current ratepayers cannot pay for it straight away. It will have to be charged over, I agree, a uniform charge over the city over a number of years. Otherwise, the new people arriving will get the benefit of something that's paid for by the old. I do believe that the Civic Centre the costings are a wee bit short our history in Tauranga City is not good at doing costings. And we find that normally we'll be over budget in every building, every major item we do, we've estimated incorrectly. So yes, we do need to future-proof it and make sure it goes out further.
All right, we have a button. Larry.
Thank you. Yes, that project is underway. The contracts have been signed. The work is going. So it's not something any new council should come in and try and delay or defer. Funding it has been worked out pretty well. There will be additional things, and there may be some things that could be sold or that can help support that. But that CBD centre is vital to this prosperity of this whole city. And I'm really stoked to see the life coming back there as we've seen the farmers open, we're seeing number 2 Devonport Road and so on. People would not be investing in there if they weren't seeing the council invest also in that Te Manamataki Otipapa Civic Centre, which is going to be incredible for us as a city.
Thank you, Larry. All right. Next is Martin.
Wait for the young man to get back.
Yeah.
I'll have box 24, thank you.
Box 20. All right.
24. Q, Quebec. Queenstown. With a CBD that needs revitalising and a housing crisis, supply and affordability wise, how are cost savings and rate changes going to contribute to this?
Well, first of all, I'm not entirely convinced that our entire city centre needed to be revitalised all in one hit. One project at a time over an affordable time frame. We are a city that is desperately short of housing. Last estimate I read was 5,000 houses currently short. With the anticipated population growth, we're going to be short another 5,000 homes by 2030. And if we don't start remedying this, we're going to have a serious issue around affordability of housing in Tauranga. The only way to have a cheaper house is to have more of them. We live in a beautiful city and people want to come here. We can't stop people from wanting to live here, so we have to provide them the opportunity to live and grow and develop in our beautiful city.
Thank you very much. Murray, your choice.
Number 4.
I, Indigo. India. Everyone said, yeah.
They both work.
U for unicorn, right? Your question reads, are you prepared to support unpopular but necessary levels of rates increase in order to ensure the financial viability of the council, instead of voting for lower rates increases in the interest of your own re-election prospects at the expense of future councils being able to fund infrastructure, maintenance and upgrades? I can reread that if you need. We'll bring it to you.
I don't have a problem with being unpopular because that's pretty much a permanent state for me, I guess, in some quarters. But no, look, I'm at the stage of life where we're giving back, and let's be honest, I'm not going to be contributing through the elected member process for too many more years, hopefully just another 4. Insofar as the financial viability and rate rises, personally, I believe there are significant savings to be had within the organisation. So before I was prepared to comment on whether or not I accepted, proposed rate increases, I would need to be assured that what we are spending today, we are getting good value for. Who sends their grandchildren or their wives? No, just stick with the grandchildren. Who sends their grandchildren to the shops with a blank check? Buy what you like, spend what you like. Who doesn't query their children on their return? What did you buy? Buy cigarettes, no more money.
Thank you very much. So that's what it sounds like.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Martin, you're up.
21.
21 for Martin. Whiskey. How do you plan to address the issue of affordable housing for young people and young families?
Well, as for those of you who've been following the City Council website, this is one area where the council with us current commissioners have pushed very hard on. Plan changes to allow medium density housing around Tauranga, roading infrastructure to push Tauranga into new potential subdivision areas. Mauao East has its problems at the moment. There's not enough funding for the roading infrastructure, but the suburb potential is there. The Highway North is opening up opportunities in Tupuna and carrying on extension in Mauao. And of course, the recent developments at Keenan Road give opportunity for future development. But as I've already stated, all these things are too late. They should have been done 10 odd years ago, but they are there. The houses are coming.
All right, we have a button.
Just further to that, one of my frustrations with Tauranga City as a council has been we have in our city what's called, well, it used to be called a building impact fee. One of the very few councils in New Zealand that imposes a fee on the young person or the older person that is building a new home. Now, I just saw, I think just recently, $40,000 to $50,000 is the proposed approximate amount for the individual building a new home. So before you even pour the foundations and buy the land, when you apply to build your new home, you're struck with building fees. It might be $7,000, it might be 10, but on top of that, 40 or 50. So it does intrigue me why we continue to, in my opinion, subsidize the developers, because that's what we're doing. This fee of $40,000 or $50,000 is about meeting the cost of growth. You know, those new amenities that we're going to need for the new people. So personally, I would prefer it was included in the development impact fee, because as a previous developer buying greenfields, I would deduct the cost of that fee from the greenfield seller.
Oh, and another button, Larry.
Yeah, I think it's important to point out that in 2020, they introduced new infrastructure funding and financing models, which Tauranga City Council has been the first to use, so that we can shift that burden of costs from those building impact fees and the developer contribution levies and spread it more over the generation of the people who'll come in, providing all of that extra infrastructure to open up housing, which is super expensive. Can't all be laid on the cost of the section or the cost of the house, as has been pointed out. It's got to be spread further, 30, 50 years into the future, so that places like the Tauriko West development with 4,000 houses can come onto the market at a reasonably affordable rate. Also, the intensification down at the city centre has to happen. There's supposed to be 4,000 people living there if you compare with Auckland's inner city. And if we don't invest in that city centre to encourage people to live there in apartments, we won't see that suburb grow either.
Thank you very much. Okay, Murray, you're up again.
5.
Got it. 5 is gone. Next is 6. Negative on 5.
6.
Sweet as.
Just keep it going.
Question S, Sierra. Do you support the debt increase of around $1 billion today to $3 billion in the next 10 years?
Look, I haven't got enough information, and quite frankly, I haven't got enough expertise as an outsider to really understand what is making up that full quantum. What I do know, and I'll rephrase that, what I genuinely believe is that more than likely there are items and procurement costs associated with that 10-year plan, which, could be reduced quite significantly. So my answer would be no, I don't agree with it, but that's on the basis of not having full and complete information. I look forward to being a city councillor, seriously, because I hope the very first role of the elected members will be to sit down, take a deep breath, and clearly understand Where are we heading as a community? Where actually will our debt levels be? Because we don't want to be like the coalition government and just find out when the books are opened that they were just a little bit misled, perhaps.
All right. Next is Stephen.
7.
7 for Stephen. Question K is Kilo. Do you support a museum for Tauranga City?
That's a good question. Do we need a museum for Tauranga City? A lot of people say yes, but once again, it's the cost and where do you place a museum? We're talking about revitalising the city, but you've got to have a place to put it where people can get to it. And when you look at people going to a museum, how are they, young or are they old? Majority of Tauranga people do not go to museums. And I wonder if this is more a long-term plan rather than a short-term.
Thank you very much. Larry.
Number 21.
21 is gone.
Oh, gone. Sorry. 25.
25.
Oh, learn something every day.
Sounds very arbitrary. A for arbitrary. What political party are you linked to, Larry?
I'm affiliated to no political party. I stood last year in the Parliament elections as an independent because I wanted to try and push the government, be it National Labor, and it turned out to be National, to do more about our roading here. We've been waiting so long for State Highway 29, 29A to be addressed. When I was in Parliament with United Future, if I was ever affiliated to a party, but it no longer exists, I worked very hard for this city to get our roading on the map, and in 2005 it was all funded and going to go ahead until Winston took the toll off the new harbour crossing, and the funding for TEL, TNL, ring road round the city fell apart. But that's why I stood last time, and I will stay as an independent because in council I believe the benefit we have here is that councillors are independently aligned. We can think for ourselves, we can make decisions not along party lines and do what's best for the city in every decision.
Thank you very much. Now, I'd just quickly like to introduce my question host, Ray.
Hello and welcome.
I forgot to do it.
I run trains, not buses.
Wow.
Rail replacement can be a nightmare.
So anyway, thank you, Ray. And
Thank you.
Move on to the next round. Stephen, you're first.
Number 3.
3 is gone. Lowest is 8.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Looks like a 3 in a mirror.
Yeah.
Question T, Tango. Do you support the planned, brace yourself, do you support the planned 164% increase in rates over the next 10 years?
Having read the long-term plan, I'm not sure where the 164% comes from because it doesn't quite add up to what's in the books.
We had some fact checking the other night, but please
So,
continue.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's correct. And I think we have to make it affordable for people. We can't just keep increasing rates at 16% each year because not only is that having an impact on inflation and the people in the city, the ratepayers, but also on anybody who rents in the city will be having a 10% rent rise every year. So we have to be careful what we do and make it affordable for people. It's not a race to get this vision done. We have to stretch it out a bit more and make it work.
Thank you. Murray, your choice.
Just the next lowest.
Roger. Why not? Box 9. Question H, Hotel. Do you wish to promote or delay public transportation measures for Tauranga?
I really believe we've got some serious gaps in the existing service, so I would certainly promote it, but not promote it in a manner which suddenly you're going to be able to hop on a bus and get a free lunch or a free breakfast along with free Wi-Fi. For the life of me, I don't understand why we haven't got a park and ride down there at the lakes or at the crossing, I think they call it. I don't understand why there isn't a park and ride at Bay Park. 5,000 car parks, access to the highway. I understand they're going to put it next to Bay Fair just to totally stuff up the congestion around it. So I would certainly promote public transport. I enjoy using it when I go away. Those of us that have travelled, be it to Wellington or Christchurch, it's great. Hop on a train and Papakura, go into the CBD in Auckland. But that's not going to happen here. We're a different the geography of our city is difficult. I understand that. But until such time as we put in park and rides, just a simple park and ride, that new service which Larry referred to, parking goes the way of me.
Thank you very much. Martin.
22, please.
Thank you, Martin. Also, microphone a little closer for you, I think. Cheers. AA, Alpha Alpha. What will you do to help homeless youth in our community?
Very challenging question, and it's not one that's entirely the responsibility of council. This is a central government and all its agencies, health, housing. Homelessness is not a one fixed solution. It depends on why the person is homeless. Many different issues at play here. Pulling out of society, drug, alcohol abuse issues. There's lots of different things why people become homeless, and it's engaging with them. It's engaging with each person. Each one is an individual case. Each person has their own uniqueness. They may have just withdrawn from society completely. They may not have a wish to re-engage with society, so just providing them with simple amenities where they can possibly get a meal, have a shower, get a little bit of dignity back in their life. It is a slow process. It is not simple. I would support anything, any measure, any program that helps young people back to be a productive, contributing member in our society.
Good answer. Good answer. All right. All right, we are back. All right.
Go fast.
We're back.
Hello?
Okay, so let's continue where we left off. Larry, you're up.
Number 12, please.
I have a box number 12 for you, Larry. Victor. Auckland Council has recently shifted to taking away recycling bins of people who mix in general waste with their recycling. Should Tauranga consider doing the same thing?
I was hoping I'd get this question. I mean, I think we have more intelligent people here in Tauranga. Why would you take away the bin? In Auckland, what are they going to do? They're going to stick it all in the rubbish bin. There should be a fine imposed if you consistently don't recycle properly. We have the best recycling system in the country. I don't know if you know, but it was on TV. Tauranga did it well, and it's working well. It's diverting so much food waste to a worm farm and other places. It's a great system. So it requires people to act responsibly. And if the people collecting it and they watch, they've got cameras, they see what comes out of those bins, we need to make a penalty for those if they consistently just mix it all up and put it out there. It's a service we are proud of, I think, in the city. Many people opposed it. Many councillors were wanting to vote against it, but we got it through, I think, on a 6-5 vote. And I'm very proud that we have that system operating in our city.
Hey, we have a button.
Right.
And we have another button.
We actually do have a system in Tauranga that council do go around and check the bins.
They do.
Just to keep Larry up to date. So they do go through and check them and put stickers on them just to make sure that people understand what they're supposed to be doing and trying to educate them. That's why they put out the brochures in the mail or in the Sun Live, what you should be putting in the bins. Tauranga is way ahead of the rest of the country, and it's great to see that the people in the city have responded so well to it, and I believe they're going to keep pushing it and being more careful with the numbers they put in those bins.
I just want to add to that. It's been many years since I've been to Bay of Plenty, and I had forgotten. I have heard that your recycling and rubbish system was very good, and I think my older half sisters used to live here with their whānau. You really have organic and food waste diverted to worm farms here, like at a council level?
Yeah, definitely have green bins, special green.
Very cool. It was when I did 4 years as a chef, and it was very difficult to. I mean, it's a high-paced, high-pressure job, but yeah, like I've also my other job was landscape gardening, so I find it very important to be in touch with the cycle of things.
In the first 3 months, we were diverting 50 tons of food waste.
That's excellent. That's enough to get it hot and keep it clean.
Yep.
Every week you look in the bins, the green bins out, the small one. And a lot of us have got the smaller green bins that go inside the house. So we do use them. Tauranga people are more conscious than anybody else in the country. So it's great to see.
We'll just have our own conversation.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the garbage bin is smallest.
Yes.
Yeah, I was very impressed with that.
Yeah.
Very impressed. Yeah, no, good on you, Tauranga. Yes, we did.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, we did. Doing our part. Okay. Welcome back. And hopefully I'll be saying that for the last time tonight. All right. We're going to continue where we left off. We're going to have two more questions before going straight to our hard-hitting questions. All right.
Could we choose our questions?
Okay, so we were up to Murray.
Just the next lowest number, buddy.
Very good, sir.
They're all good questions.
Box 10. Question F, Foxtrot. Yes or no? Do you support the establishment of Māori wards? Do you support the Treaty of Waitangi? Why?
Got a feeling I don't know which card to use on this one, Larry. Back in 2006, I was advocating that the City Council investigate the Maori wards, just by the by. Didn't get the support. I did get support from one elected member. So I have a real frustration. I don't have a problem per se with the Maori ward. A Maori ward is about representing a grouping. Now, for the case of here, Tauriko, for example, it's a geographical interest in common. With the Maori ward, it's obviously a Maori interest. So that's what wards are about. I don't particularly have a problem. Where I do have a problem with the authorities and those who have promoted and initiated the Maori ward is that there doesn't seem to be a desire to really take the community with them, to really help the community understand what are the issues, what are the options. Now, we're told that Maori wards are to to create that input, to give us a better Maori view when we are making decisions for our community. So it's reasonable of me to ask then, many local authorities, and I think including Tauranga City, actually appoint Maori representatives on various statutory committees. Will that cease? Or is it going to be in addition to? So not particularly opposed, and I've got no problem with the Treaty of Waitangi, just a few issues with how it's getting interpreted from time to time.
Fair call. All right. And just generating, and again, Murray. Oh.
How come?
We've got the highest number, eh?
Next number.
R, Romeo.
That's Murray.
If you are elected as a councillor, will you decelerate council spending on unwanted grand projects and concentrate on vital necessary infrastructure needs such as roading?
Look, I think without doubt, a focus for me and for the rest of the community really is about the infrastructure, the critical infrastructure versus the nice to haves. But as far as decelerating council spending on unwanted grand projects, it's my understanding that the community really hasn't had a meaningful opportunity to understand what projects firstly are underway, to what extent they are underway, and they don't really understand the full ramifications and outcomes from those particular projects. So that's going to be part of that pause for that grouping of elected members. We haven't had elected members now for a few years, so it's going to be quite enlightening, isn't it? That first 3 months when we get to sit down around the council chambers and the CEO is going to be presenting, and of course senior managers presenting to the elected members, listen guys, this is where we're at. And for many people and for many elected members, they might be saying, hey, we need to go back out to the community on this and just make sure that they're on.
We have a button, Larry.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought the question about this unwanted grand projects, I'm sure is a bit misleading. I don't know of any grand projects that haven't got support in the community. When we say infrastructure, we need to understand that infrastructure is not just pipes and roads, but it is social infrastructure. I grew up in the city. I swam in the Memorial Park pool when I was a little boy, and it's still there the same. I'm so thrilled that the commissioners have approved the development of Memorial Park with more aquatic facilities, which our city desperately needs on this side of the harbour. And there's many other things that they're not nice to have. They're essential for a growing city like ours, with young people wanting things to do, with families wanting to go places. And we've been only focusing on the pipes and the roads, and this city has done a pretty good job on that. Our water supply, our wastewater treatment plants, all of that is in fairly good shape. It just keeps needing lots more money to keep going to cope with the growth. But we have been terrible. And councillors have been at the table and down some of the infrastructure projects that are very, very important to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. All right. Are we going to end the... Oh, I'm the host? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right. Larry.
Is 18 there?
I believe so.
Where did it go?
Very good. Here we are. Question B for Bravo or brilliance. Your question. Aotearoa, New Zealand has a population represented by over 1,500 ethnicities, cultures, and social identities. Studies have shown that diverse and inclusive societies both increase well-being and economic growth. How would you actively improve Tauranga Moana's sense and celebration of its diverse society?
It's a pretty tough question. Council does a lot in the area of arts and culture and so on, and supporting the multicultural society. Other ways in which we try and help people who move into the city to settle here and become familiar with what's going on. But by and large, it requires the participation too of all those diverse communities to have their voice heard at the council table. And of course it begins with voting, and we can help them with understanding how voting occurs. I have Filipinos living in my neighbourhood, and they all have, as soon as they got here and got their residency, they went and enrolled to vote, and they've been voting in the last couple of elections. That's an important part, because they'll never get representation if they don't participate in our democracy. I'm not quite sure how much more the Tauranga City Council could do to help improve this. It's a vital thing. Everyone should feel welcome. Everybody should feel this is their new home. And the diversity of our communities is part of life, and people have very different ideas. We need to have harmony in all of that. But I'm not sure that there's a specific...
Thank you. Stephen.
13.
Lucky number 13.
November. What are the 3 top issues you believe constituents in Tauriko face, specifically about the ward area, not CBD issues, commissioner issues, etc.? How would you solve these issues?
The first major one for me is the transport issue, especially around Tauriko, with all the business in the lakes. There's a major eroding block there, and until the council, until the road comes through from State Highway down the back, I think the issue will continue. I don't know what we can do in the short term until that road is put through. Then we will see a change in the way traffic is actually progressed. I don't think in Tauriko we have too many major issues. That's what the problem is. That's why nobody turns up to these meetings. We have in Tauriko have a targeted rate. So everything we have done, we're a newer suburb. That is an issue to a lot of people because we see council trucks around every day, or city care trucks, as I should say, and every bit of grass is mowed about 5 times. So that is probably the only issue we have. We are very fortunate that we're blessed with cycleways.
Sounds like you guys are looking to represent a very good ward. Yeah.
Yep. Well, it's a very diverse one. Yeah. Seriously, Windermere.
That's right. It's not just the lakes.
Martin.
Number 17, please.
17. D for Delta, your question. Preamble first. The most vibrant and successful cities on earth have grown societally and economically in part through abandoning concepts of homogeneous societies and embracing the diversity of our populations. Aotearoa New Zealand is a population represented by over 1,500 ethnicities, cultures, and social identities. How would you grow Tauranga Moana through actively celebrating all people who call our city home? This question appears to be a double up. Your choice on answering.
Yeah, it's a slight variation in wording from another question. Growing Tauranga is not a challenge for Tauranga at the moment. It's dealing with the growth we already have. We already have a very diverse community and it's well represented, and that diversity continues to be attracted to Tauranga because we are very good at accommodating a very diverse community. Tauranga has its biggest issue is providing spaces and places for all these different community groups to show off their value to our community. That's the council's, one of the council's issues, is giving all these different diverse communities a place in which they can show the rest of us the value that they've added to us just by them being in Tauranga. And I value this very diverse community and the various communities around Tauranga because they've added so much to our community.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask if anyone here knew. I read an article in the Post recently which cited the percentages of, how much cities have grown from the last census. Yeah. Does anyone know how much Tauranga's?
I think it was 10 plus. I think it's the fastest. It was the fastest growing in the last census period.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're now not. Hamilton is growing faster than us, but in between census periods we were, and I think it was 10 point something rather.
That is impressive.
That is
really impressive.
That's over 3 years, you see. Or whatever the census was.
Because this is what's adding to all our housing issues. You grow when we haven't got the houses to provide for people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. We are going to move on to hard-hitting questions. questions. First hard-hitting question. Do you support the Tauranga City Council's long-term plan 24 to 34? And this time, Stephen.
It's essential that we have a long-term plan for the city. How it's made up is going to be, as a councillor, once you get in, you're going to have to spend a lot of time going through each of the years to see how it is made up. We have to support it because that's the way we're going to grow. We need to have a plan ahead. We need to have a vision for the future. So therefore, I believe we must continue in this vein and just make sure that we are totally aware of what is in each year. At the moment, we're in the dark about a lot of things, and we need to make sure that we can get inside with the staff and the CEO and go forward.
Thank you. Martin.
Yeah, in its current format, I'm not entirely agreed with the 10-year plan. I believe a lot of the council staff, their briefing around the 10-year plan and what to put in the 10-year plan was flawed. The current commissioners were well aware that if elected, the National New Zealand First Coalition would change Three Waters and return it to the councils, and yet they pushed ahead with a plan that did not allow for that. Spoken to a couple of MPs, were approached to lobby Timmy and Brown to postpone the signing of the 10-year plan until after the new council was elected. That was rejected. So in reality, you could say it was semi-rushed, as other councils around the country had the opportunity to delay slightly to reintegrate the water infrastructure spending into their plan. The major loss in our 10-year plan as a result of this is to actual roading infrastructure. None of the CBD developments lost any funding in our 10-year plan, and I was disappointed with that.
Thank you. Larry.
Yeah, 10-year plan is essential, and I think I would fully support the current one we have, but we need to understand that it isn't actually a full 10-year plan because you review it every 3 years. You have a new 10-year plan. Getting anything done in the city it's first of all begins with getting it into the 10-year plan, and then each time, even annually, you can revise and do changes, but every 3 years you have to do a new 10-year plan. So it's more like a 3-year plan with other things out there to the 10 years. And you do have to have it because you've got to keep planning towards those things. Otherwise, you'll never get there on time. Nothing happens fast in central government or in local government. And I think with regard to the Three Waters and so on, I think our city has had very good planning for that because we know we're a fast-growing city. The debacle over the Three Waters, and I'm not sure either if the old option or the new option is going to be the right one. We have to keep going with providing clean water, safe water and so on for our community and funding that as best we can until alternatives come forward.
Time will tell sometimes.
Time will tell.
All right. Murray.
Of course, we need a 10-year plan. It would be irresponsible not to have some idea of where you're heading. I also share the frustration or the disappointment that perhaps the commissioners didn't choose to allow the incoming governance, the democratically elected governance, to carry out that period of consultation and communication with the community and to sort of just better tease out and understand the 10-year plan. But that aside, it is there, and as has been mentioned, it can be revisited at any time. And a city is no different to our tourism business when we're on a journey. We know we think we want to go somewhere, but let's just keep an open mind. Let's keep communicating with our passengers, and it may be from time to time a voice from the back says, can we stop? I would like to go here, or I would like to go there. And I think as a good council, democracy would say, we listen, we're flexible, and we need to adapt with the time.
Oh. Very good. Oh, we cannot butt in on hard-hitting questions.
Who wanted to butt in?
All right. We're now going to go to our second hard-hitting question. Do you support removing the racecourse for building more housing or a new hospital? And first up, Martin.
Basically, I'm a no. Large and growing cities need large open green spaces. I admit this one's full of a golf course and a race course, but the race course is multi-use. It is regularly used for markets, for other equestrian events, for other community-based events. Use the race course and its facility, and it gives other groups an opportunity to use a large green space to do whatever function they choose to do. I'm definitely opposed to any sort of a new hospital there. We already have one that the government cannot fully staff anyway. If we do look at a hospital situation, it needs to be further out to meet the growing needs and where the city's going to grow to, not where we are now. It needs to be prepared or placed so it meets growth in the future. But no, I'm fully supportive of the racecourse, the current green space, and it can stay exactly where it is.
Thank you. Stephen.
I too believe we need to keep that green space. It may change in the future. It may no longer be a racecourse in the long term, but we need to keep it because the young people want to see the green spaces in our city. As for the hospital, I believe the reason the hospital was put there because it's central to the city and it's central to everybody getting access to the hospital in a timely manner. The hospital actually has plenty of room out the back, a lot of low buildings everywhere on site, and there's plenty of room still to develop the hospital, plus the land below the car park below is still available to develop. But that is a government decision when they will fund it. The hospital should stay where it is because it's not earthquake risk. It's actually in a good condition. Let's be smart about what money is spent on, but the green space must stay.
Thank you. All right, Murray.
Look, totally opposed. In fact, I was blown away when it even came up as an issue for the Tauranga community. Just couldn't believe it. I don't go to the races. I don't play golf. And my only frustration with the race course is I wish to heck they'd take that hedge down so that I could have a greater overview of the green space and the golf course. It just beggars belief. Now, directly adjacent to the golf course, which they were talking about putting houses on, we have Greaton South. Now, much of Greaton South, of course, was built in the 50s and in the 60s. It's getting near its use-by date, and much of it has been intensified, but only with 2 or 3 properties on a site. So there's clear opportunities within the existing as-built areas to intensify. But for the local authority to actually suggest putting houses on that critical green space, yeah, for me, just beggars belief. As far as the hospital goes, I'd certainly like to see a little bit more of the satellite services done. They just opened a new facility in Greaton. It could be something on Kennedy Road and elsewhere, providing health services.
Thank you, Murray. Larry.
Well, in regard to the hospital, it should stay where it is. If we need another hospital, which is coming very soon, it should be out in the east to service the population out there. The problem with the racecourse and housing is that everybody assumes it'll become like out at Papamoa along Te Okoroa Drive. If you give it up for housing, it's going to be crammed in there. There's no need to lose valuable green space if the racecourse was relocated and still have housing provided within it. And I'll tell you another thing that's needed to be looked at is that the Greaton Village School is in desperate need of major upgrades. It's falling apart, that thing, and it would be better if it could be relocated in the midst of a community in the racecourse and get better facilities, because schools are very, very important for us. And that land which the school currently sits on could be used for intensification and apartment living around the Greaton retail area. So we should keep looking at it. We should keep investigating it. Race courses could be between here and Rockville, and they can serve the purpose of both locations.
Thank you very much. All right. Hard-hitting question number 3. How will you restore confidence with the ratepayers in this city? And randomized list. Stephen.
It's not going to be easy because the ratepayers don't have any confidence in our last lot of councillors. So we need to show that we can stand up, we can work together, we can trust the process going forward, and that we do have a clear vision. It's not about us as individuals, it's about what you, the ratepayer, wants. So therefore, we have to show that we can stand up and do the right thing. I guess it's going to take time. It's not going to happen overnight. So as a councillor, if you're elected, you'll have to prove, because each session is videoed. So therefore, you will have to show that you can abide by your word and listen to what people are saying and then make decisions.
Thank you, Stephen. Martin.
Yeah, well, this speaks to Tauriko. We are asking you to elect us to the council, and as such, we will represent you at the council table. It is up to us to listen to you and carry out your instructions and build a Tauranga that you want to live in, that you want your family to be part of. A recent example of why this isn't working was Plan Change 33 with the change in building heights. The people of the Mount did not want multi-storey buildings. An independent commission said no, or suggested that wasn't the right way to go, and the commissioners went ahead and signed off on large storey buildings. I'm not for or against multi-storey buildings. It's that the community made it quite clear they didn't want them. A commission, an independent review panel said that was probably not the best way to go, and yet the Mount's got multi-storey buildings. That is what costs trusts and councils. If you don't do what the community wants, the community is not going to support you, and then we have an issue when the next major issue comes around. We have trouble engaging with the community because they think we don't listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Very close there. Nicely done. All right, Murray.
It's probably the most, for me personally, it's the most significant and critical issue that I would face as a city councillor. If you've got the trust and respect of those whom you are leading or taking with you, then the chances are your journey is going to be that much easier. If your passengers, I'm harping back to the buses, but if your passengers are feeling at ease, if they don't really feel that you know what you are doing or you don't give a damn, then the journey isn't going to be good for any party. So I think part of the pause on being elected is going to be addressing that very issue, the most critical issue. And it goes way beyond the former. The makeup of the last Council 219, I didn't see it myself as being particularly different to any other makeup that I've observed for the most part. There was a critical difference in terms of how the mayoralty was handled, but that's a personal issue. That's the biggest issue. Get them to trust you. Pause. Take time.
Thank you, Murray. Larry.
If I'm elected to represent Tauriko Ward, I will do my best to restore that confidence by working hard, by making decisions all the time for the best interests of the city. I do not believe that as many people in the city have lost confidence as what we sometimes say. The commissioners are appreciated by a majority of people in the city for the things they've accomplished. I think there were some councillors in the last council, when all of their emails and texts were revealed, people were very shocked at the things that they were doing and the behaviour they had. That has to be gone. And we have to have a new team of councillors elected who have the integrity and the commitment to a team working together, and a new mayor whereby we can restore that confidence. It will take a little time for some people, but I believe it's achievable, and I want to be part of it.
Thank you very much. Now, it is time for our closing statements. Let's roll the dice again. All right. Yes. Yeah. Background. There we go. All right. All right. Now that that is settled, Stephen, closing statement. 2 minutes.
Okay, right. Yeah, I'm asking the people of Tauriko to vote for me because I believe I have the financial background to understand what is happening in council, to take my experience and help set the rates properly, not to make them affordable so that we're not overextending our ratepayers. We're not causing those that rent in the city to have massive rate increases every year, but to make sure that I work for you. I'm prepared to listen to you. I'm prepared to work with you. I believe that it's not about me, it's about what you want. I believe that we have to keep having regular meetings in the term, those 4 years, so that we communicate constantly with you and then we work together to going forward. So vote Wheeler next to this election.
Thank you, Stephen. Murray.
Sorry.
Murray, you're up.
I'll get up and think about this one, but I'm really hoping that you do vote for me, Tauriko, in the election. I've got an absolute passion for the community. I've lived here for the bulk of my life, a couple of years in Brisbane, but I'm totally passionate. But equally passionate about our city, I'm passionate about the integrity of our democracy. It could be just so much better. As far as the growth of our city goes, it's always growing here. We hear the stories about the exponential growth, as if we're Jack and the Beanstalk. Well, in the last 30 years, since I've been investing and living in Tauranga, the growth has been between 1% and 2%. So it's not dissimilar to your grandchildren and your children. You just plan as you go. It is really not that hard. I'm looking forward to being part of a collective of elected members that will spend time building trust. Because I'm sorry, but I do disagree, with the Speaker. The community doesn't trust politicians. Read any Reader's Digest poll, the last Circa poll that I read. Tauranga City Council was at the very bottom of the list of a poll undertaken over 18 months. It may or may not be particularly accurate, I don't know, but I think you're in la-la land if you believe the majority of communities, the majority of our residents and ratepayers respect and trust politicians and councils. So for whatever reason, good or bad, we really need to work hard at that. So I look forward to the opportunity on being elected, of pushing the pause button and looking at ways in which we can, with a real passion, with real integrity, how can we apply meaningful, inclusive democracy to our city? Vote Murray Guy, number 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Murray.
What are you chuckling for?
All right, Martin, you're up.
Yes, Tauriko, I'm asking you to vote Martin Rosebin, vote 1 for me at this upcoming election. This next election has a few firsts about it. The Tauriko and Tauranga as a whole return to democracy. The term is a little over 4 years, so we get to trial something for the first time. There's a lot that this city is capable of, and through my time and life in Tauranga, we have never really achieved our full potential. We play host to the largest import-export port in this country, and we live off that. Our industry grows off it. The recent growth in the Tauriko Business District is an example of the growth potential that this city has. But in order for us to grow, we need to develop a group of society and a community in which businesses want to come here, businesses flourish here, and those businesses are going to need highly skilled workers to work in those. So we need a community that works together collectively to grow this beautiful city that we live in. So Tauriko, please take the time, investigate all the candidates on show here, get to know us a little better, make an informed decision, and get as many of your friends, families and colleagues in the Tauriko ward to vote. I'm asking you to vote for me. I'd love to be on council and represent you, but above all else, please vote in this upcoming election. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry?
Yes, very much become informed as you vote. That is the essential to getting better results. And I would urge you, when I deliver this to your letterbox, that you will take the time to read it before you choose between the four of us. I believe my experience will be valuable in the next council. I have seen councils change many times over the past 20 years, and new councillors have an enormous task to get their heads around running a city, a $400 million budget, and meeting all of the needs that we have. So please, if we have a whole new council with no knowledge of the past, no knowledge of the good things and the mistakes, I think it'll be less effective than it could be. I am ready to go again. I ask you to give me your number one. I ask you to read this. On the back is all of the things that I honestly can put my hand to, I've achieved while I've been serving you in this city. And they are worth noting because there's more to be done. We have to keep moving forward. There are things in the Tauriko ward that definitely need attention, and I will be working hard for you to get those things addressed and solved. Thank you. Please be a considered, intelligent voter. Give number one to Larry Baldock.
Thank you, Larry. Now, before I hand over to Sam, I would just like everyone to thank our candidates, our audience, and our crew for coming out tonight and making the effort to be part of the democratic process. So if everyone could put their hands together, please. You may have noticed from other shows, if you've been following, the lack of applause, and that is in no way reflected in our candidates and what they have had to say. It is due to me, the hype man, not being able to do my traditional role. But other than that, I think we've had a great show, and I will pass you over to Sam.
Oh, you're making this very quick. You still got the keys until 6 o'clock, though.
I know.
Might be better for me coming across this as I'm a bit more of an expert when it comes to STV than probably compared to the rest of the teams. When it does come to voting, please make sure you don't just select your first preference, but your second, your third, your fourth. You can't do a fifth here because there's only 4 candidates, and thank you for all the candidates coming out today for 100% turnout, and we're off for another, fingers crossed, 100% turn-off for the Welcome Bay ward. So this election is going to be decided by second and third preference votes, and whoever is going to be the final councillor to represent the Tauriko ward will have to achieve, on the last iteration, at least 50% of the vote plus 1. So when it comes out to voting, make sure it's that point there. You've got 4 brilliant candidates here, put their feet to the fire, and sit, so you can sit down there, guess what it is, and should we just say, I'm glad I'm not voting in this ward because otherwise it will be very difficult for me to sit there and decide because I can't just sit there and put one equal down on there. Now, cheeky question. I'm a barista by trade. Can you please tell me what type of coffee you would purchase if you went to, say, your local favourite coffee retailer, or you turned up to Being Here at the Newtown Market on Saturday Market in the Rongotai electorate in Wellington, the only electorate in the country that has 2 airports in it? Microphones. Microphone.
Is your vote because I drink Avalanche sugar-free coffees. We have boxes and boxes of them in our pantry, cappuccinos, caramel lattes, and so on. And they really meet my taste buds, and they keep me sugar-free.
I respect that decision.
When I'm at home, I am a bit partial to that too.
My coffee drink, cappuccino with cinnamon is my preferred, and quite large at that.
Oh, you'll love the Bean Here Bean Giant with a quad shot of coffee that's in a 16-ounce cup.
Definitely a flat white double shot, please. No sugar.
I like that tradition. Keep away from the sugar.
I'll have a beer, thanks, mate.
I'm sorry, I don't have a liquor license. So yeah, I thought I'd sit there and get that. That's the personal twist on there. And yeah, as you can gather, this is who's paying the bills. Yeah. And also for those who are wondering, 7 p.m. tonight, we've got Welcome Bay Ward, where I'll be in the driver's seats once Nick hands me back the keys.
I may have lost them. No, you'll be right. You'll be right. All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Tēnā tātou, haere mai and welcome Tauranga Moana. Welcome and hello to It's in the Ballot. These candidates will be standing for the Te Papa Ward. That is, with every election, one thing standing in the way, and that is your vote. Good morning, Tauranga and audience. Welcome to It's in the Ballot. This is Sam Summers' great project, inspired by It's in the Bag, where we can make politics accessible for all. I'd like to start off by introducing our crew. It's Sam Summers at the host desk, Nick on camera, Rebecca will be our question host. I will introduce you shortly. And nobody forget Stacey, my partner at home, editing and bringing the stream alive. Can we start by introducing our candidates, just starting from me to the left, or from you as your left to right? Just say your name. And
Kia ora, good afternoon. My name is Brum Van Berkel.
Try again.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Terry Malloy.
Kia ora and good afternoon. My name is Barbara Turley.
Kia ora, my name is Jim Smith, aka Mr. Fix-It.
Kia ora Tauranga, my name is Andrew Kai.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rod Taylor.
Good afternoon, Tauranga. My name's Chudley Haggett.
Wonderful, thank you for that. And now that we've done that, we probably could have skipped that and just gone into your opening statements, but I will use my list randomizer here, and everyone gets a fair go. So we're going to start with Terry Molly. Your opening statement, please. 1 minute. Molloy, Terry Molloy. Got it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Why am I standing? I believe it's incredibly important, since we've had the commissioners there for the last few years, that we have a steady hand on the tiller as we go forward. I think it's absolutely important that we do not have any knee-jerk reactions. They've set a certain direction. We may not approve of all of it, but I think it would be a big mistake to try and change it at this stage. The other thing that's absolutely critical, and a reason I'm standing, is that the two most important things in local politics, I believe, going forward is, one is planning. You've got to get the plan for the future right. We've got to be planning out 100 years. If we don't get that right, we're never going to catch up. And the other is finance. You know, we have got significant finance in our area with our partners, Western Bay, Environment Bay of Plenty, the iwi, the government, our developers. We need to get them to work together. Thank you.
Brilliant. Cheers, Terry. Next up, Chudley Haggett.
Good afternoon, everybody, and congratulations for taking the time to come here and listen to all the candidates rather than to listen to most of the BS that's in the papers around the place. At least you can meet and talk and understand the people. I'm standing for Te Papa Ward because as a previous councillor, I feel I know how to get the system working in favour of those people in Te Papa. The Te Papa Ward has suffered the most of all of the wards in Tauranga over the time of the commissars, as I call them, and very little has been done to relieve the problems that they've had. If I become a part of the council, I'll try and encourage all of the other councillors to make sure that the council is looking forward to a steady platform, which means probably rebuilding council and its staff, re-looking at a lot of the expenditure that the 10-year plan proposes, and finding out what's affordable to the people of Tauranga, particularly in the Te Papa Ward.
Thank you, Chudley. Next for your opening statement, Andrew.
Kia ora Tauranga, I'm Andrew Kai, and I like to start off these events the same way, and it's not even to convince you to try and vote for me, it's to try and send you a message of what to vote for. Right now, Tauranga as a city cannot afford itself. And so every other problem kind of becomes a secondary problem to that one. It doesn't really matter if you want more community services, if you want better roads, better public transport, if you want the parks better taken care of. It all comes back to the fundamental thing of this city has grown beyond its capacity to pay for itself. So whoever you vote for this election, just make sure you ask them, what is your plan to grow Tauranga so that it can pay for its own way? Now, as for myself, my background is in physiotherapy. I'm currently self-employed here in Tauranga, and I believe that that has given me some excellent skills that would make me a good counsellor for you guys. And hopefully, as the evening goes on, I'll get through the rest of my ideas and plans. But I always like to start these off by thanking you for coming, and encouraging you to vote for the right people that are going to develop Tauranga so that it can afford itself. Thank you.
Wonderful. Opening statement, Abram.
Good afternoon. I'm actually excited to have the chance to act as a representative on the Tauranga Council. I bring skills. I bring skills and will add value and champion Tauranga's economic development and growth. Each one of us has a different perspective of life. And as individuals, we should be treated with the appropriate respect. There are many facets that makes Tauranga what it is. Many facets. As your representative and with your ongoing support and feedback, we can make Tauranga a viable and dynamic place to call home, not just for our generation, but for future generations. I am looking forward to it, and I believe that we can make it happen. Thank you.
Awesome, Brum. Thank you. Rod Taylor, your statement.
Good afternoon, everybody. And as I said before, my name is Rod Taylor. I've lived in Tauranga my entire life. I don't currently reside in the Te Papa ward. I live slightly over the water here at Pillins Point. The reason I'm standing in Te Papa is largely to do with the fact that I own businesses in town, and I want to see the town heal itself, move on with the growth that's there, and continue the vision that the commissioners have put in place. I see the plan that they have ahead of us as something to strive for, but it obviously is a 10-year plan at the moment that needs a lot of rectification and tweaking as we go forward. But I want Tauranga to be a place that doesn't look like a bomb site, and I'm largely aiming at the CBD. So hopefully tonight you'll get an idea of what I'm after. Cheers.
Thank you. Rihanna, introduce yourself when you're ready. Do we have a Rihanna? No, not yet. Oh, Roger. One moment. Next on the list is a Mark. Okay, I thought so. He's got a question mark there. Barbara, your introduction when you're ready. Thank you.
As the only girl here, well, my vision, looking from the outside for Tauranga, is varied. I would like to work with TCC, the Regional Council, and address the congestion that is happening around Tauranga, especially at peak times. I want to work a way of getting Tauranga moving, possibly with other transport possibilities, such as park and ride places, ferries from Mauao and the Mount, and investigating rail. Our CBD needs revitalising, and growth internally is how I see it happening. But to do that, we need to look at many options, including development fees and compliance fees. We need to control rate increases. I'm on a fixed income. I couldn't afford 164% in 10 years' time. We need to keep a check and balance on our harbour, on the ecosystem of our beaches, and these are among the best assets that we have. We need to look after them. I'm new to council workings, but not governance roles. I could go on more. I'm not allowed. This is my thoughts. If you want to ask questions, see me later.
Very good. And props for rail. So last, if I am doing this correctly, we have Jim.
Good evening all, I'm Jim Smith. I'm an enrolled barrister and solicitor of the High Court of New Zealand, and with that I bring a sound knowledge of governance,
particularly around matters of constitutional and administrative law. I'm also a fourth generation Tauranga local, so I have very deep roots in this town. One set of great-grandparents settled in Welcome Bay, the other settled in the avenues, just one avenue over from where I live now, and that is firmly in the Te Papa ward. Born and bred on a dairy farm in the hills of Kaitemaka and Welcome Bay, and I still have family there. And as the saying goes, you can take the boy out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the boy. So I bring fundamental, pragmatic, problem-solving aptitude with me. I'm a natural advocate, in which I studied law and I currently work as an advocate for a local charity, Kids Needs Dads. And I've been there for 20 years going back for parents and their kids, and that is where I got the name Mr. Fix-It. So considering my background and skill base, going to local governance is a natural process.
Very good experience. Got dance practice in the other hall behind us. All right. Thank you for your opening statements. Yeah, well, we're going to go to the questions we think you'll be asking, one of Sam's fun new segments of the show. Questions we think you'll be asking after tonight's show. Will the Museum of Te Papa, Tongarewa, make the 523-kilometre journey north from its current location to our front doorsteps? With the talk of clip on cycle and pedestrian walkways, will the Matapihi train bridge get a clip on roadway to ease traffic congestion? I'm not familiar with the concept of a clip-on roadway. Sam will inform me later. Will Doctor Who fans be waiting outside to get autographs from a specific councillor candidate? Not a problem. All right, let's move on to the bulk part of the show, the fun part, where we have boxes full of questions submitted by the public. These have been put in by randomly by our question host here, Rebecca. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell us what brings you to What's in the Ballot?
Sure. I haven't prepared anything. I'm Rebecca Kitt. I'm from Youth Voices Action, and we are a not-for-profit organisation here in Tauranga that work with young people. We empower them and we encourage them to be involved in sitting around the table or helping to make decisions that affect them. So we came out with a cheat sheet for the local body elections, and it's great for anybody and everybody, but especially was designed for young people so that they can kind of learn a little bit more about how the whole process works and some keywords and that kind of thing. That's who I am.
Thank you so much for sharing. Is everyone ready to get the game started? Awesome. All right, my random order sheet suggests to you that Brahm, you will be first to choose a box. Please pick a number and speak to the microphone if you can, my good sir.
Lucky number 13. Okay, so we have the letter P for Peter.
Very good.
If you are elected into council, will you support the Tauranga Commissioner's strategy, direction and long-term plan? Yes or no?
I actually endorse the Commission's strategy, direction and long-term plan. I actually endorse it. However, it should be noted that the long-term plan is a live document. Does everybody understand what a live document is? It's where actually you look at it and you look at it and you look at it and you make amendments as you go. In 3 years' time, it is going to be completely reviewed. I believe that Tauranga does need a long-term plan, and it's actually such a requirement to have one. It also provides a visionary base of where for Tauranga to work on over the coming years. So it gives a base for us to understand where we want to go. Thank you.
Excellent. Next up, Terry. Terry, please pick a box.
Oh, I thought that was Craig going for unlucky 13. And it worked out right. I'll take 15.
15?
Box 15, and please to remember your microphone so those at home can hear.
Okay, number 15, we have N for Nigel. Do you support greater levels of intensification and the loosening of height restrictions in central areas, like that recently seen in the amended Wellington District Plan?
That's an interesting one. We've got to look where we put the next 50,000 people in our city. I mean, as it is now, we've got congestion out on the roads, we've got all sorts of problems. Where we house people, whether it's greenfields or intensification, is very, very important. And yes, I do support the intensification where we can. I think it's vitally important that we go up as much as we possibly can. So yes, I do.
Thank you so much. Next for the boxes, Rod. Please pick a number.
Number 12, okay.
Number 12, Rod.
So we have
Thank you.
K for Kelly. It's not a chameleon, but that starts with C.
Roger.
In regards to the Plan 33 change for residential density around the city, where do you stand on these changes?
Very similar question to the last one. I did prepare an answer. I think the recent recommendations made by the panel of experts that the council paid to assess this should have been adopted in full. The report largely adopted intensification, but with a few adjustments. The Commissioner's amendments will need to be looked at by the new council. They appear to have done doesn't look particularly good, I don't think. And an investigation to what's happened here will be an urgent priority for the new council.
Cheers, Rod. We also have a button from Bram who would like to answer the question.
This is quite new to me. Just so you're aware, we live in the Kingsview Towers, and so I can clearly see what happens with intensification. I do have some photos here. If anybody's interested in looking at them afterwards, of what the result is of high-rise building. Growth will not go away. Let's be honest, growth won't go away, and that means more people and more of everything. Building heights are going to increase. The question is how we manage this. I'm a strong believer in air, sun, and amenities. That means we provide environments, living space that do not have tall buildings stack up one next to the other, and creating undesirable environments and surroundings. We need to avoid situations like this, like what I've got here. And if you put your buildings too close together, you'll have impact on and amenities. I do strongly recommend that we make sure that if we do anything like this, is that there is that facility there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bram. Another button from Jim. Very good. Please proceed.
All right. Yeah, the Mounties, they've always been a special breed, and I've always been envious of them. And, my dad used to have a butcher shop over there in the 60s. I can remember when the surf was up, many businesses would shut their doors and with a sign going, "Gone surfing." And then we built a bridge and ruined it for them. So a lot of time for the Mounties, and they've been quite steadfast in their opposition to Plan Change 33. And I say to them, get out and vote for the candidate that will kill it for them. Regarding the Papa ward, my stance for this ward is very different. We are constrained by a harbour on each side of the CBD. The CBD, in any city for that matter, once you hit a critical mass, then the expectation is the only way is up. The Mount is buzzing, the Tauranga CBD is not. That is the difference. We need intensification in the CBD to bring it back to life.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to a new question, I guess. Where did we get to? Did Rod pick a box?
Yep.
Thank you. So now, Andrew, you are up.
Well, I'd like you to rank me number one. So, number one, please.
Number 1 it is.
One is available.
I'm
Okay, we have the letter G for George. It's a long one. Okay, are you prepared to support unpopular but necessary levels of rate increases in order to ensure the financial viability of the council, instead of voting for lower rate increases in the interest of your own re-election prospects at the expense of future councils being able to fund infrastructure, maintenance and upgrades?
That's a very long question, and as I understand it, it's basically yes, I do support doing what is necessary for the good of the city over the long term, and if that means putting up rates, which at this current point of our city's growth and development, unfortunately, we do need to make up for some missed investment, and so I believe over the next 5 years, the rate rises have already been set. I think you'll be hard pressed to find a council that will change that. But what we need to do is invest that money wisely so that this city can start to pay for itself in the long term, and we're not relying on 10% rate rises every year, because we can't sustain that. So yes, I do support making unpopular but necessary decisions, but I want to make sure that any rate rises are prudent and efficiently spent so that we get the most out of our money, and that eventually we can just inflation.
I'd like to cut in. Can't let that go.
Yes, Chef, please do.
People, I can't let that go. I'm sorry. But there's a big difference here. I mean, what Andrew is saying is that we must plan for the future is correct. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. But we've heard from the commissioners and council over the last 5 years or so that there's been no investment in infrastructure or anything. Well, of course, that's simply not true. We've spent millions on infrastructure. And the other side of that coin is that if you look at the 10-year plan, all of these masterful things that they're going to pay these huge amounts of money for, none of them are infrastructure. None of them are new roads. It's all fancy buildings so that they can jack up the amount of money they can borrow from central government. No, I'm sorry. Before these rates go up and before you look at the rates, you must believe in the process that's going to give an advantage to the ratepayers. Just quickly, although in 10 years' time they're claiming that there'll be a 170-odd% increase in your rates, in 5 years' time it's going to be 150. On the average rate basis, that means that every single one of you or every single one of your homes is going to have to find something like $200, $250 before you go to the supermarket, before you put petrol in the car, before you pay your rent or your mortgage, before you pay for your insurances. You're going to have to find that money. No, sorry, that's too much. We've got to look at it straight away.
And a very powerful rebuttal. Next up, Jim, please pick a box.
Box number 7, please.
Box number 7. Okay, we have E for egg. There we go, eventide. International studies have shown that an active appreciation of a society's diversity boosts both positive well-being and economic growth. Some might argue Tauranga City has in the past overly represented a specific demographic. How would you ensure Tauranga City Council actively reflects our whole society?
Okay, I assume the specific demographic referred to would be the newlywed or the nearly dead, because that's the traditional view of Tauranga. Yeah, look, I went to the Multicultural Festival held here in March. I really enjoyed it. Despite the rain, it was a really good vibe. We have the likes of Multicultural Tauranga, so it's not like we're not already catering for this need. I've lived and worked in Melbourne for a short time, and I love that Melbourne was so diverse that no one really cared where you were from. And yes, we really need to be shaking off that newlywed and nearly dead mantle now, and diversity is going to increase and quite organically, and just bring it on.
We appreciate it. Gosh, forgive me. My recall is not the best right now. I had a lot on my mind. But yeah, so next will be Chudley.
Number 5. We have D for diesel. The most vibrant and successful cities on earth have grown societally and economically in part through abandoning concepts of homogeneous societies and embracing the diversity of our populations. Aotearoa, New Zealand has a population represented by over 1,500 ethnicities, cultures, and social identities. How would you grow Tauranga Moana through actively celebrating all peoples who call our city home?
Wow, there's a lot in there, First of all, I have to be honest, and I get sick of people telling me how successful towns and cities are in other parts of the world that have done this. Well, there's no real proof of it. We've got an absolutely incredible population in Tauranga that is very diverse. The main function of council is to make sure that every single one of them gets treated the same. And the opportunities for every single one of them are not put on the back burner. That's what a council can do. Other than that, these own ethnic groups, hey, I've got no problem with them starting up their own little clubs and groups. And if council's got buildings that they can lease to them and things like that, that's where council's role is to support them and to make sure that they can do what they want within the community at large, and they have the same rights as everybody else.
Great timing, most appreciated. Last in this round. Oh, sorry, button from Andrew.
Diverse. 30% of our population comes from the migrant community, and it'd nice to see greater representation across more aspects of our society. For me, this question's come up across quite a few of these, and I wanted to take it down a different angle, and I wanted to talk about safety and visibility. Because a lot of other candidates have spoken about inclusion and diversity. And well, for me, if our people can see themselves in our society, whether that's our council staff or our councillors, or whether that's people partaking in our society, if you go to the store and you're not the only one with a physical disability or mental disability that's working at that store, then you can see yourself reflected through your society. Then you're going to feel more safe to be able to contribute to it. And it is, quite frankly, because we live in a consumer economy, the more of our people that can actively partake in that economy, then the more our entire society flourishes. Thank you.
Very cool. All right, last in this round. No more buttons. Barbara, please pick a box number. Please use your microphone.
Box number 3, please.
Box number 3. Okay, we have I for igloo. So this is a yes or no question. Do you support the establishment of Māori wards? Do you support the Treaty of Waitangi? Why?
Absolutely, I support the Treaty of Waitangi. It's a living document for Aotearoa, New Zealand. I work at a school and it's part of our curriculum, and we're all well aware of what it means. They are the voice of our community. They are the tangata whenua of Tauranga and every other city in New Zealand. I recently, or today, attended the Tauranga commemorative 160 years of the Battle of Tauranga. It was very moving and it was very special. Along with that is the Battle of Gate Pa, the Tauranga Pukahinahina pose and things like that. And this is something that we need as a town to understand better. to come to the realization that that's our history, our main history, and we actually, whether we like it or not, need to learn more about it and be inclusive of the tangata whenua of Tauranga City.
Quite an emotional subject, no matter where your understanding may lie. All right, that was a fun round one. Thank you very much for participating. Let's go again. Oddly enough, we have Abram to be first in the list.
Number what?
Number 1 is gone.
Last one then.
28 would be the last one.
We have Z for zebra. It's the only word I can think of that starts with Z. What initiatives will you implement to reduce crime and make our neighbourhoods safer?
I believe it's the community participation that is key to this happening. We are becoming more insular as people, and this is contributing to what is happening today.
So please hold the microphone a little closer. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. I don't mind.
When families and communities are actively involved in identifying and controlling unwelcome incidents, the more pleasant the neighbourhood becomes. We cannot keep on blaming the council or the government for some of these issues. However, we as council, we can provide the support, the background, and to enable communities to work together to make this happen. Thank you.
Nicely said. Chudley, your question, please.
23.
23.
There's a lot of strangeness around that number. I invite you to look into it yourself. If anyone remembers being 23, it was a strange time.
AA for Alcoholics Anonymous. I don't know. What are your plans for implementing sustainable practices and green initiatives in our area?
Well, that's a curly one. Well, my plans in particular, sustainable practices and green initiatives are things that come from a collective of council and from not only the local authorities. We have local authorities in the area whose job specifically is to do that, and then to bring their recommendations to councils. And as a councillor, I certainly look favourably on things that are going to improve the environment for ratepayers. Personally, I don't think that I am clever enough to do that or know enough about it. Quite honestly, I would leave it to the experts and the recommendations they make to council, and then make sure that council are doing things that benefit the ratepayers.
Thank you, Chudley. Terry, pick a box.
Thank you. I've got a couple of this thing. I'll stick with the 5s, please. 25.
25.
Yeah.
We have W for weather. Auckland Council has recently shifted to taking away recycling bins of people who mix in general waste with their recycling. Should Tauranga consider doing the same thing?
Yeah, I think we should. There's always a cost to these things, and I believe costs should, where we can, should lay with our born. The other thing I'd suggest possibly is they're going to have to monitor them to some extent to know who is putting the waste in. And another possibility would be to simply charge them extra. They've gone to the work of monitoring them, they know who they are. So if they are continually putting waste that shouldn't be in the bin, which creates problems and expenses for all of us, then they should be charged, I believe. Thank you.
We're just going to play musical microphones in a moment. Next up, your question will be for Andrew.
Well, I wanted one first time. I'm standing for Tauranga and Te Papa, so all of your ones, 11.
We have Q for Queen. Shortly, Tauranga City Councillors will be asked to approve a proposal for the installation of rainbow street art in the CBD. The aim of the project is to celebrate our rainbow community, acknowledge our wider diversity, and improve the vibrancy of our CBD. Would you vote in favour of the proposal? And if not, why not?
I believe the question was about a street art, and in the link that we got, it had specifically a crossing. Now, I don't know the legalities of changing over a crossing, but I am all in favour of a street art that celebrates diverse aspects of our community. I believe, like I mentioned before with visibility, that allowing people to see themselves and be seen in our society is important for them to be included and contribute to their fully. And we always flourish when we get contributions from the diverse aspects of our society, because we are different and we come from different backgrounds and we have different ambitions. And collectively, when we kind of push towards our different ambitions, then that's when I believe we all flourish. So I would be in favor of supporting various artworks, but in this case specifically for our LGBT community. Thank you.
Great answers. Jim, are you ready to choose a box number?
Could I have box number 8, please?
Box number 8.
And sorry to those at home for me not switching the graphics locally.
Okay, so we have a C for cat. In recent years, violence directed toward Aotearoa, and in this case, Tauranga Moana's LGBTQAI community, has increased, most notably with the destruction of our community's Rainbow Youth Facility in an attack. How would you create a Tauranga Moana that actively promotes an appreciation of our diverse communities?
Okay, this really comes back to what is the role of local government and what business does it have in what goes on in our bedrooms. Look, I'm a big believer in keeping the state, whether local or central, out of our lives and particularly out of our bedrooms as much as possible. So I'd strongly advise inviting us in. Look, I work in the family law arena and I know how this can get messy. So I'll kind of give you an example of why you should probably leave the state out of your personal lives. And it may sound like I'm going off topic, but bear with me. When you get married, whether you're straight, gay, etc., this is a contract with not only with each other, but also with the state. And if you want to end the marriage, the state will force you to remain married for 2 more years before you can apply for dissolution. And this is absolutely ludicrous. So the legally good stuff is gone, like property rights, but the negative stuff remains. And if you want to get married for religious or cultural reasons, then get married in the ecclesiastical eyes of God and sign the paper. So yeah, just don't invite us into your personal lives. Trust me on this one. It's not a governance issue you really want.
Oh, I'd love to respond to all answers as a citizen. However, I wish to remain neutral and just give the format for the audience at home to decide who is the best candidate. So next up, Rod. Rod, it is your turn. Thank you.
Yes, 21. We have T for tomato. Are you able to pronounce Tauranga correctly? I probably should have spelt that out. And are you familiar with the local iwi and hapu in our city?
Tauranga, and up until recently, I probably wasn't paying much attention to Ngāti. Sorry, the three iwi. So I'm not going to try and pronounce them tonight. I know there are 3, and there is one in Te Puke that is an ancient iwi that came on the first canoe.
So I haven't answered the question particularly well, especially when I do have Ngāi ancestry as well. So someone wants to butt in and give me the correct answers, Andrew, it's probably right up your alley.
All right, nobody wants to butt in on that? Very good. Barbara, please pick a box number.
Number 7.
7 is gone.
Oh, the next box to you.
Number 6. We have F for Frank. Do you wish to promote or delay public transport measures for Tauranga?
I wish to promote the smart strategic investment in public transport. TCC must work with the Regional Council to ensure that Tauranga enjoys a better commute on our roads. Our big buses, and I recently spoke to a number of bus drivers, and our big buses need to operate at peak times. And then at off-peak times, we need to look again at the on-demand buses, and we need to get used to using those smaller buses for the other commutes. They can get us there quicker and faster and can have more passengers than our big buses have during the off-peak times. You often see them running around with none or 1 or 2 passengers in. That is a waste of fuel and economics.
The on-demand bus service in Tawa, Wellington seems to be going quite well, so good luck in implementing this. New round, everyone feeling all right? I wish we were dancing next door, yeah? The randomizer seems to love Brahm. He is at the top of the list again.
Okay, I'll do it at random. I'll close my eyes. Box number 16. We have L for lemon. Not a lemon of a question, hopefully. What is your strategic vision for Tauranga City, i.e. what will the city look like in 10 to 15 years?
This is quite a hard question to answer, as anything can happen over the next 15 years. 20 or 30 years ago, would the people that have been in Tauranga all that time, would they expect what they have today? I doubt it. Most long-term residents would say no. It was not that long ago that Matua was a series of orchards in front of Waitara Road. If we are fiscally responsible and have the regard for our community, we can accommodate Tauranga's growth in such a way that come to the future, our children's children will be in a position to enjoy the amenities, have good access around the city, and be proud to call home. And then they would be looking for their children to stay here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham. Rod, are you ready to choose a question?
With 7.
7 is gone. 8's gone.
9?
9 I can do. We have A for Apple. Direct question. What political party are you linked to?
Easy answer, and then I don't affiliate with a political party. I think that all too often central government is starting to interfere too much in the local body politics, and I think we should keep them out. So staying independent is the key to being a successful councillor, I think.
I've always appreciated how grassroots the local body elections are, or local councillors rather than parties. Anyway, I think you know what I'm trying to say. So next, let's have a Terry. Please pick a question. Or a box with a random question.
What's spare? 23?
19?
Yes, I have 19.
That's a good choice by somebody else, so that's good.
I will reiterate, Rebecca,
Go
put
for
the questions in the box. I do not know which question is in that box.
19's fine.
You're happy with 19? Okay, so we have A, B for apple bottom. What steps will you take to make sure our local government is transparent and accountable?
It's accountable. You have an election generally every 3 years. We've got a bit of an aberration this time, but generally every 3 years they are accountable. There's transparency through your 10-year plan, which is revised every 3 years, where they have to go through considerable public consultation. And if you don't like what your councillors have done, then you have that opportunity in 3 years' time to pick some more. That's all I can think of at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Barbara, your question?
Something in the 20s.
How does 22 sound?
It sounds like two little ducks.
Okay, so we have S for Sam. Given the overwhelming empirical evidence showing that sprawl costs and public purse ratepayers way more than intensive urban development, for example, the OECD, show it triples the cost of public services, will you agree to contain the city boundaries as they are to encourage the city to go up instead of out?
Yes, I think it's time that we forget the quarter-acre section. As nice as it is for us all growing up and having the space there, we can't afford it, and we need to look at infrastructure going up. But we have to be aware, as a colleague said, of the air-sun ratio. And we need to make sure that everyone has the chance of having some green spaces around these buildings that go up. I'm not sure that I can think of much else at the moment, so sorry.
Good answer. Chudley, proceed.
So what's that? Number 20 is still there, I see.
Yes.
Oh, I've got some curly ones up till now.
I'll give you an easy one. U for under. With a CBD that needs revitalising and a housing crisis, supply and affordability wise, how are cost savings and rate changes going to contribute to this?
Wow. Okay. First of all, in the residential areas, if the commissions have put forward goes through as a 10-year plan, and you all have to pay $200 or $300 a week more, that is, more in your annual rates, then what we're going to see is we're going to see an awful lot of people leaving the city because they simply can't afford to stay here. And many of those people are the foundation people of the city, which were the people that originally retired here. Many people retired here and they had enough money maybe to buy themselves a little shop downtown. Well, you go downtown today, 40% of the shops are empty. It's a ghost town down there. You can get a car park right outside the city council because there's just nobody around. It is just deathly. So how do we encourage businesses back into the CBD? Well, there's a number of problems here. Number one is the value of the properties. Do we wait until they come down, or do we begin at the amount of rent that businessmen have to pay on top of their leases downtown? It's become unaffordable down there. and people can't make any money out of it. So unless you address that problem and find a way, you won't be able to revitalise the city centre.
Thank you. Round it out. Very good. Andrew, are you ready for your question?
Always. 14, I think I see.
Number 14.
Thank you.
We have M for monkey. A nice short one. How will you manage the city's finances?
Cautiously and prudently, I will examine all the incomings and outgoings of the city. I believe that is the responsibility of all councillors to embed themselves in the beast, as it were, and to understand how it functions as best they can. But while saying that, I also want to acknowledge that it is a time of development and growth for our city. And so we will have to, as I've mentioned before, spend appropriately so that over time the city can grow to afford itself. That's mostly it. Making sure that we're not being wasteful with our products, making sure that we're not duplicating our services. I know that they're contemplating redoing the waterfront playground, which they've only just put up. Things like that, making sure that we set a plan and we stick to it and we follow it through so we reduce a lot of this duplication waste. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for sharing. Last in this round, Jim.
Do we have box number 10?
We do have box number 10. So we have B for berry. Aotearoa New Zealand has a population represented by over 1,500 ethnicities, cultures and social identities. Studies have shown that diverse and inclusive societies both increase well-being and economic growth. How would you actively improve Tauranga Moana's sense of celebration and celebration of its diverse society?
I think I've kind of already answered this one, so I'm going to bump it. Andrew.
Deferred to Andrew.
What was the specific question? Sorry, which one?
Is it B?
Yes, B. Yeah.
Thank you.
Would you like me to read? Oh, you got it there.
Oh, that one. I've similarly answered that, I believe. Though I'm happy to go again because, you know, trying to get on council, I have to be able to talk and communicate my vision to you. So I spoke about safety and visibility last time. So how will we actively sell and improve Tauranga's men's? For me, it's making sure that we utilize our community spaces. We have the historic village, which for what it costs the council, I don't believe it costs the council too much. We just pay them, reduce their rent a little bit. And for what we as a city get out of what they provide, it's just absolutely immense. So I think the council needs to make sure that our various community groups, from the historic village to the Welcome Bay community groups, are supported adequately and that they don't have to fight for their survival when the long-term plan comes up and the council decided to jack their rent up by too much. So that's a lot of it for me, is again, including our people, making sure that they see themselves in our society, and that making sure we use our money appropriately to fund our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. We are running close to half time, but we have 7 boxes, so we'll go one final round if everyone's okay to proceed. Let's see if we get Bram at the top of the list again. Yeah, really. Maybe it's the when we were. Yep. All right, your turn. Please proceed.
Any box. Pressure on me. Okay. I'm going to go with my lucky number, 24. So we have Y for yes. What will you do to support and promote arts and culture programs for young people in our community? I believe this was a question that was submitted through our youth at Youth Voices Action.
I believe that this needs to be driven by, and supported by our schools and our various cultural groups. And it also has to be supported by the young people. Got to be careful what I say here. Getting off their bums to get out there and be make people aware that they are there for them. The council can supply suitable venues and provide support both directly and indirectly, not only to our young people, but to enable all our types of arts and cultures to express themselves. I've answered this question directly to the youth group already, so thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Barbara,
Another box.
Another box.
another box.
My other lucky number, number 4. We have J for John. Given the well-established evidence globally and within New Zealand that congestion is increased when more and bigger roads are built, and also that congestion is bad for the economy, including wages, what policies would you support to improve the mobility of residents around Tauranga City?
We need to try and encourage our residents, our workers to get out of their cars and use the public transport more. But we need to have a better and more reliable public transport. I was in Auckland for a long time and we had a big business, a trucking business up there. And one of the biggest problems that we had with the business was congestion. So it cost us a lot of money in downtime. Our trucks suffer from the downtime. So we need to look at a better way of utilising the trucks coming through our towns, bypassing the main routes, and look at public transport for as many people as we can.
Thank you. Ready for Jim?
Okay, lucky dip.
Lucky dip. We're going to go with number 17. We have R for Rebecca. If you are elected as a councillor, will you decelerate council spending on unwanted grand projects and concentrate on vital necessary infrastructure needs such as roading?
Okay, I think my stance has been fairly consistent on this. It's back to basics. You know, things like the CBD stadium can wait, and as much as it pains me to say that, so can the Memorial Pools project. There's some things, such as the Civic Centre, where it's just too late to stop it. By the time we get into council and start making decisions, it'll just be too far advanced to responsibly put a halt to it. Rule of thumb will be, if the ground has not been turned on any of these type of projects, then there's an opportunity to review them.
Very good, sir. Chudley.
Can I get in on that?
Oh, sorry. Yes, please do.
There's a reason the commissioners took the city down the path they did, and they didn't do it for fun, and they didn't do it to just waste all of our money. This city, as I've mentioned, needs to grow to be able to afford itself. And unfortunately, roads don't pay for a city. Roads don't pay rates, and roads don't bring me new rate payers. They might increase suburbia, but our city cannot afford more suburbs. We need to find new ways of paying for ourselves, and that's either through intensification or through the council generating an economy for itself. There are amenities that councils can build that will pay for themselves. They might look as $100,000 upkeep on the council books, but once you factor in all the jobs that are generated and all the money that's brought in from those, then they are economically beneficial amenities. And so that's what we need, because there are a lot of roading projects, and we could spend the entire 10-year plan on those roading projects, and at the end of it, we'll still have a lot more to build, and then we'll have no new income to pay for it. So beyond roads, the city has to pay its own way. Thank you.
Very good. Who just went before? So sorry.
Andrew.
Jim.
Oh, Jim.
It was Jim. Yeah, wonderful. I'm amazed at the deja vu. You guys do so great. Chudley.
What have we got there?
You've got number 2, number 18.
Number 2. That's
Number
me.
2. We have H for Henry, or housing.
H for Haggett.
Do you support the proposed CBD stadium?
Absolutely not. At this stage. Yes, we do need to grow. Yes, we probably do need a stadium. But there's big differences in between what council staff have come up with the Tauranga Stadium and some $220 million to put it up there, when we've got one of the mayor's candidates saying he's got an offer on the books to build the same sort of stadium at Blake Park for 48 million. What's going on? No, we need to have a good look at the way these decisions were come by. We need to have a good look at what information made the commissioners push these incredibly expensive projects. It's all very well to say that the city needs to grow, but Andrew hit the nail on the head when he said we can't afford it, and we certainly can't. And what I want to know is how come there's $1 billion of your money being spent on this downtown project, if it's such a good idea, if the city needs it, if it is going to be the making of the city. Why haven't private investors come up? Why haven't they put their hand up and say, we'll build it, you just give us the land and give us the help? No, 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 no. All of a sudden, you guys are going to be lumbered with $1 billion for something that is not council's job. It
Wrap
is
it up.
not council's job to build commercial entities. That is the business of private enterprise.
Another brilliant answer from Chudley. Thank you. Rod, are you ready for your question?
What have we got left there? 26, is it?
26.
Yep.
V for vampire. Do you support ratepayers paying for growth infrastructure?
This is the big one, and the cost of infrastructure, whether to expand the city or rectify what hasn't been maintained for ages, falls on all of us. Domestic, commercial and industrial ratepayers, developers and new homeowners all have to pay part of the cost. Determining the apportionment of the costs and how they fall is going to be the challenge for the council coming in over the next 10 years.
Succinct. Very good. Terry, your turn.
Got a choice of two. My eyes are good, but I can't see the numbers.
You've got 18 or 27?
27, please.
We have X for X-ray. How do you plan to address climate change and environmental issues at the local level?
I think that's an issue that we all have to be cognizant of. We see it in the news every day with environmental issues closing in on us. I think we just have to play our part. Our waste collection is a very important one for every one of us in the community to make sure we get that sorted out. Our use of power, all the supplies that we have, power, water, we need to once again do our best to save those assets that are coming in. And we just all have to be very, very careful. I think the whole community and council needs to lead it where they can. Thank you.
All right, so bring us to the end of this section of the show. Andrew, please pick the final box. I think it was 18.
Oh, tough choice. 18, please.
It's another long question, so I'm going to take a deep breath in. We have O for octopus. During stage 1 of the Cameron Road project, businesses were severely impacted by the works and owners were harassed by the council and commissioners. What lessons have been learnt by this project and how do you ensure that the council doesn't bully businesses and people again? Will you take personal responsibility for stage 2 or any other council-run projects?
Absolutely. If I put my name to a project, sign off on the line term plan, then I absolutely am willing to be responsible for that and be held accountable for delivering that. I have heard the commissioners speak, and they've obviously done a lot of reflecting. They were the ones involved in the organisation and planning and the council itself, and they've reflected on that the cones were out too long, it wasn't phased appropriately. So the council itself has learned a whole bunch of lessons from that. Is this the one where it's my thoughts on the plan itself? No, otherwise I think the Cameron Road plans are excellent. And as for bullying businesses, look, our council really shouldn't be bullying its constituents anyway. I think it's about a much more approachable manner, about communicating with the businesses and letting them know your plans of what's happening, how long the disruption is going to be, and by goodness, sticking to it. Because obviously every overrun and every delay has a massive impact on our businesses. Thank you.
Yep. Let's use those button cards. I think Chudley got there first.
Yeah, hi. Now, this question really speaks to the total dysfunction of council. It has been a disaster, the Cameron Road, and you all know it's been a disaster. There have been areas where, for example, the stretch between 11th Avenue and 13th Avenue was ready to be sealed on a Monday morning before somebody found out that the stormwater drain hadn't been put in. And so they had to dig it all up and start again. And then we've got the blowout of millions of dollars over the budget. Money just kept going down a great black hole and nobody was held to account. I mean, there are private contractors who are contracted by the council to do this, but council had their own people on the job ticking things off as it went. But we still got masses of problems. We got delays. We got businesses going out of business because people couldn't get to them. And then at the end of the day, we've got masses of cycle lanes we don't need, masses of bus lanes we don't need, and we've got big humps on every corner that are going to take the suspension out of everybody's car over a period of time. And then to add insult to injury, they start stopping people from turning left onto Cameron Road. None of this was discussed with the people. None of it was discussed with the ratepayers. Council and the commissioners went on their merry way and created a disaster. Stage 2 must not be the same.
And Barbara.
I'm against stage 2 for many reasons. I've spoken to businesses from 15th Avenue down to Greaton Village, and they don't want this coming through their area. Their area has already been harassed and hassled with the changes around Greaton from Mitre 10 through to Greaton, going from down to one lane all the way through. The traffic build up there is horrendous at night or in the morning if you're coming through from Tauriko, Barks Corner and that way through the racecourse. The build up is terrible. The biggest problem in stage 1 was they couldn't find the pipes. They didn't do due diligence on where the pipes were. They relied on 100-year-old plans. They didn't put the proper traces down to find where they were. And that's why they extended the time in doing all that. We don't want that to happen in stage 2. We want them to, if they're going to continue, we want them to find out where the pipes are first, because they're the things that need replacing. Recently, Dive Crescent stormwater failed. 12th Avenue stormwater failed last week, causing all brown water in the area. It's just got to stop. We've got to do something proper. We've got to do due diligence properly. And the people in the second half of Te Papa don't want stage 2 at this stage.
Very quickly.
Very quickly. I shared a house when I was young with a guy that designed Barks Corner for what was then the Ministry of Works. That junction was originally designed as an over and under, and had it been built as an over and under at the time, half of our problems would be gone.
Always appreciate local knowledge. So let's call it off the record. All good. All right. Some amazing candidates here. I presume we're all anxious for a break. I know I am. So we're going to break for 5 to 10 minutes. I'm feeling a little out of my depth. While I don't mind public speaking in my own job as a train manager in Wellington, this is definitely Sam's project, and I'm feeling the heat of it and not bringing enough joy to the situation. So I will be passing it back over to him so that he can put his spin on it, as it is Sam's show, although we do work as a team. So in saying that, let's have a break. We'll see you after the break for hard-hitting questions.
Okay, and let's get to the fun part of hard-hitting questions. These are the questions where every candidate has to sit down there and answer every question. So they cannot use their button cards or their defer cards, well, because they're going to be answering it anyway. So let's talking about random list order sheets. Okay, finally we have a different order, and that sets her to it. Andrew, you get to go up first with So, actually, no, you get to go first, but I need to actually tell the people what hard-hitting question number 1 is. Do you support the Tauranga City Council's long-term plan 2024 to 2034? Far away.
Yes, overall, I do support the plan. I believe it's moving the city in the right direction. I believe it's developing key areas like improving our transport network so our people can more easily get around our town without relying on just the personal car. And I believe it's got a heavy focus on revitalizing our CBD, which is one of the most important issues for Tauranga at the moment. The fact that we have an economic dead zone in the heart of our city means that we're all paying for it anyway. So if we pay for it to develop appropriately into a city CBD and stop trying to pretend that it's still a town CBD, then we will, then it will grow to be able to contribute to the rest of Tauranga's economy, which it's currently not doing. So overall, yes, I think there might be some things to refine, but I think the direction is good and I intend to finish it should I be elected. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, Chudley. Oh, yes, as I told you, I'm very strict on timekeeping, yeah?
What have we got?
Oh, the hard-hitting question. Do you support the Tauranga City Council's long-term plan 2024 to 2034?
The big project? No, I don't. Yep, there's some other stuff in there which is necessary for the growth of a city, but no, the city can't afford it. The ratepayers certainly can't afford to have their rates increased by 167% over the next 10 years, or probably over 150% in the next 2 years. We're going to see a flight from the city of people that simply can't afford to stay here. And of course, that flight from the city is going to put homes and properties on the market, which of course is going to drive property prices down, which means the council's going to get less income from the rates. So guess what they're going to do? Put the rates up again. No, this has got to be looked at as a living document. It's got to be looked at in the long term and what is affordable to the people. And how, I mean, what Andrew said is quite right. The downtown area is as dead as a doornail and it needs to be revitalised. But you don't spend $1 billion down there where nobody can park their car to get there. So, no, it has to be looked at again. It's totally inappropriate at the moment.
Okay. Thanks for that. Jim?
Right, I'll keep this short. Short answer is no. And I'll tell you why. The document needs to be reviewed and it needs to be given legitimacy. The long-term plan was brought in by an unelected statutory body, and an elected council needs to go through and review it. But to be fair, as many people have already said, it's a living document, so we can do that, and it is not set in stone. That's not to say that we throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's some good stuff in there. But, you know, it would need to tweak it, think harder about the costs and the timeframes. And some of the projects and aspirations contained within the plan may well need deferring.
Okay, Bram.
I do support the Commissioner's long-term plan. We just got, I think it's already been mentioned, it is a live document. It is reviewed every 3 years. Tweaks are made on the way, but it is a document that we can reference as it provides a visionary base for the Tauranga City to work on over the coming years. Thank you.
Rod.
Yes, definitely support the plan. I think it's given us focus, vision, and something to aim for. When we stand back in 2034 and look back 10 years, the plan will be very, very different to what it is at the moment. The adjustments we make on the way means that some of the stuff at the tail end will probably not happen. But at least we've got the ship moving in the right direction, I believe. So for all their faults, the commissioners have got us on the track.
Okay, Barbara.
Okay. Yes, I support the TCC long-term plan, but not fully and not in its complete current form. I feel that there's some areas that we need to relook at and check that they have got the funding to go with them. There's a lot of wish list stuff on there. There's been a lot of submissions made to some of the stuff that's on the long-term plan that weren't listened to or understood. So I think we need to revisit what has not been let, what jobs haven't been let, and what's still available to make changes to. So I think that there's got to be a good look at what the LTP is.
And Terry.
Yes, I absolutely support the long-term plan. We, in 3 years' time, it won't take long for 3 years to tick by, and all the works won't have been completed. And at that stage, you'll get a chance to review the 10-year plan. Some of their items, their areas of interest, I don't really share. For example, I would like to have had a walkway along the waterfront to Memorial Park. And I might have cut back on some others, but no, I support it, and I think we can review it in 3 years' time. I think it's a positive step forward. Thank you.
Okay, let's kick off the hard-hitting question number 2. Do you support removing the racecourse for building more housing or a new hospital? Jim, you get to kick off with this one first.
It will come. It's just a matter of when. You know, and Avondale Racecourse is facing a similar dilemma. 35 hectares of land valued by the Auckland Council at $77.5 million. And rezoning to residential will be heard later in the year. If rezoned, that value could increase to $300 million. It's tempting. So in a similar exercise to what happened here, there's a lot of housing potential, and the temptation could be too good not to consider to utilise the process elsewhere, i.e. paying down debt.
My understanding that is a new hospital could also be earmarked for that land. There's also a roading option if the land would become available or acquired under the Works Act, but I will cover that in question 3.
Okay, Brent.
I suggest that we consider more than just the racecourse and the hospital. In my opinion, the racecourse, airport, other green spaces will all come under more pressure as highly productive land runs out and the demand for accessible, affordable housing, including commercial and industrial land, increase the need for that with the population growth. If this does happen, we will need to further investigate and consult to ensure that the right infrastructure is in place and the final outcome is for the benefit of Tauranga. The hospital could remain in its current location as there is room for expansion. Irrespective parking has to be readdressed. This could be achieved by building a multi-storey car park on the lower level that is behind the existing hospital and at the same time builds more wards on top. This is all dependent on the strength of the ground underneath. We know what the grounds around Tauranga is like. Shit. Sorry. And the other I'll raise is the Tauranga port. It is just at its limits, and maybe there is further reclamation required.
Terry.
No, I don't support the racecourse. I support it being kept as it is. I've talked before about planning, and we have to look 50 years ahead or even 100 years ahead. Tauranga is going to be, have a couple of 100,000, 300,000 people. The area, the land that the racecourse is on, and the golf course, and I'm not at all concerned about golf. I'm not concerned about the racing club, but that green space in 50 years' time is going to be absolutely critical to this city. And if you start gobbling it up, once you build on it, she's gone. You never get it back. I think we've got to preserve that green space. And I'd be absolutely against that being built on for any reason. Thank you.
Okay, Andrew.
Well, I believe the land there is under treaty stipulations or mana whenua controls, so I don't know what the council actually has the authority to do. I believe, as I said, there are stipulations that it has to remain recreational. And I'm quite in favour of it remaining a green space. As was well mentioned, we are going to run out as we get bigger, as we get wider. We are going to have to take care of our green spaces that we do have. I'm not particularly in favour of the horse racing industry. I'll be straight up honest about that. If we want to have a horse racing track, I suggest moving it to Matamata. They tend to breed the horses out there. It's nice and convenient, good for their economy. And we should probably just use that for green space for ourselves. And a similar response for the hospital on that land. I think there's better use for it, and I'm honestly not sure of the permission the council has to use it without getting sign-off of tangata whenua. And as I understand it, they're being used for non-recreation space. Thank you.
Rod.
Absolutely not. Green space has become more precious as the city has expanded and spread. It will become even more important as we intensify and the population increases. I don't believe horse racing will survive in the long term, but this taonga should be utilised as open space, public gardens and playing fields. The proposal to build on this land for either housing or a hospital was soundly rejected in a public survey the council undertook a couple of years ago. If elected, I would push to enforce the result of the survey on behalf of our grandchildren who will be finding it hard to find a place to play, I think, in 50 years' time.
And Chudley.
Well, it seems there's one thing we all agree on, that the green space out with what we know as the racecourse should remain. In 50 years' time, that amount of green space is going to be like gold, with all of the increases in the housing and all of the larger roads, which are bound to come. Roads, the government will put a dual lane carriageway through there without too much time. Let's say 5 years, 8 years time, we're going to see it. No two ways about it. But to destroy that green space, either for a hospital or for housing, is a big mistake. And as was said before, a local survey showed that the vast majority of people in Tauranga agree. And that's where council should go, with what the ratepayers want.
And thank you for that. Now let's kick on to hard-hitting question number 3. Oh, we haven't got to you, Barbara. Sorry. Go ahead, Barbara. Sorry. Well, I'll change the graphics back to question number 2. Sorry, I must have skipped on that list. And I'll be honest, when I screw up, I admit to it.
That's all right. Thank you. I actually don't think that we should lose the racecourse area. I do believe that eventually the racecourse will go as a racecourse and it will be a green area. I don't believe that the hospital needs to move there. The old nurses' home and the car park down below is adequate space for them to enlarge themselves. I do agree that the green space in a few years' time will be invaluable.
Okay, now we'll actually get to hard-hitting question number 3. I have asked everyone. I thought I'd better check just so I don't make the same mistake twice. Otherwise, that's going to be a bit embarrassing. So, hard-hitting question number 3. Do you support the Cameron Road Stage 2 upgrade proposal in its current form? If not, what changes would you like to see? Since we all hear about being solutions-focused. Rod.
Thank you. I support Cameron Road 2, but with much improved process. When we stand back and look at what we now have between Spring Street and 70th Avenue, it's working well, it looks attractive. On top of the obvious visual improvements, what lies beneath it and can't be seen will see us through another 100 years. Stage 2 needs to go ahead to future-proof the utilities under the road, if nothing else. If elected, I'll be making it my mission to ensure it is managed better on the ground. The treatment of businesses and residents and the path of the works was terrible and can't be repeated. Working as a conduit between the affected, council staff and contractors will be my aim. Learning from the issues of the Stage 1 should allow all involved to complete the work in a shorter time frame with less hassle.
Okay, Terry.
Yes, I support going into the future. Our services underground need to be fit for purpose. Our roadway needs to be fit for purpose. So I believe that work needs to be done. The thing that concerns me and always has is that you have shopkeepers, you have businesses along that road frontage, and somehow or other the council needs to try and look after them, because I think it's unfair to say, well, it's just bad luck, you just got to suck it up. I think we need to do more to look after those, the people on the route while this is happening. And that includes the way they go about the work, how it's done, how it's communicated, and making some sort of provision to help them over that period of time. Because when your business is struggling for 2 years while it goes through this process, that's a long time for them to have to get through. And I've been into a business when I was a councillor. I was just told very, very plainly what to do with myself and where to go because of what council had done. So businesses do get hurt badly with some of these infrastructure changes. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Andrew.
Yes, I very much do support the upgrades. I believe they are necessary. As everyone has mentioned, the pipework obviously had to be done, and so you might as well upgrade the roads when you do it. There are due to be 50,000 more people here by 2050. And based on our averages, that's another 30,000 houses, and that's another 15,000 cars. The average car is 4.5 meters, and that works out to be 68 kilometers worth of car. We are not going to road and car our way out of congestion problems in this city. So we have to encourage other modes of transport. And that's simply it. People will do what is easiest. And we've spent the last 50 years making sure that the personal car is the easiest way around. And unfortunately, we don't live in the 90s anymore. There are some people who will have to keep using the car, tradies, truckies, elderly, people with mobility issues. But for the most part, we need to make sure our road upgrades are focused on getting out of cars and making moving around our city much easier. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Bram.
If I'm elected, I will review the proposed work in finer detail and discuss further with those mostly involved and affected by what is proposed. Without all the background facts, it is hard to fully understand all the ins and outs of what makes this project tick. As an example, just as a small example of what happened in stage one, there was a cafe. They put a double that had parking for people to call into the cafe and make their business work. What they've done is they put a double bus park stop in front of them, where I actually sat out there for 2 hours and not one bus stopped, and the business is losing its trade. It is an easy fix. We can put I believe we can put 4 or 5 car parks back in and still have a bus stop. All right? Thank you.
Jim.
Okay, no. And what I would like to do is actually investigate an alternative roading project. We have either an extension of Chadwick Road down into the valley to hook up with the new interchange, or alternatively a new road into basically where the entrance of the race course is now. Now, I know the terrain and the ground conditions aren't great, but it's still something that I think needs to be investigated, and someone needs to tell me why it's a dumb idea. But if we could get that through, that would take an enormous amount of pressure off the entire length of Cameron Road.
Chudley.
Right. I'm with everybody else. I want to have a good look at the ideas that are being put forward for this. If it's anything like stage one, it'll be a disaster. And the total incompetence that's going along with all of these designs needs to be addressed before you do anything else. And there's no sense in doing anything about the congestion on Cameron Road until you fix Parks Corner. And to do that, you have to get hold of National Transport, because they can do it. They can put an over and under roundabout there, and all of a sudden the pressure goes off. Because it doesn't matter how good the road is from here to Barks Corner. When it gets to Barks Corner, it's still going into one-lane roads. So the pressure's going to say it's just a waste of money, because it's not going to make any real difference. It's just like spending all that money on 3-laning 15th Avenue. What difference has it made? Right? None. It's cost an awful lot of money, but when they get down to the Turret Road Bridge, the same problem happens all over again. It just has not achieved anything except keep people quiet. So yeah, I'd like to look at what they're proposing. There is an awful lot in the stage one we don't need. We don't need all those traffic lights. We don't need all those humps on the side of the road, and we don't need all those bus lanes, and we don't need all those cycle lanes.
Barbara.
I've said before that I am against the stage two, as are many of Gate Park and Greeton residents. We don't need a wide footpath for a few people to walk along, and the cyclists are supposed to be on, but they're still on the road. What needs to be fixed is the water and the sewerage pipes. But we need to make sure that we do due diligence to find where they are before it starts. We don't want a huge delay, start digging up one part and then not finding where it's supposed to be, so they move on to another part. What we do need though, or what we don't need along there, is these beautiful gardens that are along the side of the road, full of weeds. So we need to look at something better and something alternative.
I think by the sounds of it, we need to designate Cameron Road, the road part, a motorway, and then it will force the cyclists into the cycle lanes. I believe that's what they did with the Maunganui River Bridge to stop pedestrians walking over it back in the day of New Zealand's shortest motorway that since has been revoked. So, yeah, some of the things in there. Okay, so now it's time for closing statements. And this is where the candidates will sum up on why you, the voter, should give them why you, the voter, should give your first preference vote to them. And we start off with Chudley.
Thank you. Well, once again, people, thank you for coming along and going through all this dreary nonsense you have gone through today. I do appreciate you coming along and taking a personal interest in those people who want to represent you at council. Now, I'm retired, as it's pretty obvious, and I have had quite a successful career in business. I was trained originally as an automotive engineer. And I have been on council before. I do know how the system works, and in some cases I can see absolute problems everywhere and nobody is addressing it. There are elephants in the room all over the place and nobody wants to address it or look at it. They just hope that it will go away. I believe I am a good manager and leader, and I think that this city needs leadership. Everything that's been said so far about the city needing to look towards the future is correct. But we have to do it in a way that's affordable to the ratepayers. We don't want to go to the ratepayers way, but we want to improve the city.
Okay, Barbara.
Sorry, I wasn't ready for that.
We're here about surprises.
Okay. I love Tauranga. I've lived here for quite a while now, since moving down from Auckland, and I've seen the changes. We've gone from $10 Tauranga to one with lots more business and a bigger paycheck. But what we can't afford is huge rate increases. We need to balance the long-term pain to make the city grow, but to enable people to still live here. Tauranga is rapidly changing and growing with a wonderful harbour and beautiful beaches. But we've got a CBD that is dead. There's a sinister side to Tauranga with infrastructure and roading problems. We need to look deeply at what we can do to fix these. We need to look not only at alternative transport, but alternative use of a lot more of our roads. I believe that it's time for the citizens of Tauranga to be heard and vote for Barbara Turley as your first choice.
Continuing with surprises, Jim.
Okay, we're heading back to having a duly elected local council again, and there's an appetite out there for fresh faces on council, which is great. But there needs to be a good skill base across that team, and my skill base is obvious. Form, storm, norm and perform. That is likely to be the pattern to expect as the new council sets in, and no one wants to repeat of the last elected council that imploded. Now, this may sound really vanilla, but I want to bring stability to council. Stability sounds really boring, but stability is underrated, and I have those skills. Dispute resolution, family violence mitigation, negotiating agreements between aggrieved and hostile parties, knowledge of the relevant law. All this is everyday stuff I deal with. All transferable skills to make sure that the wheels don't fall off again in council. Tauranga deserves a stable, hard-working council that will perform for all our residents, and I want to be a part of that for the benefit of all generations.
Okay, Rod.
Just got hooked up. I'm here to make the CBD move again. I don't think it's dead. It definitely isn't dead. It's probably going through the biggest growth phase that it's ever seen. That comes with a lot of pain, and I don't know that that's been particularly well managed. both by the commissioners and the council staff. So my reason for standing, I have skin in the game. I have 2 businesses in town, and I'm all about making the 10-year plan happen. Yes, maybe a few changes as we hit the end of it, but it needs to be pushed along, and we spent a lot of money making it or putting it in place, and I want to see it achieved.
Okay, Bram.
Excuse me. Thank you all for coming along tonight. As your representative, I will promote your interests at the council meetings, so council decisions are for the benefit of our community. They are within the bounds of reasonable expenditure and in accordance with the Local Government Act. Just so everybody's aware, the Local Government Act states to promote the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of communities in the present and for the future. I have directed and managed my own businesses, built and worked for and led small and large companies, overseen and managed budgets well over $100 million, and engaged with various government departments, councils, as both as a contractor, a consultant and advisor. I believe in common sense, innovation, and economic results. If you believe in what I'm saying, vote number 1. If you'd like a copy of all the answers to the questions tonight, you can pick one up from me. Thank you.
Okay, Terry.
Kia ora, everybody. I've lived in Tauranga all my life, and what we need going forward, I believe, is stability. We need a steady hand on the till. We do not need any knee-jerk reactions, and we need a collaborative council, people that can work together. And I have a history of being able to do with that. I have good relationships with the Western Bay Regional Council, the iwi around Tauranga, the business sector I have a very good relationship with. And it's a matter of putting that together. Because going forward, the most important things for us is planning, looking into the future, seeing where we want to go and getting that right. If you get that right, everything else will fall into place. The other important thing is funding. We need to find another mechanism for funding councils other than rates, because every growing council in the country is struggling. They're in trouble. We need to talk to the government. If we could get some of our, for example, our GST back, we need extra funding, if we can, from the government, so that fast-growing councils can.
Okay, and Andrew.
Am I the last?
Yes, for this round.
Lucky last. Kia ora, I'm Andrew Kai, as I have been most of the night. I started off this evening by telling you about what I believe you should vote for. You should vote for people who are going to grow Tauranga into a city that can afford itself. Then I told you a bit during the night, my plans and my visions for the future. And so last but not least, well, who am I? I am a physiotherapist by trade. I got into that because I care about health and well-being of our people. Over time, you learn that you can have more influence on more people by affecting policy than by sitting in my little room treating my patients 2 by the hour. And the transferable skills that I think will make me an excellent councillor, an excellent servant for this city are on the list. Communication. I have to communicate with my patients. I have to develop a plan with my patients, and I have to get information from them so that the plan is suitable for them. And then I have to be accountable to them. I don't get to wait till the end if you're going to get better in 2 months. I need to test along the way to make sure that we're still on the right path. And last but not least, I'm an expert at building relationships. There are not many professions where you will enter and potentially within 10 minutes you'll be shirt off, laying face down, but I need to make you comfortable enough to do that. So I'm an expert at building relationships and getting people to contribute to those discussions. And I think that's what our council needs going forward. So thank you.
Thank you for that, candidates, for attending tonight. Now, just a bit of a message out to the voters. When it comes to this election, single transferable vote is the voting method. So it is very important you not just rank your number one, but also look at your number two, your number three, your number four, because whoever is going to become the councillor for Te Papa Ward will have at least 50% of the vote plus one on the final iteration that has them to cross the line. So when you get, so when you don't just look at your number one, also look at your number two, your number three, your number four, because they're the votes that are going to decide who ends up around the council table. That is my advice here for voting with STV, and sit there and do it. Can we also give a big round of applause to the candidates for participating on tonight's show, and a round of applause to the audience. Yeah, and can I also sit there and thank Nick, who's on cameras, Ray, who we've just done musical chairs swapping positions, is on editor one, and also Stacey, who's remotely editing the show all the way from Wellington, putting the lovely name titles on the screen there. Now, just for those who, a little bit of housekeeping stuff that's coming up, if you are watching now and you're planning to come in person for the Tauranga City Council's mayoral show, if you've got a fold-out chair, please bring it, because I believe we're in for a seating shortage tonight, because it's proven to be a little bit more popular and we've only got a limited number of seats, and it might be standing room only. So back here at 7 o'clock, you can join the mayoral debate of It's in the Ballot with myself, and I'll have Paul Ballot here as question host. And just before we go, we've got to thank Rebecca for doing the job of question host for the first round today. It is, thank you for sitting there doing that and adding your own twist to things there. No problem. Thank you for that. Okay, we'll see everyone back here at 7 p.m. tonight. Have a good evening.